Hey, May 40 here. Election night coverage, pretty excited. Interesting perspective here on Breaking Points.
Women voters like a week ago was to say whether they like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
Yes.
Like, bro.
Logan's perking up over there.
All right,
so
we now have one county in Indiana.
Complete?
Starting with small stuff.
Okay,
Almost
all right.
complete. All right.
This is
But
like
it's also
Can we
showing,
hold
20
the
minutes
election?
late.
Can we hold this one down?
Or should we?
Please tell me yes.
You know, I know people that feel that way about some of these counties. I wish I could have that level of confidence, but it would make the rest of the night pretty boring, right? But Boone County, Indiana, 91% in.
Okay.
In 2020, it voted 18 points for Donald Trump. Right now, it's voting 10 points for Trump.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow.
Do we have any
Yeah, what do we
idea
know?
the characters?
Whoa.
Is it suburban? Is it?
It is, I think it's mostly exurbs of Indianapolis.
Yeah, it is.
You know, 70,000 people. It's not densely populated. But,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes these early indicators are they're often a measure of something going on. You just don't know if there's going to be a compensation elsewhere. Like maybe Republicans do a little better in the cities, which they're hoping that makes up for it. But,
Yeah. No, it borders Indianapolis, so.
It does look like we're starting to get a little bit in.
Yeah, it's like
Before-
a few
in
counties
Georgia.
in Georgia.
Before we get the flood,
Yeah.
should we update people on what Bibi is doing on Election Day?
That's a great
Oh,
idea.
go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
Keep waiting.
Netanyahu took the opportunity of election day to basically consolidate power in his cabinet. He booted Gallant out, Yoav Gallant, who was the Minister of Defense, and said he no longer trusts him and is replacing him with Israel Katz, who was a much more in line with Netanyahu. So like on the spectrum of like Israeli politics, you've got Gallant was like Biden's guy, like that was like Lincoln's guy, like that was you could tell like Gallant came over here and met with Democrats and would meet separately. So
They would sometimes invite him, but not Bibi.
right, and so the way that they were trying to. And they would try to like drive a wedge sometimes and think, oh, if we can get into elections, Gallant might be able to like knock Netanyahu off. Like so, the liberal American dream that liberal Zionism can triumph, can still like bring about a just society in Israel, rested kind of on this idea that Gallant would be, it is better than Netanyahu.
Right.
Because people focus so much of their hostility to what Israel's doing onto Netanyahu so that they don't get attacked for criticizing Israel. Like, I love Israel, but it's Netanyahu that's the problem. And then they would point to Gallant as like the guy.
This is the guy we can work
He's the
with.
guy who'd be better. So Netanyahu has thrown him overboard. There are rumors that he's also going to throw overboard the chief of staff and the head of Shin Bet, and that he's basically tripling and quadrupling down on his bet on Trump that he clearly made 10, 11 months ago. That he said, and we interviewed Amir Tabone, who made this really interesting point that like sometime around, he's a Haaretz journalist that we had on the show, sometime around December, Netanyahu said, look, I'm just going to bet that Trump is going to win the election. I'm going to take whatever heat comes from me from Biden. It won't be much, but I'll take it. And then if Trump wins, I live to fight another day.
Yeah,
So
and I can kind of slow walk all of this.
and I'm not doing a hostage deal. I'm not doing one. And every time a hostage deal got close, he would blow it up, leaking fake intel or whatever.
Yeah, that's
But
actually been a huge scandal
attacking
in Israel,
Iran,
too.
whatever.
That's interesting.
And so this is him knowing that he bet on Trump and just pushing it further, pushing even more chips in. He's like, and to make all these moves on election day is quite conspicuous.
Yes.
At the same time, the IDF just announced that there will be no more aid allowed into northern Gaza. That the northern Gaza is being completely cleared of, they said, civilians, quote, civilians and terrorists, and they said no civilians will be allowed back into northern Gaza, therefore no humanitarian aid will be allowed back into Gaza. So the IDF announcing that on election day is not a coincidence either. It's just all the chips being pushed in, banking on Trump winning. If Harris wins, it's setting up a real confrontation because it's such an in-your-face moment.
We are starting.
Okay, so I jotted down some notes today, and you may well have discussed for the cliche, this is the most important election ever, but isn't this just how people tend to roll? We all tend to exaggerate the importance of who we are and what we do, and we would just feel absolutely smashed with our insignificance if we didn't do this, right? We need a hero system. Right, we need a way of feeling incredibly alive and important. And so you think, oh, this is ridiculous, the way that people exaggerate the importance of politics. But if you weren't exaggerating the importance of politics in your life, what would you be exaggerating? Would you be exaggerating the importance of religion? Would you be exaggerating the importance of your parenting? Would you be exaggerating the importance of the work that you do? Would you be exaggerating the cosmic significance of your friends or your hobbies? Right? We all tend to exaggerate the importance of who we are and what we do, because otherwise we'd just be absolutely crushed by our insignificance. And so I don't see why exaggerating the importance of politics or this particular election is any different than what we do in the rest of life. Right? People either exaggerate the importance of politics, or they exaggerate the importance of religion, or they exaggerate the importance of their parenting, or they exaggerate the importance of the work that they do. Right, I've gotten into trends where I just think that the work that I do is just so incredibly important, and I am invariably vastly exaggerating. So if all this political hyperbole seems ridiculous to you, then let's say that you skip out on the political hyperbole and you go, focus your attention on some other area of life. You're just going to bring as much hyperbole to that. If it's exercise or yoga or meditation or spiritual detachment or whatever it is, you would just bring the same level of vastly exaggerated importance to whatever else you want to focus on. Democrats in this election, I heard said on John Podhoretz's podcast today, they're voting to redefine what it means to be human, and Republicans are voting to say no. I think that's an excellent point. Evolution suggests, all right, we are evolved to make what's of absolute importance most important are the people who are most genetically closely related to us. Right, we're evolved to want to get close to the people most similar to us. While I catch up on the trends, let's just get a burst from the Commentary Magazine podcast
That
today.
does not make for a very successful foreign policy either, because all of a sudden you're including half the country in the opposition camp, and that's not the way to bring them on board a policy where you are trying to secure liberty for Americans by leading on the world stage.
And we look weak and divided as a result as well to our enemies.
Yeah.
It's a big part of the turn on the right against Ukraine, because the Biden administration has sort of established that Zelensky and the Ukrainians are on the opposite side of the American conservatives or the American right.
Well, and
I don't
Zelensky
think
didn't help by going to that ammo factory in Pennsylvania with the governor and senator of Pennsylvania, who are both Democrats. This is one of the complexities of this of the Ukraine war that you're absolutely right to observe.
Right.
So it's shocking to me how many people on the right, such as Elon Musk, saying this will be the last election ever. That is a ridiculous argument. That's stupid.
I don't look. The thing is, not to be too vulgar about it, but we've seen an outbreak of authoritarianism in the United States in the last 10 years, and it wasn't by the Trump administration. It was by the governor of New York. It was by the governor of New Jersey and the governor of Connecticut. People who were talking about, Andrew Cuomo was talking about arresting people at the border of New York State if they came in from a state that did not have a vaccine mandate.
And the Biden administration collaborating with big tech to suppress speech of average Americans.
Exactly. So we have seen an authoritarian problem in the United States, and it came in the middle of an emergency, which is when you would typically see governments restricting freedoms because emergencies allow that to happen, right? You can set curfews, you can close bridges, you can do all sorts of things, particularly in a pandemic, if you're talking about trying to stop the spread of an incredibly virulent pathogen or contagion. But they really enjoyed it. That was the thing that unnerved everybody, was that it wasn't being done more in sorrow than in anger. It was Andrew Cuomo sitting around saying, "Yeah, I'll let 25% seating in your restaurant. But you know what? You can't serve beer. You have to eat food. You can't just have beer." And he's like moving chess pieces around the way Amity Shlaes describes FDR in her book, The Forgotten Man, sort of making these choices about what businesses get to do this, that, or the other thing as the National Recovery Administration is charging full steam ahead until the Supreme Court says, whoa, 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 the government isn't really allowed to do what he's doing. That kosher butcher needs to be allowed to stay open. He's got, he's serving a religious audience. He's serving people who can't eat unless he does his business, and you're shutting him down on the basis of what? So
they also didn't follow the restrictions that they imposed on others, which was revealed. Right. Because that was revealed, I think that added, unlike during FDR's years in office, we saw the governor of California at the French Laundry while everyone else wasn't allowed to get takeout in their neighborhood, and their local businesses shuttered.
So this is not whataboutism. I'm not. What I'm saying is that the democracy is on the ballot thing was the better case for democracy being on the ballot was in 2022, when in fact Republican candidates all across the country in local races were running against people who were making decisions about school curricula and when schools were open and closed and what people could wear and who could get arrested and what people were this, that they had no right and business to be handling. Or again, the CDC making rules and provisions based on home occupancy and rules about rentals and what a landlord could do with somebody who wasn't paying their rent. The Centers for Disease Control, things went haywire, and it wasn't Trump. That's what's so ironic about what you said, Bachelot, saying history will no longer be written in the United States, which would come as a great surprise to the late Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who wrote the greatest work of history of the 20th century while he was in Russia, forbidden to write history.
To say nothing
to publish history.
To say nothing of the recent situation that we recounted on the podcast, whereby the Biden White House wanted the rewriting of an official transcript to reflect a different meaning
Yes, I was going to say
than
the
the one
left's already
used in real
rewritten history.
time.
Of course, it doesn't matter if it exists.
So not only isn't this whataboutism, the fact is that Trump didn't do anything like that, and they've been doing it. He didn't do it. You know, maybe people in his ambit and his camp talk about how because liberals and leftists are so authoritarian, we need to adopt and take over their tactics.
He does flirt with saying when I regain
I know I'll be a
power,
dictator
I will
for a
do
day.
these things. So that's worrisome.
No, he does say it, and I am in no way, shape, or form really defending him. I am not, and his rhetoric is irresponsible. And maybe this is a moment to say that J.D. Vance closed out the election last night in a repellent manner by saying, you know, we're going to Washington and take out the trash, and that trash's name is Kamala Harris. Like, you know what? Go to hell. You spent all this time talking about how we should be friends with the other side, and you did so nicely in the debate and say, God bless your heart. Tim Walz, your poor son. And he's calling the vice president of the United States and his rival candidate trash, saying we're taking out the trash. The trash's name is Kamala Harris. That's just disgusting. I'm sorry. That really brought this horrible 2-year election period to a very uncomfortable close for me. Am I being too prissy? It was late at night. Maybe he was tired. I don't know.
Biden called Trump supporters trash.
Right.
So
I mean, I think he was
called
a whole lot of trash going around.
Right.
There's a whole lot of trash
fair
going
enough.
around.
But we criticized him.
Okay, so Henry Olsen has called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump already. So that's interesting.
We'll see, Robert. So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together, I said that Kamala Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win. And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big difference.
And some polls had it even tighter.
And some, I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So
Ohio, but if Harris can do this sort of thing in the suburbs in
This is Henry
Pennsylvania,
Olsen.
in the suburbs in Wisconsin, in the suburbs of Michigan, that will be good for her. Stark County, which contains Canton, home of the NFL Hall of Fame, 40% of the votes in. Trump is ahead by 7 points. Canton is a place where Trump won by 19 points in 2020. That is a very bad showing for him in the early vote. Again, it's the early vote, election day votes. We'll see what happens. But losing ground in those 2 large counties. But of course, he's not in any danger of losing Ohio if the exit poll is accurate. Let's take a look at Sherrod. They only have 1% of the vote in for Sherrod Brown. Let's take a look. 14% of the vote in. Okay, so some of those Democratic bastions have reported in Virginia. Fairfax County is in, and it's Kane ahead 69-31. Prince William County is reporting significant 65-35. Those are important margins of victory. He's ahead by 18 points in a right now electorate that is very heavily tilted to Northern Virginia. The Republican parts are not counting, are not coming in as much. What's going on in Virginia in the presidential race? Okay. Roughly the same thing, 69-30 in Fairfax County for Harris, and 62-35 in Prince Williams County. And now I'm going to take a look at that House race, because what we've got in the House is some of that Virginia 7 in. So let's see what's going on in Virginia 7. 15% of the vote in Virginia 7 right now, and it's got the Democrat ahead by 4 points. Again, since we're talking about party over person, this is probably a good indication of where Harris is. Some more votes just came in and moved up to plus 4.2 points. But some of the Republican areas are not yet in, and they don't have a significant share of the vote. But the early votes, which are not.
Okay, here's a brief burst recently from CNN a few minutes ago.
Is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%.
Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian. And Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing.
Trump is winning them by 11 points in these.
So the Account decision desk has moved the odds of a Donald Trump victory to 69%. Oh, that's just in Georgia. Just scrolling here through Twitter. Wow, Florida's polls closed 37 minutes ago. They already have 73% of the vote counted. Right, this is Henry Olson.
So I'm not going to pay attention to that. They released some, but not all of their early vote. Let's go back to Florida, because Florida is just pouring it on. Florida's got 3/4 of the vote in. Trump is ahead by 10, and the Republican part of the state has not reported. So this is a state that was one of the great swing states of the country. It was surprising when Trump carried it by 3 points in 2020. Many people had thought Joe Biden was going to win it. He is ahead by 10. He's going to win this going away. Going away. Rick Scott is already ahead by 10 points. The only reason you wouldn't call this race right now.
So Trump won Florida by 3.5 points in 2020, and now he's winning it by about 10 points. So generally speaking, in the rural counties, strong Donald Trump vote, meeting or exceeding where he was in 2020. I haven't seen anything yet that changes my mind that Donald Trump's going to win this election.
The Republican panhandle coming in when she's already 10 points behind. She is barely carrying Osceola County, home of the Puerto Ricans, by 0.4%.
Fox News voter analysis and what the raw vote total is coming in. By the way, on your screen, you'll see everything we have coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen and sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states.
So we got Mark Halperin coming up at the top of the hour. When he was political director at ABC News, he would try to do away with the announcing with great fanfare that the Republicans and Democrats were winning their predictable states. He thought that the discussion should simply focus on what's important. But he didn't win.
With their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
Okay, too much happy talk there. Back to Henry Olson.
Smaller than it should be. In fact, some votes just came in that moved. As I go back to literally as I was getting off of that page, some more votes came in. So it's now 90% of the vote in, and it's dropped to a 6.6% lead. Again, election day votes are going to be coming in, and it looks like he'll win, but he's going to win by a much smaller margin than he would have expected winning by, and that's probably because of some slippage in the Jewish community, as well as some of the other minority communities that we have there. But taking a look, there's no other. Like I said, the AP has called almost all of these races. There's no other race that there is one race that is within single districts, that is single digits, that is a Republican who's behind the Democrat by 1.8%, but the Republican parts in the Central Time Zone haven't reported.
Okay, so 2 Republican voters ascend to heaven. God meets them at the pearly gates, asks if they have any questions. One of them says, yes. What were the real results of the 2020 election and who is behind the fraud? God says, my son, there was no fraud. Biden won the Electoral College fair and square, 306 to 232. After a few seconds of silence, one Trump voter turns to the other Trump voter and whispers, this goes up higher than we thought.
The White House like no other. We know that. Welcome.
Okay, we'll skip that happy talk. get some more real talk here from
Harris
Henry
is
Olsen.
ahead by 37 points, but with only 2% of the vote in, and all of it coming from Democratic bastions in and around the University of North Carolina, in and around the University of North Carolina, Asheville, and hurricane-hit Buncombe County, and in and around Raleigh and Wilmington. This is not yet anything that we can say is indicative of anything. So let's go back to Indiana and see whether or not there's something we can pick up in Indiana. Well, remember I told you about Hamilton County? That was early on for Harris with what looked to be the early vote is now flipped over to Trump. Trump is ahead by 0.6%. So it looks like the election day vote is coming in a little bit for the Republican. Nothing yet from the biggest county in the state, and that is Marion County.
So in the betting markets, Donald Trump's odds of winning the election have been going up over the past hour.
Again, some slippage in the suburbs, which is something that Harris needs, but nothing that would indicate disaster.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay. A quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key...
Okay, too much happy news there. Back to Henry.
I'll be back in a second.
Oh, Henry's going off. So let's go to breaking points.
All the better off he gets, and really, the longer the count will take as well. So it's pretty interesting.
Emily, where are you finding those comparisons on the Post site?
I'll shoot the link over to you.
Logan, I'm seeing a tweet, and I don't know if you can take a look at this, but I see a tweet that says Trump has a 76% chance of winning Georgia, according to Decision Desk HQ. So I don't know if you are able to see or their projection, or maybe they have their version of the needle, but if you could dig around and see if that's confirmation. But I mean, that would be sort of consistent with what you were saying about if you kludge together the exit polls, it looks like he's positioned himself to be able to win the state of Georgia by some margin, and maybe a narrow margin, but by some margin.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's the needle? Where's the New York Times needle? I love that in 2016. That was so exciting to see that thing swing Donald Trump's way. But I can't find the needle on New York Times right now because they got a major strike among many of their tech workers.
Is moving the opposite direction. And given how good Indiana looks for Kamala, with the preface of no chance of winning Indiana, but losing it by less,
right?
Maybe we are seeing the split of Midwest being better for Harris than expected.
You know what this could be, y'all? You know what this could be?
This is seltzer vindication.
This is the Tim Walz effect.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Popular Minnesota governor.
In the suburbs.
In the Midwest.
In the suburbs.
Like, I'm voting for Kamala Walz.
They love him in the suburbs, not in the rural Midwest.
Yes, that's exactly right.
That's what matters, apparently.
Hey, look, vote your votes. That's the only shit that matters.
And what's the track record for the betting markets? It's okay. It's not stellar. And Henry Olsen is the husband of the late Barbara Olsen, who perished in the 9/11 attacks. So looking forward to hearing from Mark Halperin in about 10 minutes. So he's going out there doing some real reporting before he comes back live.
Yeah, I was
cool.
16, so.
Tucker, your cat's almost there.
No, not even close.
I don't care about your cat. What do we got
Hey,
here?
he has a Purple Heart. He's a contributing writer at The Atlantic and also writes often for the Free Press.
Yeah.
And also, I believe that we have a former presidential candidate, Dean Phillips. Are you also here?
Is Dean here too? Did we just lose Dean?
I think
All right, well,
Dean's
we
here
have
too.
alcoholic Purple Heart winner Elliot Ackerman. Oh, there's Dean Phillips.
Gorgeous. Hi, Dean Phillips.
Dean Phillips.
Dean, we're going to go to you in Minnesota. But first, let's go to Paris, where Elliot Ackerman is at Harry's bar. Elliot, explain to us why you are at a bar.
Okay, I don't care about that. Let's see if Henry is back. He's back.
268.
So he predicts a Trump victory.
We've got 7 minutes left before the big states close. And let's do a quick round the horn. What's going on in Florida's abortion referendum, or initiative, I should say. 79% of the votes in. That means that pretty much everything that's not in the central time zone is in. Trump's winning the state by 10 points. Scott's winning the state by 10 points. The abortion referendum, 58-42, just hovering right below where it needs to be in order to be approved. So now let's take a look at that map. How does the map for that share a map? So remember that Trump is carrying Miami-Dade County, but 58% of the people in Miami-Dade County voted yes. Trump is carrying, or doing very well in Osceola County. 58% of the people.
There was a terrific podcast released a couple of days ago by Eli Lake. It's called Trump and the Art of the Bullshitter. Bullshitting is an American tradition. And Trump's not just a liar, all right? He's a bullshitter. What the hell? Play it, guys.
Hi, it's Vince with ShamWow. You'll be field. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
I used to think the proper response to Donald Trump's bullshit was through the sober, fact-based lens of journalism.
And our fact checker, Daniel Dale, joins us now. So, Daniel, what stands out to you?
What stood out was the staggering number of false claims from former President Trump. On first count, Aaron, I counted at least 30 false.
But over the past decade, I've changed my mind. I now think that asking reporters to pour the best years of their lives into fact-checking this blather is as daunting and pointless as asking Siskel and Ebert to review the entire Pornhub back catalog. Most Trump supporters know it's fake, and they don't mind that. Waving a sheet of well-researched rebuttals at MAGA fans is like asking the audience at WrestleMania if they know the fights are fixed. Of course they do. That's the appeal. Donald Trump's fans like a cracking tail. And in this respect, Donald Trump's propensity for bullshit is not a political liability. It's a superpower. It's not true that Haitians in Ohio were eating the cats and dogs. It is true that a lot of migrants have been arriving into the country illegally. And that's an awkward fact for the Democrats in an election year. Frankly, they'd rather the electorate look elsewhere, but Trump's bullshit forced voters to look at a truth his opponents wish to conceal. And here's the magic trick. When Trump does assert something outrageous like the migrants are coming for our pets, he gets away with it.
Here in Springfield, I talked to a number of
Okay, here is a great tweet. Pretty cruel that Kamala Harris was forced to carry this non-viable campaign to term.
people who say, despite the city denying it, they believe the story.
It's because he presents as a man with no fact-checking filter, someone happily buying his own convenient bullshit. And that's not quite the same thing as lying. Of course Trump does lie. All politicians do, and he probably lies more than most. But his genius exists outside the binary of truth and lies. It's the netherworld of flim-flam, hyperbole, sales pitch, and ad copy, delivered with the quiet dignity of a wet t-shirt competition. Donald Trump is a very modern artist, weaving, as he likes to say, a barrage of anecdotes, fake and real statistic, gossip, and memes into a nebulous and suggestive species of patter. To put it the way the master might.
Right, this nails it. This is an important insight. All right, this is Eli Lake, and I think he nails it here. Trump and the art of the bullshit.
A lot of people are saying Donald is the greatest bullshitter of all time. And that's why the Democrats get Trump so wrong. They've tried to paint him as an American Hitler, a Russian agent, a man consumed with evil and hatred. But what they fail to understand is that Trump's casual relationship to the truth is an echo of great politicians in the past. He is hardly the first bullshitter to ascend to the White House. He's just the best to ever do it. In this respect, Donald Trump is the crack cocaine variant of many of his predecessors. Ronald Reagan was a folksy, sentimental bullshitter, as if a president was a Hallmark greeting card. Bill Clinton, or Slick Willie as he was known, was a slick bullshitter, perfect for spinning stories at the time of the cable news era. Americans have historically hated liars like Richard Nixon, but they do have a soft spot for the bullshitter. And while lying and bullshit are related, the differences are important. The late philosopher Harry Frankfurt examined this distinction between the liar and the bullshitter in his seminal tract. It was called On Bullshit.
The liar is limited by his commitment to
saying something that conflicts with the truth. So there's a constraint upon him that he has to respect. Whereas the bullshitter who doesn't care about truth can go anywhere he likes. There's a kind of a panoramic view that he can take that the liar can't take, because the liar is limited to inserting in the specific place in the system of beliefs a false belief for a true one. Whereas the bullshitter, as I say, can go anywhere he likes and draw any kind of picture, any kind of panorama of beliefs that serves his purpose.
Doesn't Professor Frankfurt sum up the artistry of Donald Trump? He makes vague, provocative statements that are not really true or false.
We're going to build a wall. It's going to be a great wall, and it's going to have big, beautiful doors in it, because we're going to have people coming into our country. But they're going to come into our country legally.
We're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much that you're going to get sick and tired of winning. You're going to say, Mr. President, you're going to send the congressman to see...
Trump is painting a picture with his words of a reality he would like us to see. He's not conveying the world as it really is.
Donald Trump really does, in a very pure way, demonstrate the difference between a lie and bullshit.
This is magician and professional exposer of bullshit, Penn Jillette, of the duo Penn and Teller.
A lie is very respectful
we're about to get
of
some
the
poll
truth, and
closings,
that
and
is
maybe we'll get
denied.
some projections we care
All right,
about. But we'll
Mark Halperin
just
here.
talk over that, and we'll watch it.
It just went
Dan
live.
and I are going to run through what we know. Okay, there's no projections in any of the battleground states. Okay, the Democrats are expressing renewed confidence about Georgia. They're not expressing much confidence about North Carolina. So I'm not saying North Carolina's done, but it's not a focus of our attention right now, because it's not a focus of either party's attention, and Republicans are pretty confident about it. Democrats are now making the case that in Georgia, the Atlanta turnout started slow, they concede, but they believe there was a surge at the end. Quad split back up, please. The surge at the end in Atlanta, and you've got, they believe there's a chance there. The Republicans are extremely confident, including Governor Kemp, about Georgia, but we'll continue to watch it until
We'll have it up in 30 seconds, Mark.
Okay. So our main focus continues to be with Michigan still pretty much a black hole, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, Democrats are now making a very parallel claim to what they're saying in Georgia, that the surge that they said happened in Atlanta, they say is now happening in Pennsylvania. They say they're going to get more votes out of Philadelphia, rather. They're going to get more votes out of Philadelphia than Joe Biden got out of Philadelphia in 2020, and that's going to be enough to win the state. I will tell you that Mar-a-Lago's confidence about Pennsylvania, both for Donald Trump and for Dave McCormick, the Senate candidate, is very high. I don't think it's bluffing; it's what they believe. But they are still asking questions about it. So we're watching Pennsylvania closely, and then in Wisconsin, Democrats are not making the same claims that they're making about Atlanta and Philadelphia, about Milwaukee. And there's this controversy about how votes were counted in Milwaukee. And so we're trying to figure that out. In Virginia, there's some county data that suggests the race will be close. Loudoun County, for instance, moved very far red compared to 2020. And so we're watching Virginia, not necessarily because it's going to go Trump, but because it may be an indication of where things stand. The exit poll, additional waves come in. It continues to be the case that the national mood is very favorable for Donald Trump, but it's not producing a huge win. And as I said in the last hour, we're continuing to watch this prospect that Bobby Kennedy is taking votes from Donald Trump in the places he remains on the ballot. I'm going to read a couple messages I just got and throw it to Dan for Dan's either annotations to what I said or anything you have that you want to tell folks.
Mark, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, a lot of Democrats have gone silent at this point. I think the nerves are settling in. The boiler rooms are, cranking out the data, and then it kind of trickles out usually within the campaigns. Some of it over the water cooler and other things. Yes, there is some optimism that Philadelphia has turned out and perhaps exceeded 2020 levels. That would be huge because, as we've talked about, the Joe Biden had a margin out of Philadelphia of over 1 million. And it was about 400,000 going into today. That would be the first urban center, as we said when we went off the air 45 minutes ago, where perhaps we are seeing, signs of what could be a victory. And then also, Atlanta, I mentioned on the show earlier a couple days ago that there was some kind of cautious optimism that the late early vote in Georgia was picking up, and that if that continued, it wasn't out of the realm that they could maybe steal Georgia. I continue to hear that Wisconsin is the problem. Turnout in Milwaukee, it appears, was not what they had hoped. And for those, Hillary Clinton fans in 2016, this is what doomed her. It was just a couple percentage point drop in Milwaukee, but that ended up making the difference. So, everyone is on their toes now, just waiting to hear. And another Clinton reference, for those who remember, Virginia was the first state that was an oh shoot moment. There were, Governor McAuliffe was planning to kind of bring the gavel down, get on a plane, go to Jacob Javits and be there for the celebration. And he didn't leave because it was concerning what they were seeing, seeing in Appalachia, what Northern Virginia looked like. So if we start seeing Virginia being close again, it's going to, for a lot of Democrats, it's going to start making them nervous again.
Yeah, let's listen to Kornacki, please.
Describing it earlier, there's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about, for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta, and we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it.
Sorry,
and
switch over to John King,
put this in
please.
some perspective, this is how Biden...
If she can, it would show African-American turnout and that she's doing well in the suburbs. Then you move, if you're the Democrat, over to Wake County, which is Raleigh, the second largest population center in the state. Again, we're only at 7%. So this is just a glimpse, and then we check back. 72% for her, or if you want to look at Trump's number, equally important, where is he performing vis-a-vis last time? 27% for him. You come back here, 62%. So again, in the early returns in North Carolina, the Vice President of the United States, in the key areas, the Democratic building blocks, is running ahead of her boss 4 years ago. That doesn't mean it will hold up. Let's just scoot over to Durham and take a look. Biden got 80% there, and you come back to Harris now, she's getting 84%. Again, it's only 5% reporting. Early votes tend to be disproportionately Democratic, so let's watch and see how it plays out. Early in the campaign, you're just checking your list. Are we above or below where we want to be? And if you're above, you take a breath and you wait for more votes to come in. I want to look out in this part of the state, because this is the part of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene.
So Fox News is making calls ahead of all the other networks. So Fox News right now has it 105-72 Trump over Harris. CNN has it 90-27, MSNBC 90-27. So Fox News ahead of the pack in making their calls.
There have been questions, could people vote? The state has done a remarkable job getting the facilities open and making people to vote. Buncombe County is where Asheville is right here. Again, only 7% in, 77% if you round up for the vice president. If you go back again in these early results, emphasis on early results, she's overperforming Joe Biden, who just narrowly lost North Carolina 4 years ago. So if that holds up, it tells you keep an eye on North Carolina. At the moment, she's doing what she needs to do, but I just want to be cautious that it's early votes, which tend to favor the Democrats. So let's wait until we get more. Only at 7% in North Carolina, but
let's go to
keep
Bill
coming
Hammer,
from
please.
there. So then Georgia is hanging on the board. Blue.
Outline so we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago. Okay, let's go ahead and click on this and find out together. Okay, Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county, Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, That's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump, and I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points.
So Decision Desk, the X account, has moved in the last 40 minutes from Trump having a 64% chance of winning to now it's a 72% chance of winning.
Points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. Now, the Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta, let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,000.
Okay, NBC News reports among Latino men a 10% swing to Donald Trump in the exit polls.
67 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment.
Okay, mute for a second. So let me just tell you what's going on as far as I understand it now. Go ahead and mute that. So we don't have a lot of raw vote in, and what's in, you never know exactly, what's in, what's still out. And so what people are basing their judgments on, the flavor of what you're hearing on television, the flavor of what Dan and I are hearing from our sources. Okay. It's a combination of what we see in the raw vote, of what we know is in the exit poll, and then what is our sources are telling us. Okay. The Trump campaign's kind of macro view is we're ahead. We're going to win these states, all 4 states, they say, because the urban vote isn't big enough. The rural vote is huge. And her lead from early vote was not big enough. That's their macro view. And it's expressed in confidence, not just from Mar-a-Lago, but from officials, elected officials in the states, as well as some Democrats who concur. What the Harris campaign is doing now, somewhat genuine and somewhat just tactically, to make sure that the decision desks of the networks don't move towards trying to project a winner, is offering up, as you heard Bill Hemmer saying, look at this county, look at that county. Okay. New Hampshire and Virginia are offering up evidence in both the exit polls and the returns that good for Trump. Maybe won't win them, probably won't win them, but good for Trump.
Right. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, he's got an 86% chance of winning the election.
And the exit poll overall is good for Trump, particularly the wrong track question. So in a rational world where we weren't all gathered together and we're cable and broadcast television didn't have to fill things out, we'd wait 2 more hours before we had this conversation. Because in 2 hours at about 10 o'clock, we'll know a lot more, because we'll have a lot more raw vote in, which will not just give us a baseline for understanding where the vote is in, where it stands, and where the vote is still out, but it'll also fill in some of the gaps here that where the spin of the campaigns will matter less. So we're not going to adjourn till 10, but I'm just telling you, it is very unlikely that on the 4 states that are our current focus, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, what I'm telling you is we'll talk about it. We'll bring people in. You all can ask questions, but don't count on knowing anything specific or definitive or quasi-definitive until after 10 Eastern time. Dan, and then Tricia, please.
Yeah, no, Mark, you're absolutely right. I think that, everyone's pointing to things that make their case.
So Dan is a Democratic political consultant, and then Tricia, the beautiful blonde, is a Republican pollster.
Look good. And they're going to continue to do that. And once you start getting 85, 90% of these counties in, you can start, drawing some conclusions. But those urban centers tend to be the last ones in. So, I did see someone just put in the chat that Trump right now is winning 25% of the black vote in Georgia. That would be a good sign for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Tricia and then Meghan McCain, just your overall thoughts, please.
Yeah, I was seeing 25% of the male black vote in Georgia, but I'll have to double check on that. Yeah, I'm seeing exit poll out of CBS that says that 5% of North Carolina voters made their decision in the last week, and that's favoring Kamala Harris. So, I mean, that's a bright spot for them. But, of course, CNN's reporting out of their exit polls that there's a 20-point swing for independents for Donald Trump. So, I mean, that's massive as well. So I think, obviously, we're all just saying that we have to see more data to really come to any conclusion on any of these.
Yeah, and people in the comments are flagging the exit is Trump is at 25% with black males in Georgia, 15% overall. Thank you. That's what I get for glancing at the chat while doing this.
Yeah. So again, we talked about on the morning meeting, we talked about the boiler rooms. Okay. These are the data geek operations. I don't usually like to use that term. These are the very smart people who work for the campaigns who have access to raw vote. They have access to folks on the ground who are feeding them information. They have access to their analytics. And the boiler rooms, unlike the network decision desks, they're not trying to be first to project a race, and they don't have the exit poll, but they do have their own analytics. And when a boiler room says to the senior staff, we're going to win this state, sometimes they're wrong, but they're usually not, right? They have a lot of information, and they're not in the business of being wrong. The Trump boiler room believes they will win Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. If that's the case, Trump will win. So we've talked for days about the Mar-a-Lago confidence. Now that extends to a same-day characterization of their smartest analytic people that Trump will win those 3 states. And if he wins those 3 states, he can't lose. It doesn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania or Michigan, assuming he wins Arizona, which he's likely to. So is Meghan here? And if she is, Meghan, we'd love to just get some initial thoughts from you about the evening.
I'm muted. Oh, got it. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Meghan.
Hello.
Thank you for joining. Glad to have you here. Thoughts on anything you want to share?
My liberal friends are freaking out, for whatever that's worth. I don't think the 25% male vote in Georgia is helping anyone. And even I don't have the numbers right directly in front of me, but the independent swing from Biden to Trump in Georgia is not a great signal for anyone who is, hoping that she will win. I think there's going to be a lot of dissecting to do. I just keep thinking of Bridget Fidesi, who you had on yesterday, who is a friend of mine, who is a woman who is very anti-Trump for a very long time and ended up voting for him because of, in no small part, the culture war issues. And I really hope that if he does win, there's some real soul searching on the side of Democrats just about the damage a lot of this has done to so many women and so many moms I know. And if he ends up losing, I hope there's some soul searching about the impact of women, because I know a lot of Nikki Haley voters, the cliche Nikki Haley voter, which I happen to be myself, who feel really left out of the party right now, really ignored. We're pretty insulted by the fact that he never asked Nikki Haley to come campaign with him. It's still a significant voting bloc. It's about anywhere between 11 to 14% of the party. I mean, no one really knows what's going on, but I do think that if he wins New Hampshire, I have a lot of personal folklore about New Hampshire, and I think it would be, for me, very hard to foresee her coming back from that.
Yeah, that's all super interesting, Meghan. Thank you. Just on the map, I wasn't right in what I said. I had to go to 270 to win to make sure. If Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, and Wisconsin, and his campaign believes he will, that doesn't get him there at all. He still needs to win. No, hold on.
He'd have to win Arizona, Nevada,
or just one of them.
Or not Nevada, Arizona.
He'd have to win Arizona. He'd still have he'd still have to win Arizona or Pennsylvania or Michigan. He'd have to win one of those. Nevada would not be enough, but Arizona would be enough. He's at 260. He's at 261 with Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. So it's not over because she could win the rest of them. It's not over even if she takes those. And again, doesn't have those. All right, let's bring some folks in for questions for Megan and for Tricia and for Dan. And we continue to watch.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic
on
House
cable.
Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term. And let's take a look at the balance of power and how it shapes up.
And says the Electoral College vote estimate on their needle right now is Trump 276, Harris 262. Of course, as more data comes in, the needle will change and its accuracy will be more pronounced.
What was your projection?
I'm sorry?
What was your projection in the Electoral College?
My prediction in the Electoral College was 297 to 241. And that was because I had Trump winning Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. I had him winning 6 of the 7 states. And that was based on Harris winning the popular vote by 1.3%. North Carolina, did they have a needle for North Carolina? They call it a toss-up. There are more votes coming in. It's about only 9% though. Harris is ahead by 3 points. Like I said, she's not hitting her marks in Orange County, but none of the other counties have enough of the vote in that are her counties for me to say that it means anything.
So I found the New York Times needle, and it shows Donald Trump ahead just a little bit. So Trump 275 Electoral College estimate to Kamala Harris 263. It's not the needle that I knew and loved, but we'll go with it.
In Georgia.
Okay, let's perhaps get back to
statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick.
Okay, let's rewind here to get all of this commentary. They had at 1.5. The latest here from Mark Halperin.
Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. Yeah, I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a. Let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. It is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout. Think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases. Maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, our Democrats taking strides forward there. They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but it's starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We'll be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping up.
You can mute this, please. Again, Harris's chances of winning Georgia and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin rely currently, this is not some revelation because this was true from the beginning, rely on big turnout from the major cities in those 3 states. And what the Trump people are saying is there's too much of a shift in rural and ex-urban counties to Trump based from 2020 for her to make it up for it. And in the three cities are slightly different as we understand it currently. In Milwaukee, underperformance. In Georgia, certainly initial underperformance. Democrats claim late strong performance. And in Philadelphia, very mixed reporting. Democrats say matched or exceeded 2020 performance out of Philadelphia. Republicans say not nearly enough out of Philadelphia. Okay. Let's.
Someone is texting me right now that Michigan, they feel like they are exceeding their targets now with the black vote, and that they now believe that Republican absentee, they won by about 5%. The model suggested it needed to be 12% or higher. There is some optimism now that some of these precincts in Detroit and other areas are coming in, that they hit their targets.
Yeah.
That's the first city that I've heard somebody say, yeah, we are seeing some good data and not just.
Okay. Brittany, come on in. You're a Trump voter from Michigan. Tell us what's on your mind, please.
Hi there. Yes, I am a first-time Trump voter. I was a Democrat my entire life. I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 reluctantly. Was not a fan of her, but I was.
Prior to this election day, what are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front, but be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. It started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. It's going to peel off a lot of black votes for it, young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand that working class coalition enough to win this election? And give me another hour or two, and I'll try to answer that question.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2-4.
And we look, does Donald Trump match or exceed his 2020
Megan or
performance?
Tricia, do you have a question for Brittany?
I do. Brittany, was there anything that Kamala Harris could have said in the last 7 to 10 days, or even the last 100 days since she took the nomination, that could have persuaded you to vote for her?
Absolutely nothing. She is one of the worst politicians I've ever seen in my entire life. I truly don't know how she made it this far. Truthfully, in politics, I think she's completely inept and incompetent. There's a reason she couldn't even make it to Iowa in 2019. She's been completely propped up because of her identity. Joe Biden literally said as much when he picked her. She was handed a nomination she didn't earn. There's literally nothing she could have said or done. I wouldn't vote for her in any capacity ever.
Okay, Megan.
Brittany, can I ask you, excuse me, how much do you think the culture war played a role in your choice today? I tweeted yesterday, it's ironic that Democrats' best chance at winning is through women voters, despite the fact that they've been unable to define what a woman is the past 4 years. I know a lot of women who have had a lot of problems with the direction of the party, and I really think
Absolutely.
underreported story of the past few years. I think the anger of moms, I just saw that Loudoun County swung, which is the county that there's a lot of controversies people can Google about, that Trump just swung it by 8 points. That's not a district I would expect Trump to win. How much of an impact do you think it had on your choice to vote for him?
Huge, huge. I am a mom as well. I have a son that's 16 months old. And yes, I mean, this started really even before my son was born. It's with the way the Democratic Party has swung on culture issues really since 2016 on, but I would say really in the last 3 to 4 years has been insane. I mean, again, as you said, and a lot of people have said, they can't define what a woman is. And I support all adults' rights to do what they want, but that's beside the point. We have to live in reality, and they don't live in reality anymore when it comes to things like this. I mean, I have lost lifelong friends because I voiced what I don't think is in any way intolerant, saying that women's spaces are women's spaces. And, it's just, you can't reason with people like this. And I don't know how I couldn't vote for a party that can't live in reality, that can't find some of the most basic facts in existence. I mean, the economy, yes, is probably my number one issue as someone who's a middle class person, but that was huge. That was huge. I can't underestimate it. And I think it is very underreported.
Brittany, thank you. Super interesting. Glad you joined us. Thank you so much. Couple things. First of all, when we talk about foreign interference in our elections, earlier today when there were bomb threats called in Georgia, the Secretary of State said they were called in by a foreign power. We've now got some bomb threats called in Pennsylvania. Very hard to stop, right? It's like a low-tech thing. They just pick up the phone, call in a bomb threat from wherever they're calling from. And so that's a challenge because it disrupts and it creates these equal protection issues. Two things from the exit poll, and again, take the exit polls with giant shakers of salt. One is it shows Donald Trump doing much better now than he did 4 years ago with Hispanic men. That was widely forecast to be the case, but it seems to be the case. And he's also doing much better with independents than he did 4 years ago. And we're seeing that in some of the individual states as well. But if he does win, those two things will be big. More communication with the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign about the 4 states we're focused on. The Trump campaign says, as I said before, they say they're quite confident they're going to win North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Arizona. They haven't given up on the other 3 battleground states, but they do believe they'll win those. And as we said a moment ago, that's enough to win. And the Harris campaign continues to point to their belief that they can still win Georgia. Okay, Pennsylvania remains a kind of a challenge. Any of the 3 of you want to say anything about any of that?
Yeah.
No. All right. Let's go to Bill Hemmer. Or no, not Bill Hemmer. To Rick Klein of ABC, please.
Very Democratic leaning, but we're going to be talking a lot about these counties, I think, tonight. This is a really interesting one. Bucks County is a place that we've seen Democrats grow their vote share. Donald Trump doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago, a little worse than he did in 2016. You see how Biden was able to jump 3 points in a place that's about 5-6% of the vote across the state. Right now, Harris netting about 14,000 votes out of Bucks. It is still very early. We have less than 10% of the total vote in, but as these counties come in, you start to see some interesting trends emerge where Kamala Harris, in that early vote that's in, hitting beyond where Joe Biden did and beyond where the 538 benchmark.
This is one of those sort of boomerang counties, right? Northampton being watched very closely.
That's right. That's right.
Because it flipped. It went to Trump. It went from Trump to Biden.
That's right.
And now, obviously, Kamala Harris is trying to win that county as well. Let's look up at Luzerne County, Lackawanna County. Obviously, Joe Biden's sort of home turf.
Yeah, we don't have any
Nothing
vote.
in yet.
No vote in yet, but these are going to be interesting ones to watch.
How about Allegheny County back to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Pittsburgh. We're seeing about 30% of the vote in, and it's almost all early by mail vote. That is 100,000 votes. That's about half of the margin that Harris has netted so far is coming out of that one county, again, ahead of where Biden was, pointing to that interesting bright spot in early vote that we saw for Democrats in Pennsylvania.
We're going to be looking at the rural portions of Pennsylvania too, Terry, because you've reported on this extensively. And Donald Trump is going to have to keep that rural vote right where it was, or improve upon it if he wants to make up for the loss 4 years ago, 80,000 or so votes.
Okay,
exactly.
go ahead.
That is his strength.
CNN is projecting the North Carolina race and the governor's race, rather. And interesting thing, there were so many topics that were said to be going to be factors in the fall: campus protests, the final economic statistics, and then people said the governor's race. And they said when the Republican nominee was blown up, they said this was going to be bad for Donald Trump. There's now a theory that I've heard from people in both parties that the CNN investigative piece on the gubernatorial candidate, which was clearly oppo given to them by the Democrats, actually made it better for Trump because it took that race out of the news. And Trump is going to run well ahead of his party's gubernatorial nominee. And again, some people are going to look back and say that was a mistake for the Democrats. They should have let the guy who was plenty controversial and was going to lose the race anyway stay in the race, would have been campaigning with Trump. It might have made it harder for Trump to win the state. That's a theory. Trisha, Dan, Megan, what do you think of that theory?
Yeah, I mean, also if you are just, not only did it take it out of the news, but if you were disgusted by the conduct of let's say both, you could punish the gubernatorial candidate because perhaps his conduct was more outrageous, and it would make you feel a little less, bad might be the wrong word, to vote for Trump, right? And so splitting that difference in your head perhaps is something that some GOP voters did.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm fully buying that, just given in the Trump era, split ticket is so rare. But as well, I mean, I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention, like a lot of people, because it seems like this is a no-win for Republicans, given that Oppo research. But I would like to know, what were the ads saying? Were they affiliating Trump with Robinson? What were the pamphlets that are getting passed out? Was it seen Donald Trump cozying up to him? Is there going to be an up at the top of the ticket? Is Robinson going to impact Trump? That'd be unusual, but it could happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
it could.
Look, if you want to talk about ticket splitting, Arizona is a great indicator of that. I'm personally looking forward to hearing Kari Lake's loss announced. She has a 78% chance of losing, according to the Cook political report as of yesterday. I'm not just manifesting something. And I think it's a longer conversation if Trump wins about candidate quality, because it doesn't always work. I'm still not convinced his disciples can pull off, and his imitators can pull off what he just did. And Kari Lake has now lost the governor's race in Arizona and will lose the Senate race in Arizona, turning my home state that was red for over 80 years blue, entirely blue. And I think, at a certain point, there are, again, independents, center-right people, libertarians, especially in Arizona, that aren't just going to want, these MAGA imitators. And even if we win the White House, I still think there's longer, broader conversations about ticket splitting, because it's happening right now in Arizona.
Yeah. All right. Let's check in on John King real quick, please.
Big Democratic stronghold. This was critical to Biden coming back in Georgia as they counted the votes in 2020. Trump had an early lead, but as the count went on into the day after and the day after that, Clayton County was one of the places where Joe Biden got a lot of votes. And you see 85% for the vice president, about 3/4 of the count, 76% right there. So how does that compare to 2020? About the same, right? You got 85 when you round that up. You got 85 when you round that up. So here we go in Georgia again. So far as you go through it, you've got a very competitive race. So that one's competitive. Let's come out of there. I want to go up and look at Michigan. We haven't spent any time here yet. Only 6% of the vote in. So be careful about anything, but you're trying to look and see what happens.
Kornacki,
Again,
please.
this is Kent County. Both campaigns focus on
road to 270 scenario. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats. Give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these 4 right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost 2 sections here. Take these 3 together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic County, this is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that pro.
Hey, let's bring the Kipper back to the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, how's my favorite narcissist news talk doing this election night?
I am blessed, bro. Feeling good.
I sensed an extra air of confidence in your voice tonight. I figure you got Elliot Blatt somewhere in the bowels doing exit polling data.
Yeah, and I've got a whole team of Vietnamese in my basement at the decision desk.
HQ. Luke Ford, HQ. Yes, Kimadov is somewhere doing online analytics. Probably feeding off Russian bots as we speak. Am I right?
Yep. I got the Jews and the Vietnamese like working hand in glove.
So what's the data telling you?
Looking good. Nothing. There have been no indications that would move me. I mean, I'm sure there have been some indications, but overall, it still looks very good for Donald Trump. It looks even better than it did before any results came in.
And this is data talking, not Adderall, right? Or a little bit of both?
Correct. I actually have not been on Adderall for about a month. My Adderall provider essentially went kaput, and I've just been dealing with my ADHD through non-stimulant medication.
They won't keep him in jail too long. It ain't no biggie. I was thinking that the Dems may be haunted by Trump because, they made such a big deal about kicking his ass in 2020 by any means necessary. And basically, pretty much lost all credibility, you would hope. But if he wins tonight and gets the House and the Senate, that's like their worst nightmare personified, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why Halperin says it's going to be a major mental health crisis on the left if Trump wins. Yeah.
And have you ever seen his crew so somber as they were tonight?
Trump's crew somber? That they don't seem somber.
Halperin.
Oh, Halperin. I don't know. I didn't pick up the somber vibe, but perhaps you're right. I didn't think of it in that sense.
I don't know that I'm as big a fan of his as you are, but I became more a fan of his when I saw him calling out the lunacy, how they've been over the top in the last couple of, I guess the last week, like a last-ditch Hail Mary, the way they've kind of lost all ethics in reporting. That's rare on there. It made me wonder. I mean, it's sad times that we live in. It made me wonder how much access he loses just by giving a little honesty. You know what I mean? You think that's
he's been in this rather centrist mode his entire career. So he has excellent sources among both Democrats and Republicans. So I've never heard him complain or other people complain. It was Mickey Kaus who was praising Mark Halperin to high heavens more than 20 years ago, which brought him to my attention.
Mm-hmm. You like the guy that wears the blue jacket a lot. Is it Dave something or another that's on there with Sean Spicer a lot?
Oh, Dan Turrentine. He's a Democrat. but I think he's really fair. I think he does an unbelievable job showing empathy for Republicans.
Yes, I think he's also a rare, honest Democrat, and he comes with a little extra zest because he has some of the strangest facial expressions sometimes. So it's like a little bonus, you know what I mean? Not only do you get to hear a little truth from a Democrat every once in a while, but he has some strange expressions. They're all funny, you know, because he smiles a lot when he's sitting there, even when he's not talking. So sometimes he's got a
great smile. He's got a very expressive face, and he can just tell looking at him. If you didn't know anything about him and you just looked at him, you would say that guy's on the left. That guy's a Democrat. He's got the physiognomy of the leftist.
Yes. And while we're on the subject of election night, you remember 2016, the media meltdown because they thought they had that election in the bag. We don't sense it at all in this election, so we can't really capture lightning twice. But man, that was some of the best TV ever. It was like that Martha Radich talking about.
She shed tears when Hillary lost on the air.
Oh God, these people.
I watched back. I watched back. I watched the replays on YouTube of the major networks covering the 2016 election night coverage. It was just so much fun. I would get on my exercise bike and ride miles and just watch back CNN and ABC and NBC and CBS. It's terrific.
You being a media junkie is really invaluable to somebody like me, because I think it has like a deleterious effect on my soul. You know what I mean? But you kind of lean into it. You know what I mean? You're kind of letting it bounce off of you, so to speak. But I was going to ask.
One quick note. Chris Kavanaugh of Decoding the Gurus has tweeted, initial signs not looking good. He's on the left. Okay, back to you, Kim.
Awesome. I was just going to say, are the networks even feigning objectivity tonight? Because, you know, typically on election night, they'll show up wearing red, white, and blue and just talk about how great just the process is. Are they feigning that, or are they just wearing
I'm not able to listen to them except for the brief excerpts that Halpern plays. So if Trump wins, I am going to watch back all the networks just for the entertainment value.
Every one of them, every one of the networks shield for Biden Harris.
Yes.
You know,
I can't wait.
And you know, people got a little bit out of shape saying that maybe there was an election violation for Kamala doing Saturday Night Live over the weekend or whatever. That pales in comparison to the way they just threw away their ethics and whatever morals they may have had. You know, from about 2015 on, before. About the time they knew Donald Trump was a serious threat, they thought whatever they had earned, it's all been gone since then. So I just really wonder, like, going forward, do you think there will ever come a time they're going to be like held account or be any sort of a reckoning for what they did, not only throughout the Trump years, the way they shit on him constantly, but the way, you know, how much you think the media has to blame for those 160, 170 cities burning back in 2020, because the media exclusively showed us police shitting on black people to the exclusion, as if police were treating everybody else with kid gloves. How much responsibility do you think they bear for all that? And do you think that'll just be all swept under the rug? And the same way, do you think the whole shitting on Trump for 8 years will be just swept under the rug?
Well, it depends on according to whom. So they're substantially losing their audience on the right, and many people on the center just think they're unfair. So accountability, I would say losing your audience is accountability. And so many people have shifted to watching Megyn Kelly or Mark Halperin or Luke Ford or Ben Shapiro or alternative sources of information and commentary. So there's accountability there. Now, to what degree do I blame Black Lives Matter rioting on the news media, the amount of destruction caused by Black Lives Matter? I would say less than 5%. I overwhelmingly blame Black Lives Matter. So the news media didn't take people who are not interested in rioting and strongly incentivize them to riot. It's that they they opened up a possibility to people who were predisposed in that direction. So I overwhelmingly hold the rioters responsible, and the media maybe 5% responsible.
Do you agree with me that elements within the Democratic Party, union leaders and whatnot, probably spiced up those riots and made sure that things were burned down just to cause chaos and just to say this is what you get with Trump is chaos? Or do you think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill when
I think that's probably true. That there was a line I heard on the alt-right that the Antifa are the shock troops of the establishment. And there's some truth to that. There's some truth to say Black Lives Matter are the shock troops of the establishment in the sense that they were so heavily subsidized by Fortune 500 companies.
Right, and you notice the way they and Antifa never really got a reckoning the same way that someone like the Proud Boys did. The Proud Boys could just cough in the wrong direction; they were going to throw them under the jail for a couple of years. And along that same line, will Trump's 47 term be as exhaustive as Trump's 45? Because the media set backfires and lies and half-truths every day of the year, Luke Ford. Every day of the year. It was 4 years of media deception, and it kind of grated on my nerves and, kind of tested my sanity. And do you think we're in for, let's see, that's
yes.
1,461 more days of this year?
Yes.
Do you think that's what we're in for?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, shit. That's not... I don't know. That's not encouraging. But that's the thing that I thought might not get him elected, is because the people say even if he is right, I don't want 4 more years of that shit. That actually worried me. But hopefully I was wrong about that. So they actually create that stuff and then it gets used against I don't know. We can guess how many number of people, but I just felt like that was going to be something that Democrats would be like, I'm not really crazy about this woke stuff, but this Trump thing, I don't want the chaos. And I was afraid there was going to be too much of that thinking amongst the centrist type of crowd.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of that thinking in 2020. I think that thinking helped cost Trump the 2020 election.
I'll leave you with what I thought was an interesting stat, which was the 2020 election. I think Trump had won like 2,500 counties plus, and I guess Biden in 2020 had only won like 500 counties. But what I thought was interesting, because you look at 2,500 to 500, that's like over 83% of the counties were Trump. But when you look at the GDP of said counties, it was 73% of the GDP was in those blue counties, and only 27% of the GDP was on those red counties. So that lets you know all that corporate influence, it's all concentrated in those blue counties. You know what I mean? They're just like mega centers of power. But care to take a whack at the 5 largest counties GDP wise? And I'll tell you, LA was number 1. So you want to guess the other 4 top counties?
Whatever one contains Silicon Valley, is that San Jose or?
You're right.
Yeah.
Santa Clara. That was number 5. Yes, sir.
That was number 5, and then Manhattan, New York.
Yes, sir. That was number. It was shown in chunks, so I couldn't tell which one was bigger, New York or LA. But surprisingly, Manhattan had the same size blue chunk as LA did.
Were there 2 counties in the San Francisco Bay Area, not just Santa Clara?
I mean, San Francisco is a county, but bro, it's only like maybe
it's tiny.
60 square miles or something. Yeah, it's small. And Alameda County is not huge either. So I guess that's why Santa Clara is the financial center, I guess, of that region. But the other 2, if you want to take a guess,
I don't know.
Harris County and Cook County. That would be Houston and Chicago. So
really,
you would kind of be,
okay.
Yeah, you would kind of expect that. But anyway, I'll leave you with that. You got more important
bro.
work to do than deal with me, but good chat with you, bro.
Okay, man. Take care. So Trump outperforming his 2020 numbers in Philadelphia with the absentee vote. Trump still holding the lead in Virginia. That's surprising. So no reason right now to believe that Donald Trump is not going to win this. All right, let's check back in with Halpern. I'll play him at 1.5.
High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016, and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically
Go ahead and mute it, please. Okay, so let me tell you what we're doing now. We're going to take a break and come back with you at 9 o'clock. And we'll be with you for about 7 minutes at 9 o'clock. And then North Carolina and Georgia. And the pushback is much stronger from Wilmington about Georgia than it is about North Carolina. There's not much pushback from them on North Carolina. If the Trump people are right about Georgia, and presuming, as both campaigns do, that Arizona will also go to Trump, then we're back to the question of whether Harris can win all three of the Great Lakes states. And right now, we don't know much about Michigan. We know that Milwaukee is a big problem, Wisconsin's a big problem, and Pennsylvania, there's still this big debate about whether enough votes coming out of Philadelphia. So we will see you. You'll get a link. You can rejoin here on Zoom at 9 o'clock, or if you want to join.
Okay, let's check in. Okay, Megyn Kelly's show is going to be starting up soon. All right, this is the People's Pundit. Let's check in.
And the real story. We will just have to wait and see. Yeah, notice nobody ever says, wait, concern yourself about the blue mirage, the red mirage. The blue mirage. Everybody always says, wait. Looking at some of these.
Okay, let's try Henry Olson here.
I'm curious what you make of the reality of the split ticket voting that we're seeing in North Carolina. I mean, if we're seeing a race called for Josh Stein this early in the night, but we're seeing Trump running ahead of Kamala Harris, what does that tell us about the electorate there? What are your takeaways about the fact that there are still, thousands of voters in a state like North Carolina who are splitting their ticket, it seems like?
Yeah, well, the fact is the governor's race is very high profile, and Mark Robinson had some very high profile issues, and people are, a large number of people are making the distinction, yes on Trump, no on Mark Robinson. And that's kind of what the lesson of 2022 was, is that there's not the sort of split ticket voting we saw.
Okay, it appears that the Democrats will hold on to New Hampshire, and Trump is cutting into Democratic margins in Virginia, but Kamala Harris will likely still win Virginia. Trump still favored in Georgia, and not looking good for Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio.
And so Mark Robinson definitely hits the weird and kind of the gross and all of the above. And so people made that distinction. But of course, they can make the distinction that Josh Stein is not Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is not Mark Robinson. So I think that's what explains it.
I'm curious to hear your thoughts on some of the results that we're seeing in Pennsylvania. I'm sitting here in Philadelphia, PA. I had a really interesting experience today, voting, talking to people, getting some kind of on the ground poll.
Okay, let's check in with Megyn Kelly.
Maybe you're considering whether an IRA or 401k still.
That's right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She'd win the Electoral College, 270, 268. And there, we still don't have enough data to make a decision. Sean's from Ohio, and we were talking about the Ohio numbers earlier, and he can tell you about these, but they're a little, Trump's not running as strong in Ohio as the polls had suggested, and that might be a bit of a cause for concern. But in plenty of the other places around the South, in Georgia, Trump's running strong. But the upper Midwest is where this ball game is going to be won or lost.
Okay, Sean, you go. Ohio, what?
Yeah, the Ohio results right now are close. Now, there's still a lot of votes to be counted there, and a lot of this is going to be early vote, which is typically favorable to Democrats. But the question isn't whether or not Trump wins Ohio. He's going to win it. The question is, does he win it by just 8 points? If he does, that suggests there hasn't been the kind of swing in the upper Midwest that we've seen in places like Florida and Georgia. that in turn kind of gives us some concern for Republicans about Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Incidentally, this is exactly what we saw in 2022, where Florida was big for Republicans. Georgia came home for Republicans not named Herschel Walker. Virginia swung. I mean, it's crazy right now. Trump's only losing Loudoun County by 15 points. He lost it by 25 in 2020. But it's that Rust Belt
Virginia
that didn't move. Yeah, if we're talking about Pennsylvania, we just get nervous.
So what's the path for Trump if he loses all 3 states in the blue wall? Can he do it, Sean, if he wins all of the Sun Belt, including Nevada and New Hampshire?
At that point, he really kind of has to pull a rabbit out of his hat. Maybe, I mean, Virginia's close right now. So maybe that doesn't count for Harris. Like, yeah, it is a close state right now. It's almost certainly going to be low single digits. Maybe New Hampshire. One thing no one's really paid a lot of attention to is New Mexico. And if Trump really does bring it home with Hispanic voters, that's a place. But these are long shots. If he doesn't win one of the blue wall states, it is hard for him to win the presidency.
Tom Bevan, I know how you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to add, I'll raise you one better. I mean, we haven't, and I'm not saying this is likely, but obviously Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, could come down to that one blue dot in Nebraska, right? If Trump is able to win that,
the blue dot,
we'd be at a 269 tie and it'd go to the House of Representatives.
Wait, but stop, because this stuff confuses me. So what would get him to the blue dot in 269? All the Sun Belt. So it would have to be North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, right? All that, all 4 of those. And then what number would that put him at?
That would put him, he would lose 270 to 268.
Okay,
Kamala
but
Harris
then if he gets the blue dot.
Michigan and Wisconsin. Correct. The congressional district in Nebraska, which is, we had a little bit of polling out there. Kamala Harris was ahead. This is right around Omaha. It's a pretty liberal area. It would be this
He's
would
not
also
win
be a
that
sort of
blue dot.
rabbit out of the hat. Well, he may have a better chance actually winning there than he does in a place like New Hampshire, but
if he wins, what I said is correct, right, Tom? If he wins all the Sun Belt, those 4 states, including Nevada and New Hampshire, he's got it. He's over 270.
If he won New Hampshire, he would, yeah.
Yeah, and I realize New Hampshire
basically
is
anything
also
at that point.
kind of,
if he wins New Hampshire, or if he wins Virginia, or if he wins New Mexico, but he would have to win one additional state to get over 270.
And I'm kind of making up that New Hampshire is even a thing. I mean, I have heard people mention it. He did visit it. It's not entirely impossible, but it is not a swing state, and it is not expected to go Republican. He would be much happier if he could just win Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or Michigan. Go ahead, Tom.
It is a state that Hillary Clinton only won by 2,700 votes in 2016. So it's not out of the, now it did swing pretty hard for Joe Biden in 2020, but in other ways, this map is looking a lot more like 2016. So it's not out of the question, but I think to your point, it might be a little bit of a reach.
Sean Trendy, Reuters reporter Jarrett Renshaw just reported as follows. Election night jitters are hitting Democrats hard. They don't like what they are seeing in exit polls, particularly support for Trump among Latinos and Black men. Are you seeing those same trends?
We are. Again, Loudoun County is a county that's in demographic flux, and Donald Trump doesn't shoot up 10 points just on the backs of white voters there. We can also see some softness for Harris in southwestern Georgia, where there's a lot of rural Black voters. What I'm really excited about, just from a pure demographic nerd perspective, is what happens to those counties along the Rio Grande Valley. Those were counties that have voted for Democrats going back to LBJ. Donald Trump put a crack in the wall there. If he really does push it forward, we're talking about a whole new political chapter for that area of the country. And it's very much possible, given what we're seeing, especially in a place like Florida.
One other thing for you, Sean. Harry Enton over at CNN reporting that in North Carolina, we now have 9 counties with 95% or more of the vote in. I don't know how many counties there are, saying Trump is matching his 2020 performance nearly exactly. That would be good news for Trump since he won that state. He won it by a little bit more than a point last time around. But it seems like so far his performance in North Carolina is strong.
Yeah, there's 100 counties in the state, so it's about 9% of the counties in. But the fact that they're all the vote is in, and he's holding serve in a state that he won by a couple points, suggests that he's probably on his way to that Sun Belt sweep we were talking about. It's going to come down to Rust Belt.
All right, Tom, this is the best news I've seen for Trump tonight. Oh, by the way, this just in. This is not great news for Trump. News Nation, Decision Desk HQ, they are projecting that Kamala Harris has won Virginia, which wouldn't come as a surprise, but it would remove one of the states that we just discussed as like Hail Mary path for Trump from that path. But listen to this, Tom Bevan. The latest round of exit polling just hit at 9 p.m. And it's got data from 10 key states. White suburban women, and this is significant, but white suburban women here, let me see it. Hold on, I want to get it for you.
Okay, let's cross over. Mark Halperin is back. What the hell? Come on, X.
Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead
mute
there
this,
by
please.
roughly
Let me tell you
16,000
where
votes.
we
That's
are.
about a
Did some reporting and just to firms up our conception of things. Harris is going to win New Hampshire, but independents are a real problem for her there, as they are everywhere. We saw what's going on in Virginia, and Mar-a-Lago says, keep your eye on Virginia, but she'll probably win it. But again, we're seeing there a problem with Hispanic men. We're seeing a problem there with independents for her. Mar-a-Lago continues to be firm about Georgia and North Carolina and Wisconsin. Problem. And the pushback from Wilmington is vague and not compelling. And
hey, let's play this on the YouTube link here.
And the pushback from Wilmington is vague and not compelling. And both sides continue to be optimistic about Pennsylvania. Dan, what are you hearing?
Yeah, to be realistic about it at this point, Republicans are confident, Democrats are hopeful, and hope is not a strategy. And at this point, they just aren't pointing to any demographic that turned out, better than they thought, any region of a state that they thought is turning out better than they thought. And it does appear at this point that the map is beginning to look harder and harder. And this reminds me of kind of Romney 2012, when, Mark, as you've said, the Obama campaign said they had these small, durable leads. It held as the election night went on. And, you increasingly just start trying to grasp at anything to hang your hat.
Yeah. Tricia, what's your sense of things?
Yeah, I think Virginia is interesting. Like you said, I don't expect Donald Trump to actually pull it off, but even the microcosm of Loudoun County, I think it speaks to what Brittany was talking about earlier, as far as, is this cultural issues, parental rights, the trans issue, is that a sleeper issue in this election? And I think that might be part of the postmortem that we see after this election, whether it goes for Harris or goes for Donald Trump.
Yeah. So we've not seen data on Black men. And we all know that was something that was much discussed. We have seen in the exit poll, and it correlates with the sense of where the races have gone. We have seen data on Hispanic men shifted to Trump. We've seen independents. We've seen that wrong track number. And we've also seen the rural vote turnout. Those were all considered by Mar-a-Lago, by independent analysts, to be foundations of a potential Trump win. Is doing well with those groups. The big issue we still don't know about is the question of abortion rights and the question of Black men, as I said. Let's listen to John King, please, for just a moment.
%. Same with Michigan. We come over, we're up to 10% here right now, 53 to 45. Again, if there's an 8-point lead in Michigan, then you have a blowout. You expect this to be very close in the end. We're missing a lot, right? Earlier tonight, Grand Rapids was red for Donald Trump. That's Kent County out here. Right now, you see it's almost a tie right there. This is one of the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. Fiercely, formerly reliably red, now a closely fought suburban area around Grand Rapids. We'll keep an eye on that.
Okay,
but still
that's
nothing
good.
out of Wayne County, Detroit.
Give up on John.
I just want to come
So,
up here to Ingham.
As I said, if you want to stay with me and Dan, you can see us on Megyn Kelly starting in about 3 minutes. We'll be back at 10 o'clock, and 10 o'clock will be a key hour. We're going to have
Trump is beating Harris with them 51-47. This is the first look we're really getting at demographics from the 10 key states the exit polling is looking at. And so far, as of 9 p.m. Eastern, Trump is beating Harris 51-47 with white suburban women, Tom.
So I predicted we'd know who wins by 6:30 p.m. I'm feeling pretty confident, all right? We're 23 minutes away from that. And right now, right, looks quite strong. Donald Trump, he keeps inching ahead in the New York Times Needle, right? They currently estimate him securing 280 electoral votes. That's 10 more than he needs for victory.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, they're exit polls. We don't ever. I mean, I've done this long enough to know that, like, I just throw the exit polls in the garbage. I mean, they're usually wrong. Sometimes they're catastrophically wrong. So I don't put much stock in
And then
that.
they change. They change dramatically, like hour to hour.
Exactly. So, but I want to go back to the Rust Belt for a second because the Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin's the state where we've had the biggest polling misses over the last 2 cycles. 2016 and 2020 was like 6 points, big ones, and it didn't get better. From
it was like 11 points in 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, we had a poll that was 11 points, and ended up, Biden won it by less than a point. So, I mean, it's been a really, really tough state for pollsters to gauge. And,
Okay, Sean Tren just wrote on Twitter, Donald Trump clearly running ahead of 2020 in the South and in the Sun Belt. Will he do it in the Rust Belt as well? In 2022, the midterm elections, those states didn't budge for the Republicans. So Trump won Ohio by 8 in 2020. He wins by 8 to 9 again. This time round is not a great sign for him. That would be when we start taking seriously about the Harris knife fight scenario, where we gut it out of the 3 big blue wall states, the Rust Belt states, decided by half a point in either direction. Tim Alberta posted a few seconds ago, the race we expected, Republicans grow their cushion in rural areas, make gains with urban non-white men, meaning Democrats must run up historic landslide margins with suburban women. Can Harris outrun Biden by 5 points in those big metro counties? That is your ball game.
we have Harris ahead there, but by less than half a percentage point in our average of a bunch of different polls. There is some data suggesting that Trump could win that state. And, Mark Halpern's been reporting that, his sources are saying that Democrats are depressed about what's going on in Milwaukee and other places. So I think, if Harris does win Pennsylvania, she does win Michigan, it could come down to Wisconsin again. And I mean, that state has been, outside of Obama's win in 08 and 12, it has been the closest state in the country every single election. And it's been decided by a total, I did this analysis a few months ago, something like 60,000 or 80,000 votes in 4 elections. I mean, every time, again, outside of Obama, it's been like 10,000 votes or 15,000 votes. It's been ridiculously close. And it might be that again tonight.
Okay, we don't know much. We believe we know that she won Virginia, according to News Nation anyway. We don't have our own independent decision desk here, but that's being projected, not a surprise. These guys are coming back in just a bit. Tom and Sean, thank you. Back to you
Australia, and we're looking at Georgia, a key swing state, where it looks as though Decision Desk and New York Times project, based on results, and both of them have Trump about a 70% chance of winning Georgia. So that would be a key piece of the Southern Sun Belt strategy he needs to get to 270.
Okay, so Charlie, I know one of the things you're looking at is what's happening down in Florida with this ballot initiative that got Trump tripped up a little. He was asked if he was going to vote for this ballot initiative that was going to enshrine the right to an abortion in the Florida.
Right, so this is Rich Lowry, who was just speaking, the editor of National Review, and Charles Cook, National Review contributor.
Constitution, and they've come to a decision on it.
To the election of Jeb Bush in 1998, that's really when Florida starts to shed its Democratic Party heritage and to stop being an old boys network type state and to start attracting people from all over and investment and business and so on. But just a shocking number of the people who have moved into Florida and voted and registered Republican in the last 5 years have done so because of how different the state was under COVID than where they came from, which is New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, the Midwest. I think you have to give a lot of that credit to DeSantis.
Yeah, if one, it just shows how politics changes, right? Ohio and Florida used to be the swing states, and now just aren't even a factor on the map. And also, if you
right, New York Times shifts Michigan to 50-50. They previously had it favoring Kamala Harris.
Looked at Florida in 2022, and now I say everything's fine, everything's going to work out, everything must be great because we're crushing it. Republicans are crushing it in Florida now, but we don't know because now Florida's kind of an outlier and how Republican it is.
Yeah, and it works the other way around. It's funny. I went back recently and I watched the coverage of the 2000 election because I wasn't here then. I didn't even really know what was happening. And it's funny how the hosts on the CNN broadcast that I watch, you can see it all on YouTube, talk about some states as if they're just self-evidently Republican. Virginia is one of them. They say, well, George W. Bush has won Virginia. Of course, George W. Bush has
West
won.
Virginia went Republican.
Oh, that's true. That was a shock, I think, when it happened. But Colorado was another one. Well, of course, he's won Colorado's electoral votes, whereas now he wouldn't.
Unimaginable.
And Florida, I just think, again, over a short period of time to go from what it was to where it is now. And the New York Times Siena poll said that Scott and Trump were going to win the state by 12 or 13 points. That's what just happened.
Okay, here's where we at now in the swing states. Pennsylvania, Trump +5. Nevada, Trump +0.8. North Carolina, Trump 2.1 percentage points. Georgia, Trump up 2.3. Arizona, Trump up 3.5. New York Times increasing their margins for Donald Trump. Keeps ticking up in the New York Times needle, now projecting him to get 281 Electoral College votes.
From what I've seen. And they had to publish another piece defending themselves, saying, we think we're right about this, because there was still all of this residual sense that it was in play. But it's not in play. It's changed. It's gone.
So 2000, before your time, but it was one of the great election nights I've ever experienced, because it's so dramatic, because it's so close, a little like tonight might be, who knows, maybe it won't be. But the media pulling back Florida after calling it was just extraordinary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another piece of news for you, Charlie, for your home state. They have apparently defeated a ballot initiative that would have enshrined the right to smoke weed in the Constitution. They are not in favor of legalizing marijuana. And so Florida, I mean, Ron DeSantis kind of batting 1,000 on this, to your point. And also an update for you guys on, these are not real numbers. These are just the New York Times' needle projection on how they think this race is going. The New York Times is now saying that they're projecting Kamala Harris looks like she, at this rate, will win the popular vote. Again, this is just a guess, by 0.8, which would be no bueno for her, because in order to, to carry that victory over into the Electoral College, it would have to be, by most estimates from the pollsters, 2 points or more, certainly not 0.8. They have now increased the prediction for Trump's Electoral College victory from 275, he only needs 270, to 280. They had 275 to 263. Now they're saying they project it will be Trump 280, Harris 258. Very interesting to see them doing this. And then Decision Desk HQ, which I believe is working with News Nation to make calls, is now giving Trump a 70% chance of winning the election. All of this is a little bit of voodoo. I hate to say that because people say it too much, but it doesn't mean he's going to win. It just means he's looking strong to them based on the initial data. And one last point, guys. The New York Times has not yet called Virginia. And the New York Times' Nate Cohn has tweeted out that Trump is doing much better in Virginia than he did 4 years ago when he lost by 10 points. But there are very few places where he is running 10 points better than he did last time. So in other words, he lost last time by 10 points, and he's doing better than that this time. But there are very few places where he's running 10 points better than he did last time. Maybe he means outside of Virginia. I'm actually not sure what that means. He'll still lose, but he's not going to lose by 10 points. That is interesting, guys, that he's doing better in Virginia than he did the last time, and that more and more the New York Times seem to be projecting, as is Decision Desk HQ, it's looking like a strong night for Donald Trump, Rich.
Yeah, so Charlie and I are both sports fans, so we were just talking earlier about if you follow any game on the ESPN app, the percentage odds of a team winning does not necessarily, it can be too sensitive and just something goes wrong and it changes. But by the way, all props to you on the sports reference, the Hail Mary pass. That was impressive.
Rich, but you and Andy McCarthy have gotten me up to speed. I have to suffer through your sports talk.
Yeah, you've learned the argot.
I do.
But it seems as though, Megan, still early, but with Harris perhaps overperforming some in Ohio and Trump seeming strong in Georgia and a little stronger than you would expect in Virginia, this may set up the emphasize that the likeliest scenario for Harris is just holding the blue wall by the skin of her teeth, barely winning the popular vote and just barely winning the blue wall states while Trump sweeps the southern tier. And as you're talking about with Tom and Sean, unless there's a miracle in New Hampshire where the last time I looked, he's behind by 10 points with about 25-30% of the vote in. Unless that happens, he needs one of them. He needs one of them.
He needs one. Yeah, and so before we get too far ahead of our skis, so yes, the data is looking good in some ways for Trump, but we haven't heard any promising update from, or not promising, just nothing, from Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin since we started seeing vote come in. Not one, and he does need one of those unless he pulls a rabbit out of his hat by getting a new...
And New York Times needle keeps ticking up for Donald Trump, now projects him to win 285 electoral votes, says that he's favored to win in Georgia, toss-up Michigan, favored to win in North Carolina, toss-up in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. But New York Times needle keeps ticking up for Donald Trump.
Hampshire, in addition to Nevada, and he's not going to get Virginia now. We know that. So don't start celebrating. It's way too early. She could still win this thing. We're just reading little tea leaves here and there. All right, more with Rich and Charlie in just a bit. Here with me now, Spencer Kimball. He's executive director of Emerson College Polling. Spencer, thank you for joining me. So tell us what's jumped out at you so far tonight.
Well, listening in, Megan, I think you've kind of touched on Trump overperforming where some of the polls thought he was going to be, and obviously where he was in 2020.
And what's the New York Times track record? The New York Times has the best polling out of all the public polls. The New York Times has an excellent track record on election night predictions and reading of data. Right? They are the New York Times are the gold standard when it comes to this information.
Okay. Is there anything in particular, any jurisdiction? Is there anything you can glean from what he's done so far?
Well, I mean, if we take a look at the real key states of Georgia and North Carolina, our swing states, that's where Harris put a lot of money and efforts into the race. We look at a state like Florida or Texas where Trump is running up the numbers. Harris really didn't compete there. So in the states where she was competing, he's starting to pick up 2-3 point advantage in Georgia. And if he can hold that number, that's a state that he needs to take back that Biden was able to take. And then same thing in North Carolina. That's one that Harris was looking to hold. If we jump up to Pennsylvania, I know that the numbers are early there, but the concern for the Harris team is the early vote. And I'm sure you've discussed it. They're down about 600,000 votes from 2020 when they had 1.6 million early votes. This time they only have 1 million early votes. The Republicans held the 600,000 early votes from 2020 and kept it here in 2024. So I think as we see that vote count come in Pennsylvania, that early vote missed by Harris might actually cost her the election.
Wow. The Times just moved Georgia and North Carolina from toss-up to, quote, lean Trump. They're doing this as they're seeing raw vote come in. And they, like you, understand where the raw vote is coming from, which counties are still outstanding. All of that is what goes into making projections of these states. So what do you make of that, the fact that they've decided right now to move Georgia? They moved to lean Trump a little while ago. Just a second, they moved North Carolina from toss-up to lean Trump.
Well, I mean,
And yeah, so the New York Times says there's a 66% chance of a Donald Trump victory. Right, and that's switched from 50% at the beginning of the night. And yeah, this is the New York Times Needle. It's a lot of fun.
Take a look at like even Indiana and Kentucky. Trump is overperforming where he was. So there's this base of support that's coming out beyond where he was in 2020, which was a very close election. So as we see that in these other states, it's appearing it's happening in the key swing states. And if they're happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, where he's picking up more, then what's to say Wisconsin, which was within a point, doesn't swing in his direction based on what we're seeing in these other states around the country. And even Ohio is up around 9-10% right now, which is in that Midwest to give us a little bit of a taste of where that might go. But Indiana, again, gives us a little flavor as well that he seems to be doing better than what was anticipated. And perhaps it's the rural vote that's coming out at a pretty strong rate and a very intense rate, not just 75%, like 90% support.
We've been discussing, you and I, for a while now, whether Trump would outperform his polls or whether this would be a 2022 election where we expected a red wave and we didn't get it. And the Democrats outperformed the polls. Does it look to you right now like Trump is outperforming his polls, or is it too early to say?
Well, I mean, based on what we're seeing in the states that have counted their votes, he is outperforming those numbers, sometimes by a larger amount, 4 or 5 points, but at least by 2 or 3. And, Virginia, as case in point, he's cut that lead in half, where if the idea was that Harris had momentum and was going to carry it, you would think that she'd at least hold it by 9-10, and maybe she will. But right now, it's a tied race. And that's beyond the expectation, I think, of what was going to be in play tonight.
So far, Spencer, do you see evidence of a surge of female voters turning out in greater numbers than expected, greater numbers than we saw in 2020 for Harris?
No, not on the eastern seaboard. What we expected in Georgia is a 55-45 female to male split. That's what we traditionally see in Georgia, and that's what we're seeing right now. For Harris, you would want to see that number closer to 57-43, and we're just not seeing that. And that's why I guess Georgia has been moved over or moving over to the Trump column. Now, as we get up into Pennsylvania, remember, there's just 3 states we have to look at: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And depending on how those play out in the next hour or so, we'll see where the election goes. But there could be an early call, particularly as those votes get counted in Wisconsin. I've
got to ask you about the Ann Seltzer Des Moines Register poll. She had Trump down 3, Kamala Harris up 3, leading him by 3 in the red state of Iowa. You guys did a similar poll like same time and showed Trump beating her by 10. So diametrically opposed results. You guys are gold. They say she's gold. So what did you make of her poll?
It was a great opportunity for iron against iron, steel against steel. We see how it matters.
Okay, let's check out breaking points
before. And, looking at it right now, they have it 280 Trump, 258 Harris for their projection. These aren't fantastic.
I mean, if neither party has to take any particular racial demographic group for granted.
Yes, then you always currently have to fight. Like you guys said, though, I mean, this we really cannot ignore where some of these individual decisions, especially in Michigan, that would be huge. Like if she loses Michigan by hair. I mean, remember Hillary, I think, wasn't that Hillary's tie to state?
It was.
I want to say it was.
Yes, I think it was.
Yeah,
it was an average of 2 votes per precinct.
Right. So there you go. So Michigan would be her tie. I mean, we'll see what the results are for today. But that's where the Cheney thing, and
this is where it's going with Cheney. But every time she would get asked about the slaughter of civilians in Gaza, even in front of Arab American audiences, she would say, well, the most important tragedy that we need to talk about is October 7th.
Right. Logan's got something he wants to flag.
Yeah. Nothing that crazy, but I think it could make a difference. The Arab American vote couldn't matter in Michigan if it's close. I think it's honestly more the youth vote more than anything else, though. It's a big slice. I mean, young voters really view their vote as sort of a moral decision that they're standing with something they believe in, I think to a greater degree. And it just opened up some doors for people either to not vote third party or to not show up. Because, I mean, as you guys talk about a lot, there's a big split between how voters under 35 see this and voters over 35. And one wonders perhaps if the political consultants and strategists who've been in this work a while, who are advising top candidates on the campaign, are less connected to how young voters feel about this.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any doubt about it. And there's also just a locked-in DC conventional wisdom idea that, you do not electorally want to cross Israel, period. Like, you don't do it. If you want to win, you can't possibly be too pro-Israel enough. And so, I think that was...
Okay, we've got Mark Halperin joining Megyn Kelly's show. Let's...
it's tracking more like 2020 and not some different turnout than what her numbers were looking like.
And what happened in 2020 in Iowa?
Trump won by 8.
Oh, that's right. And she had projected 7, so she got pretty close on that one. Spencer, thank you so much. Great to speak with you.
Thank you, Megyn, for having me, as always.
All right, joining me now, the 3 hosts of The Morning Meeting, a fast-growing interactive show on the Two-Way YouTube channel. Mark Halperin is editor-in-chief of Two-Way. Dan Turrentine is a former Democratic strategist, and Sean Spicer is host of The Sean Spicer Show. Guys, welcome back. I mean, I started the show by saying we know nothing about nothing until we know something about something. We're starting to glean little bits of information. I'll start with you on it, Mark. What have you learned that you think is real?
Well, there's nothing fully real, but I think Donald Trump is in a position to win and maybe win by dawn. The boiler room in Mar-a-Lago is very confident about 3 states, which would put him 1 state away. They're very confident about Georgia. They're very confident about North Carolina. And they're very confident about Wisconsin. There's going to be a delay in Wisconsin because of some counting problems in Milwaukee. But if they're right, and there's not a lot of pushback from Wilmington on those 3 states, if Mar-a-Lago's right, Trump will be 1 state away, and he's likely to get that state in Arizona, if not Pennsylvania or Michigan.
Wait, I had somebody in my ear. Which state do you think he's going to get? You think he's going to get Wisconsin? Is that what you said?
Mar-a-Lago believes he's going to get Wisconsin.
Okay. This just in. Speaking of Mar-a-Lago, where Trump is tonight with his viewing party, this is New York Times, with more than 95% of the vote reported, Donald Trump appears to have flipped Miami-Dade County in Florida, home to a large Cuban-American population and one of the state's largest counties. The county has typically voted for Democrats, with Biden winning there by 7 points in 2020. And Sean Spicer, it looks like Trump has flipped it from blue to red, pretty significant margin. Cuban-American. Cubans are more conservative, Hispanic Americans, but so it's not a huge surprise that they might be among the first to switch over to Team Trump, but it doesn't appear that they were offended by the Puerto Rico thing, and a pretty significant accomplishment for Donald Trump.
Huge significant accomplishment. I mean, look, we're seeing some signs here. I said this earlier today. We talked about it in the morning meeting. You look at Rhode Island, Joe Biden got about 60% of the vote in Rhode Island last time. Right now, she's at 52% with 70% of the precincts reporting. That's not good. You look at Virginia, where I live, in Virginia, there was a 10-point spread in 2020. Right now, she's at 50%, 56% in Loudoun County. Loudoun County, very voter-rich for the Dems, home to a lot of federal workers, political activists. Biden got 61%. She's at 56% with almost every precinct reporting. That's not good for the Democrats. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I don't know that that's going to hold, but right now, that's not a good sign for them. So we're seeing a lot of movement, whether it's Miami-Dade, in Florida, Rhode Island, Virginia. That's not where they want to be. And all of my texts back and forth with the Trump campaign tonight, they're looking at outside of Philadelphia. She's not performing where she needs to in some of those key precincts. They're overperforming. They're very happy with how their early vote operation went, and they feel bullish on Pennsylvania as well. So look, right now, this is looking very, very good for Donald Trump. And also, by the way, for a Republican Senate that could be anywhere from 53, 54, 55 right now, they've already secured basically a majority.
All right, let me ask you another follow-up, Sean. Back in 2020, when Trump lost, were you getting the same yay messaging from Team Trump at this point? Like, were you getting spun, or were they being honest, like, rough night?
It's a lot of excuses. We're not seeing this now, but we still think there's hope, or we haven't seen the 18th precinct and the West Side come through. I mean, they were buying hope. They were spinning as to just stay with us, stay with us. Right now, the texts that I'm getting are all like happy emoji, right? We're killing it here. We're overperforming there.
And New York Times needle has ticked up 2 percentage points. Trump now predicted a 68% chance of winning.
You don't do this. You don't set those kind of expectations if you don't feel like you're on a good track, right? You buy time, you make excuses. We're seeing a team all over the reports coming out of Mar-a-Lago that they feel very good about where they are. And I would also say from folks that I'm hearing in the Senate races as well, this could potentially be.
New York Times currently predicts that Donald Trump is on track to win 287 electoral college votes.
A very, very big night for the Republican side.
Megan, it's
I'm taking it those emojis. I'm taking those emojis are not coming from Dan.
By the way, Megan,
I
will just tell you, I'm sitting here now 3 flights above an election party at the Heritage Foundation, and whatever they just put on television, the screams basically vibrated through the floor, 3 floors above where I am right now. So something's going on.
I don't see anything. Well, why don't you tell them to go work on Project 2025 and stop celebrating, because they were not particularly helpful in this election. Go ahead, Mark. You were going to make a point.
Just to back up what John said, being a reporter means understanding your sources and when they're spinning and when they're credible. What's coming out of Mar-a-Lago?
Ted Cruz has won. Right? The Republican senator from Texas.
Maybe they'll turn out to be wrong, but it's supreme confidence. It's macro confidence. It's not let us convince you of this or here's what we're looking at that. It's we've won these states.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Dan, what are you hearing from Team Blue?
Well, okay, it's the opposite end of the spectrum here. I mean, Republicans are confident and are pointing to data. They're pointing to precincts. They're pointing to demographics that they're overperforming with or hitting their targets. The other side is my side is hope, and hope is not a strategy. There is really no, in none of the swing states right now are they saying, hey, just wait. Like in 2020 and even in 2012, the campaign would say, look, just wait. This precinct's about to come in. We've hit this voter target. And this goes back to the early vote, right? Democrats have just been saying like, oh, it's apples to oranges. It was COVID. It was a COVID year. Like, you shouldn't pay too much attention. But all the things we've talked about, and including on your show in previous installments, it looks like Trump is overperforming with Black men. He's overperforming with Latinos. Harris is struggling with working class voters. He's running up huge margins in the rural areas and urban centers. Mark mentioned Wisconsin. By all accounts, turnout, specifically Black turnout in Milwaukee, did not hit the desired target for Democrats. And given the big surge in rural parts of Wisconsin, Harris would have to really, really run up the suburbs. And there is nothing.
All right, we have the decision desk on Twitter calling North Carolina for Trump.
Pointing that she's done that. So, you know, you keep hope alive, but it is not looking good at this hour if you're a Democrat.
Megan, I think we have the first projection anyone has made in a battleground states. Decision Desk HQ is projecting Trump victory in North Carolina.
North Carolina.
That's big. That's very big. Yeah, Fox News Decision Desk.
Georgia soon, and yep, there are the pieces in place.
Fox News Decision Desk is projecting now that Senator Ted Cruz will win a third term, defeating Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Thank God. Thank God. It's so nice to just be able to say how I really feel and not be on Fox where I have to pretend I don't care. I care. Colin Allred is a liar. He wants boys in every single girl's sport. He lied about it he voted for it 5 times and then lied about it 10 more. Pfft, on you, Colin Allred. Goodbye. Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Decision Desk HQ projecting Trump wins North Carolina. And wow, Mark, I mean, that's huge. She was just there. She did not. We had a report she pulled $2 million in advertising, but then she kept going back there. So it's clear she was not seeding it.
She personally felt it was her best of the Sun Belt states. She felt an affinity for the university communities, the fact that it's a pro-choice state in some ways. It was confusing to a lot of Republicans. My best Republican source in North Carolina told me he wasn't even going to poll the state because he didn't feel it was possible for her to win it. So it shows you that for all the change that occurred in the Democratic Party and in the race when Harris replaced Biden, that a state like North Carolina, which Biden wasn't going to win, perhaps was always out of reach for Harris. And that, again, the view of a lot of Republicans. But they had to try to create an alternative to simply win the inside straight of one path to exactly 270. And if North Carolina was her best bet, it turns out maybe wasn't a very good one.
Mm-hmm. And so, Dan, how will this be spun by the Kamala Harris team?
You mean North Carolina specifically?
Yeah.
I think they'll say their best path was always through the blue wall, that it was a lot closer than it would have been if it were Biden at the top of the ticket. And they have pointed in the last few days to Georgia as the state where they thought, they had a real chance. There was talk over the weekend that late vote was improving day by day in Georgia. They felt like the turnout today was looking pretty good in the morning. But, Governor Kemp has been, and Mark can speak more to this, has been saying that he felt pretty confident that it was going to go for Team Trump. And based on the vote that's coming in Georgia, Trump is overperforming in the rural areas and in several suburban parts. Harris is underperforming Biden. So it's just hard to see when Biden won the state by such a small margin, where she's going to make up the difference right now.
They are, the New York Times needle is now officially changing the chance of winning to leaning Trump with a 66% chance of winning. I mean, all the data on the New York Times basically all night long, Sean, has been moving toward Trump, leaning Trump. Their latest was predicting the likelihood is that Trump will win 280 to 258 in the Electoral College over her. Do we put any stock in that at all? I mean, I do recall, wasn't it the needle that told us Hillary Clinton had like a 98, 93% chance of winning in 60? I remember the damn needle.
I was there. I recall that very much. It's a very different feeling now. I was telling someone earlier today, Megan, in 2016, we felt good, but we were told by everyone that we couldn't win. So it was this weird juxtaposition. This year, it's the opposite, where all the data looked really good, but we were told that it's going to be super close. You brought up the Iowa poll a moment ago that came out over the weekend. I will tell you that if Trump does win, I have this pegged at 306 electoral votes for Trump on my Road to 270 map. If this is that kind of a night for Donald Trump, 306, 312, somewhere in there. And the Iowa result is somewhere in the 8 to 10 Trump margin. The media is going to have even more egg on their face. I mean, the idea that they ran with some of these narratives really shows that they didn't take the time to understand the electorate. After the 2016 election, I sat down with the most senior people at NBC News at right days afterwards, and the direct quote was, "We missed it. We didn't get you folks." And as a result, their sort of resolve was to put up pop-up bureaus in, quote, flyover country to understand the Trump voter. I think we're going to have the whole same conversation over again, which is, how did you guys miss this? And the answer is they ignored key signs that they didn't want to pay attention to.
And then as soon as they tried to understand it, they started writing books about white rage and how terrible the flyover country is and how we shouldn't be listening to those people ever again. I saw them all over on MSNBC pushing these books. Go ahead, Mark.
Two things. One, over on MSNBC, both Lawrence O'Donnell and Jen Psaki are now ruminating on the evils of the Electoral College. That doesn't sound like a game that thinks that they're going to win the election under the rules of the Electoral College. The other is, just to clarify, the New York Times needle is exactly as accurate as a broken Ouija board. That's how you should consider its rigor.
Why are we looking at the needle? We have nothing else to look at. That's why. Go ahead, keep going.
It's funny to look at. I think that what you're seeing in the exit polls, and the exit polls aren't necessarily going to be right, and even the final versions are, treated like stone tablets. They're really not. But what you're seeing is Trump doing well with all the groups that he's been doing well with, and that the Democrats said wasn't going to happen. He's doing well with black voters, including black men. He's doing well with Hispanic men. He's doing well with independents. And this whole notion, it's one of the biggest mistakes Democrats have made and the media have made about Donald Trump since 2015. This whole notion that he's all about the quote unquote extreme MAGA base is just not true, because the reason he's on the precipice of being reelected is because he's.
And New York Times now has Trump up to 69% chance of victory, predicting currently 287 electoral college votes.
He's found a way to appeal on issues, not on personality, not on style, but on issues to a lot of people who are not normally thought of as the extreme MAGA base.
Yeah, and Megan, these signs have been
apparent.
These signs started appearing in the beginning of this calendar year. I mean, they were present during Biden's run and when Harris got the nomination, which is the groups that Mark just mentioned aren't just dissatisfied with the Democratic Party. They affirmatively like Donald Trump on policy. And that is such a harder thing to break a voter away from somebody who likes someone than if they're just sitting out and thinking like, I won't vote. And that, it's been plain as day, a lot of these problems, and it's playing out. And I'll just add that, I tip my hat to David Plouffe and the Harris campaign. In the last week and a half, they really did kind of turn the public tide, the Titanic maybe might be a better way to put it as this night goes on, that they had a chance. And they kind of threw out like different shiny red balls that both within the party and the media latched onto that, we're seeing late breakers are going 2-1 to us. And, we like what we see with who's left. But they were not talking about the problem with black men, the problem in the suburb, like all these areas that they were having problems. And it is amazing how many Democrats came into today feeling optimistic, even though there was no concrete data that backed that up. I mean, I do tip my cap to them.
They recognize the problem with black men. They sent Barack Obama out to shame them. That didn't seem to work well. Shockingly, that doesn't actually move the needle. But Dan, let me ask you this. Is there anything good on the Democratic side? Like, is there, because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and start assuming Trump's got this when it's only 9:36.
I am not looking at my phone right now, but when I last did, there were not many bright spots. I'm curious, some of these Senate races, does a Bob, obviously we have to see about Pennsylvania on the presidential level, but does Bob Casey survive? Does Tammy Baldwin? Does Elise Slotkin in Michigan? I'm watching Nevada. Does Jackie Rosen hold on out there? The NRSC pumped a lot of money in the last week. The House, we've talked about it on the morning meeting. We started this year, the calendar year, saying that the Democrats were going to potentially get the House back because it was a presidential year. Harris was going to do or Biden, were going to do really well in the New York and California suburbs. And this was the secret to taking the House back. Now we're ending this election cycle talking about how strong Trump is on Long Island, how strong he is in blue suburbs. And there's pessimism. I mean, the House is going to be close, but the optimism that was there a couple months ago has slowly dissipated.
and House races trickle in later, often over a week or two, but not looking good right now on Team Blue.
Go ahead.
Megan,
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, real quick. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go in a second, but just real quick. Trump continued to grow his lead in Virginia. It's not huge, but he's continued to grow it in Rhode Island. Almost 80% of the precincts, and Kamala Harris stuck at 53%. Again, that's down from 60 where Biden was. But Dan, I did have a source in Wilmington that I just checked with some good news for you. If you're at the headquarters in Wilmington, there's a bar in the back with a shorter line. That's the good news for Team Harris tonight.
We have water here tonight. Yes.
We got booze here in the red studio. You guys will come the next time. Mark, Dan, Sean, we will see you in just a bit. They're coming back to join us after a short time. Don't go too far. Back with me now on set are Rich Lowry and Charlie.
And New York Times now saying that Donald Trump has a 53% chance to win Michigan.
Cook of National Review. I'm starting to feel less of the pit in the stomach. I'm starting to feel better. I don't want to count chickens. It's scary, right? Because we've seen these things flip. Remember 2020, right? You go to bed, you think Trump has won, you wake up, the wave. I don't know that this is even possible this time around, however, because the mail-in vote is just not what it was in 2020.
Yeah, so if you're a Democrat, I think the hope is what seemed always the most likely path for her is still there, right? We barely know anything
Hold the blue wall.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. Now, it's important for Trump. He seems to have secured North Carolina. Georgia's trending that way. I have a friend in Georgia.
They just moved Arizona to a lean R, and the New York Times is opposed to toss-up.
And if you believe the exit polls, he's winning 45% of the Hispanic vote, which would bode well in Arizona and perhaps probably Nevada as well. But even if he wins those, he needs Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania. So if he's just winning North Carolina and Georgia, you can forget about Arizona and Nevada if he wins Pennsylvania. But he's going to need one of those. And we just don't have any data what's happening there. So this seemed the stronger states for her, and we don't have the returns yet. That would be my big note of caution.
These are just harbingers possible.
And New York Times shifting Michigan and Pennsylvania, 53% chance likely in each that Trump will win.
Possibly, though, of Trump's strength, and that he's running better with certain groups, and those groups also exist in these other states, and also that she's not running away with it with women in particular. They don't seem to be getting her over the hump in North Carolina, or now again, Georgia has moved to lean R, Arizona has moved to lean R. So what she needed, the groundswell of women, it doesn't seem to be working, at least in the Sun Belt, Charlie.
Yeah, so same caveat. She can win those three states and win the election, and it's what, 270 to 268. And then there'll be a lot of fighting over the census, which was done really badly. And if it had been done better, you've got to blame Republican governors to some extent for this.
Can you explain this, too? Because this has been an ongoing...
Yeah, so...
Oh, wait, let me just interrupt you.
Sure.
Fox News Decision Desk projects a win for Harris in New Hampshire.
Okay.
That's interesting. Now, Trump made an unexpectedly strong showing, they report, but Harris's success in urban centers and suburban areas secured her victory. So that does eliminate one path. That eliminates a path for Trump. That would be the Sun Belt, including Nevada, plus New Hampshire. Without it, he needs a blue wall. Sorry, keep going.
So I forget the exact allocation, but Florida, Texas, I think North Carolina, maybe Georgia, should between them have an extra 3 electoral college vote.
And now the New York Times is showing small leads for Donald Trump in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. And Kamala Harris would have to win all 3.
If the census had been done properly. Now, this gets very complicated and there's fights over it. And from what I understand, there was not enough attention paid to this by the governors of those states. And I think they should have taken electoral college votes away from California, maybe New York, one other state. The point is that if she ends up winning 270 to 268, it's totally fine. Those are the rules we have. It's a legitimate win. But a lot of people are going to say, why didn't you fight to get that extra vote for Florida? Because if she had lost Georgia and North Carolina and Arizona right now under that proper apportionment, then Trump would have won.
Wow. So then he wouldn't need a blue wall.
Right. So that's at least by 2030, that the blue wall strategy is going away because those Sunbelt states have just gained so many people. So I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying she won't have won legitimately. She will. But you're going to see a lot of complaining about that. So that caveat aside, I mean, if it is true that Trump is doing really well with women relative to expectations, better in the suburbs than expectations, and better among Hispanics, then a lot of people, myself included, are just going to have to reevaluate how he interacted with the electorate, right? Because, one of the arguments, I have many arguments against Trump. I've made them on the show. I didn't vote for him as a result. But one of the analytical arguments that I've made is that he is very weak around suburban women, and there was an aversion there. If that's not true, well, then you've got to reimagine it, right?
It's hard to believe it's not true, net. I mean, it really is. Like, all the polls showed this gender gap. It was the main story of this entire election. But, of course, we've gotten the main stories wrong before, Rich, so I suppose.
Yeah, to Charlie's point, Russ Douthat in the New York Times had an arresting formulation about this. He was talking to some Never Trump colleagues. Of course, they're all Never Trump there, so that's I'm not defining it very narrowly. But he said, what if I told you in 2016, when you're against Trump, and he thought you'd go away in an aberration, that there'd be a Republican nominee in 2024 who'd be overperforming among Hispanics, probably overperforming among black men, have the most exciting, adventurous entrepreneur on his side, have a Kennedy on his side, a former Democratic congressman on his side, winning on the three most important issues in the election. Wouldn't you have thought, well, we won? But that's all happened, right, with Trump. So it goes to just the extraordinary quality he has to say, like any of these last things that have been controversial the last week and a half, probably would have sunk most people just in a week and a half, right? And then you go 10 years of that, and he's stronger than he's ever been and on the cusp of the presidency. It's just an extraordinary political and personal achievement.
I really think part of it goes back to the fact that people feel like they know Donald Trump. They forgive all of these things because they feel they know his heart, his character, and they're just quick to overlook all of that in the same way that, I liken it to sort of, my relationship with my husband. I always have the most generous lens on him. I don't jump to, oh, he did that evilly or because he wanted to hurt me. I always jump to, he loves me and we're good. And I think they have the same lens on him. Stand by, guys. Joining me now, former 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. He's live from Mar-a-Lago, where the president is right now.
Okay, let's have a look at Breaking Point's live
I think
coverage.
He's genuinely just like a Zionist. I think he's ideologically committed to it, and has this locked-in, baked-in.
Trump in 2016.
Even the ANC in South Africa.
The ANC in South Africa, that's right. And Lula, you had the Bolsonaro-Lula changeover that happened. So we're seeing it all across the entire world of an anti-incumbency situation, specifically people who were in charge during COVID. A lot of people are fed up by it. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Germany.
Yeah, go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, I agree. And so, it's hard to say what's causing it, right? Like, my theory is that it's the economics of countries that had superstar economic growth and people just have expectations for improvement. I think that's part of it. Some of it might be social media, that we just become a planet of having a negative perspective on things because the things that get highlighted in our, in our conversations with friends and our social networks are inherently negative because of the algorithms. Some of it's just dissatisfaction and communities, connections thinning after COVID. And some of it is migration crises due to climate change and conflict, especially climate change. And, people that don't prioritize that much, you can scoff at it. But hey, do you see the sub-Saharan desert expanding, and then communities where there's not nearly as much food, in Africa are now forced to move because they can't have the jobs they used to have. There's harder to have cattle herding there. This is a genuine big cause of migration, and that's a real avenue for far-right parties to rise on. It certainly has been the case in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is very interesting. I don't know. Like, in terms of, by the way, do we have any more calls that have been made? I'm sure there's been a few since it's past 9:30 now. Oh, Maryland, they called it for also Bricks. So the Hogan dream is dead from the decision desk. Do we want to go and pull that up? I wonder what the margin was.
So
I'm curious.
what that will mean as we're pulling it up, if Republicans aren't able to take the Senate, it obviously looks good for them right now. Numbers look good for them right now, all of that. Hogan losing that Senate seat is brutal for the NRSC if they don't do well in the rest of the Senate races.
That's true. We still got to wait for Montana. We got to see what comes through over there.
Put a lot of money into that.
Look at that margin. It's huge. 55-43. Wild. I mean, yeah, you've only got 27% of the vote still Maryland that's come in, but yeah, Maryland's blue state. Turns out, yeah.
Well, they were running ads. I don't know if you caught any of these. They were running ads that literally said Larry Hogan may have been a good governor, but he won't.
So think less than 2 years ago, Donald Trump was banned from all major social media platforms.
He's not right for the U.S. Senate, which is like conceding, like, yeah, I bet you like him as governor. He was good.
Just a quote from him.
Well,
also
Logan
a bunch of abortion ads.
Logan's like, we don't care if it's about Larry Hogan. We're talking about Mitch McConnell. And it's like, yeah, they hate Mitch McConnell.
And that's how they're trying to kill Dan Osborne in Nebraska.
Right. And I mean, to be fair as well, you're talking about Marylanders, like they literally are from they're in the DMV. Right. They know how the U.S. Senate works, right? Like, they understand Senate majority. Oh, that's bad for us, in terms of Republican. Logan, go ahead.
So this kind of ties into North.
New York Times now puts Trump's chance of victory at 70%. That's the highest that I've seen it.
Carolina a little bit, right? In that race, it's a governor candidate. It's not a senator. They have to trust Mark Robinson with leadership, which, frankly, why would they? Because the guy's saying, let's attack I like to see violence against my political opponents all the time, and says he likes Nazis. So, or he doesn't say he likes Nazis. He says he's a Nazi, wishes he could join the KKK. Doesn't like MLK. It's crazy. Probably the most anti-black politician I've ever seen. He's black. So it's very confusing. So like someone like him, if it were a Senate race, it'd be a lot closer. He'd probably still lose, but it'd be closer. We see the split ticket voting in. People don't like Mitch McConnell at all in Kentucky. He's still going to win in a
He always
landslide.
blows it out. You're exactly right.
Andy Bashir, he won. Right. So it's because they know this is an avatar for the national politics, and he might.
Points, but his big vote areas are all in Prince William and Fredericksburg. Those are the counties that are the Democratic vote base. The New York Times AP estimates 95% or more of the vote is in. There's no more substantial vote to come in those places. The Republican counties still have votes to report. Is it enough to make up a 6,900 vote difference? Well,
talking about Virginia,
with 18% of the vote left, 18% of the vote left means there's probably about 50,000 votes or more out there. Yes, there are enough votes to make up a 2,000 vote deficit. Eugene Vindman may not be going to Congress. We'll see. We'll see. But like here with Stafford County, half the votes are in. Derek Anderson is leading by 10 points. I'd have to go onto a Virginia website and see which counties or precincts are in and which aren't in. But area like here, King George County, Anderson leading 2-1, half the votes in. You've got Culpeper County, 12% of the votes out. Anderson's leading 2-1. You've got Greene County, he's leading 69-31, half the votes. If you doubled that, he would gain 2,000. He's got an 1,800 vote, 1,737 to be precise. If you double that by 2.5, assuming he keeps the same margin up to get to 100% of the vote, half of Vindman's lead goes away just from Greene County. So this is not a good sign for him, and therefore it is not one of the reasons why Harris is in a race which hasn't been called yet. Virginia 2, this is a...
Okay, so right now, New York Times projects that Donald Trump is 0.2% ahead in Wisconsin, 1 percentage point ahead in Pennsylvania, and 0.8 of a percentage point ahead in Michigan.
The Democratic area is Suffolk. Half the votes are in, and the Democrats only leading by a little bit. This is Virginia Beach has a strong Democratic component to it. Who knows which precincts you're in? But a Biden +2 seat that Jen Kiggins took away from the Democrats last time by a few points, to have a 12-point lead with a third of the vote in, that's a very good sign for her. So then just very quickly looking around at anything else that's got enough. Pennsylvania 8, it says 61% of the vote in. That seems high to me. But that's why, is because this is Matt Cartwright. This is a seat that Donald Trump carried in 2016.
Let's say Trump wins this thing, all right, which he clearly has more paths to do. And he does it with, I mean, if he wins this thing as DDHQ's forecast, and again, things can change, folks. I'm just saying.
The betting market just picked something up too. I don't know what it is.
What?
The betting market just surged for Wisconsin and Michigan for Trump.
For Trump? Okay.
Yeah, just in the last 10 minutes. They must have been a drop.
I was just about to tweet something about Michigan. I mean, I'm watching that Oakland number, man. I am watching it like crazy. Also, Pennsylvania and the model's about to hit a point. If this keeps up, it's going to be Trump by a point. But yeah,
another one. Yes.
Whoa. Wisconsin, Trump's about to take the lead. Trump's about to take the lead in Wisconsin. That's what's going on.
Yeah, he's up to almost 80% to win on polling market. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say this happens, Jim.
Yeah.
It's going to be, if he wins it the way it looks like the forecasts are showing. And
guys,
it's not just
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I got to bounce. Mind if I hop back in a little bit?
Absolutely. We said this is
All
free
right.
flowing, man. You got to leave, come back whenever you want, brother. See you
All
soon.
right. Later,
okay?
Jim.
Bye,
We're
Mark.
doing good. We're doing good.
Doing great.
All right.
It's doing great. So let's, because he's got you got great insight here, Jim. Pop back on whenever
All
you
right.
want, Mark.
Bye.
So, Jim, like, let's say this becomes what the models are showing, which I was trying to say. Maybe he did slip a hair with whites, but he's still going to win them. And then he puts together this coalition that includes everybody How does the media ignore this? Because they are not good at introspection, my friend. They are not good at it. He's going to have a mandate.
No, it's not going to be the media that puts the spotlight on it. It's going to be independent. It's going to be the Clinton Democrats making a comeback. Because remember, Clinton in his State of the Union, I'm talking about Bill Clinton, of course, State of the Union, 1995. Remember that? He says we're going to up security at the border. I'm hiring more border guards. We're going to deport people because the working man needs a break. So that was their line then. But when Bill Clinton left the White House, they took a turn. The Republicans went completely corporate. The Democrats under Obama went completely corporate. And I got to tell you, under Trump is not free and clear on this, because he's saying we're going to get rid of the illegal immigrants. You know, we're gonna do whatever it takes. We're going to massively deport. I don't know if he's really got a plan to do that, but he's planning to do it somehow. But he says we need more legal immigration. So, but the real problem here is it's not the legality or illegality from the point of view of the effect on the working guy. The point is how many there are competing for the exact same jobs, the exact same housing, the exact same medical care. Have you gone to an emergency room lately and seen the line? I mean, you can't be seen in less than 4 or 5 hours in a city, right?
Right.
People show up. They're so poor. These immigrants, they're so poor that they don't have insurance. And so when they get a cold, they go to the emergency room. So, you've broken your arm. You got to wait for the guy who's got a cold because the system's so screwed up. Why? So we've had this situation for decades where cheap employers or cheap labor employers, they want these people to come. They pay them rock bottom.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
But they pay
Wisconsin for you.
A little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County in the Great Lakes. And obviously, this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage kicks into.
Okay, let's check out what else is being talked about here. All right, breaking
I prefer an
points.
individual, but the exception to this we see are the incumbents who come from a time.
What we see is reverse 2016, where the needle is starting to look good for Donald Trump, and then it starts tipping backwards as we get more and more results in from the blue wall, and then that translates into something in Arizona and Nevada by the time we get, an hour or two from now?
How's Ann Selzer looking in Iowa?
Is it in here?
Give us an Iowa Selzer update.
We don't have a ton
yeah,
yet.
a little behind on the curve on that.
We don't actually have a ton.
New York Times now says Donald Trump has a 71% likelihood of victory. So New York Times needle keeps tilting in a Trumpian direction.
From Iowa, to be able to say.
There are a couple of counties. So, for example,
imagine there was just some super hyper local specific Iowa dynamic that led to actually being correct.
There's like a pocket of so Jefferson County, Iowa. This is in the southeastern part of the state. Right now, there's only 52% of the votes are counted, but it does have a D+23 shift. There's one. There we go. Yeah, that's up on the screen.
Donald Trump's got a 99% chance of winning Iowa.
Yeah, but look at
according to
Harris,
DDHQ.
So
stop the count.
Yeah,
right now that margin looks pretty Selzer-ish.
Yep. And so when we were looking at these trends, we were really looking early at North Carolina. We were looking at Georgia, and we were starting to see some stuff trickle in from Pennsylvania and other places. But it's actually possible that we were just seeing Georgia and North Carolina look really good with some other indicators, and then culturally, states like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania go in a different direction.
It is certainly possible. I mean, there's very different demographic makeup. Very different, even like industrial makeup in terms of where people work, CHIPS Act investments, those sorts of EV investments, the Inflation Reduction Act investments, all of those things. But I mean that's her hope right now. That's what they're living for.
Who's got the premium questions? I'm not logged in on those.
All right, I'm on locals. Let me see.
By the way.
It's hard to find the questions though because there's
we
just
got to
so
ask
much
for some
commentary.
Griffin or Mac, if you love any questions, throw them into the signal.
Oh, here you go. Nathan Isaacs, Ryan, what's going on with the New York Times strike? Sorry, I missed this earlier.
So it's the tech union.
Okay, let's go over to Megyn Kelly here.
I believe now it's going to be a landslide. I don't think it's going to be eked out. I don't even
listen, Pennsylvania can fall either way. This is going to be a Trump red wave. And I've not said that really too much this whole election cycle, maybe not in 6 or 7 years since 2016 or 8 years since 2016. It's all going his way. It's like, it's like a football game, Megan, or a basketball game, any sporting event where the momentum shifts and you can feel it shifting. You're in the stands watching or you're playing, you can feel the momentum going your way or the other way. She came out of the box. She raised $500 million in a month. She had the momentum. She was African-American, a female. Everyone loved it. It was something different. They loved it until one thing happened. I will tell you that the inflection point for Kamala Harris from going from the leader to where she is right now, I think it's going to be a bad loss for her, was when that local Philadelphia reporter, a local reporter, not NBC, I don't even know which affiliate it was, asked Kamala Harris off to the side of one of her rallies. He says, "How will you fix inflation?" And then she gave her, I come from the middle class and I had my lawn.
Rich is nodding his head, yes.
How will you fix inflation? And she had nothing. She was a deer in the headlights. And I think the rest of the media realized, wow, we've really been pumping up someone that's not the candidate we thought she was going to be. And then the media started to jump on her a little bit. The View asked her what she would do differently. She said absolutely nothing. And then that NBC interview, I can't remember who it was. It wasn't Kirsten Welker. It was another female MSNBC
Stephanie
host,
Rule.
I believe. Well, no, even before Stephanie
Hallie
Rule, or maybe after Stephanie
Hallie
Rule.
Jackson,
Yes, Hallie Jackson, who really laid into her, and she had nothing. She had an airball. So the momentum went towards Trump. And again, momentum is everything in presidential elections. She almost got the momentum back on Madison Square Garden night when the roast comic made a joke about Puerto Ricans being garbage, which I think was an absolute misstep by the Trump campaign. They messed up. They should have vetted that joke and pulled it. I don't care. They're going to get mad at me for saying this. But this is what you do when you're in PR and you're in campaigns. Yeah, you let people be themselves, but that should never have been uttered there. Now, it could have been much worse, but Joe Biden bailed Trump out by calling every Trump supporter or half the country garbage as well. In fact, I saw your Halloween costume so appropriately and well worn, Megan. So the momentum was trying to go back to
New York Times says Trump has an 83% chance of winning Georgia.
To Kamala Harris. It was that. And then when they finally said only dumb and unintelligent women follow Trump, wow, when Cuban said that, you lit up, you lit him up, and then you go into Pennsylvania. I think they never were able to get the momentum back. And they're just, the fat lady's singing, Megan. It's probably that they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats song right now.
Now, New York Times says Donald Trump, 73% chance of victory. That's the highest the New York Times has had Trump in the needle for winning.
Okay, listen, this data just in, I just said there's nothing from the blue wall states right now to suggest that Trump is winning. That's still true, but there is some good news in Pennsylvania via NBC. Right now, Trump is polling with whites just a little bit worse than he did in 2020. He was 57% then. He's 54% now. You know, he lost Pennsylvania last time around. With blacks, he's polling 2% better than he did. He was at 7. Now he's at 9. With Latinos back in 2020, he had 27% of the vote, and now he has 42. There it is right there. If he wins Pennsylvania, Eric, the Latino vote appears to be turning out significantly.
Okay, it's now 7 o'clock on the West Coast. Let's check in with the latest from Fox News. We've got a bunch of polls closing.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Ad lib. Oh.
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, you know, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where.
So numbers moving in a Trump direction. A bunch of counties just reported good news for Trump. New York Times now looking at a 1.5% Trump victory in Pennsylvania. The pace of current projections.
We wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity's still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at 18 over Harris.
Exit poll in
That's
Arizona has Trump ahead. It has Trump ahead by 7 points with the 47% who are men, has Harris ahead by 3 points with the 53% who are women. I don't need to do math to know that that is a slight Trump edge. And at that point, what I am going to do is sign on for Megan's show while I'm still continuing my pattern, because I just cannot wait for Maricopa casts 6.
Okay. This is People's Pundit.
He's now up to 19%. So whoever wins them, it's a very good sign that they're going to win the state. Joe Biden won them in 20. Trump won them in 16. The latest forecast, just to give you guys what we have for Pennsylvania, we're getting more data. It looks like it's Trump plus 1.5. Okay, that's what it looks like he's going to carry the state of Pennsylvania by if he wins, and there's no surprises. But it still is a toss-up. There's no clear leader. Something can change. So we'll see. There is a lot of vote remaining, and we don't exactly know everything. So just hang tight. All right, let's see if we got. Tell Steve to let me know I'm golden. I'm ready for him. I'm gonna have to swap my mic though. Virginia's gonna hang with it's. Virginia's gonna hang.
All right, back to Megyn Kelly.
I mean, Hispanics tend to be Christian. They tend to be more conservative in their social politics. And notwithstanding the fact they didn't run on DEI, this is a party run wild on the DEI front that is shoving porn into our kids' elementary schools. And they have been absolutely radical, both of them. And she's even more leftist than he is on this stuff, which has been raised. I find it hard to believe that the Hispanic community hasn't heard or felt any of this, Charlie.
Yeah, so I think that's true. And I think that a lot of it is the product of that. But I have a theory that is simultaneous with that. And that is just that Hispanics, as you know, are normal people. And the racial polarization in America is a bad thing. And in most cases over time, it disappears. You know, we don't really focus anymore on, well, how do Irish Americans vote? How do Italian Americans vote? How do, you know, I mean, there are patterns, but we don't obsess over this. But we obsess over Hispanics, which is this fake category that was invented, this big balloon category in the 70s, but in the Nixon administration for no reason. And it just seems to me that, you know, there are very good reasons why historically African Americans have had a different identity, partly because they were oppressed for 200 years institutionally. But that hasn't happened to Hispanics. And so I think some of what you're seeing is just...
So Donald Trump is now at 85% likely to win the presidential election on Polymarket. Looks like the New York Times needle is just an hour or two behind Polymarket right now.
Themselves as sort of the other. And I think the left almost has got into this bad habit of patting Hispanics on the head and sort of saying, well, as a Hispanic, you must think this. And I just think there's a backlash against it where they say, no, I'm just a normal person.
They don't want to be a victimized minority. They just want to be Americans like everyone else. And I think if you said, as Republicans did, you know, for a very long time, to the average Hispanic voter, hi, I'm a Republican. I want to reform entitlements and cut taxes for the wealthy. Like, I'm not sure I'm for that. But if you say, hi, I'm a Republican, I'm patriotic, I'm a Christian, and I don't think men should be competing in women's sports like these other nuts do who want to call you Latinx and all the rest of the stuff, they're like, oh, maybe I can get on board.
Okay, Mark Halperin and company are back. Let's check in here. We'll run it back. 7 minutes, 6 minutes.
And my reporting is identical, which is less Republican or less Democratic pushback, more Republican confidence. We continue to be talking about North Carolina, which has been projected for Trump by Decision Desk HQ, and I suspect others will project it soon. Georgia and Wisconsin. Still a lot of Trump confidence in Pennsylvania, but there is some Democratic.
Right. So we're 7 minutes behind two-way in Mark Halperin's show. So I'll run it at 1.5 so we can catch up.
Pushback there. But if Donald Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, he simply needs to win one of Arizona, where he is expected to win, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And I'd say right now there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all 7 and maybe 6 to 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else projects North Carolina. Well, no, they're projecting Montana, so that means they're not projecting North Carolina. Now, there's one. Virginia also remains very close, but so does Iowa. And Iowa, of course, my friend Dan Seltzer said Kamala Harris was going to do well. It'd be crazy cuckoo if she won Iowa and lost all these others, and we'll have to start playing with if that becomes more real, we'll play with the Electoral College map. The exit polls continue to be a big story, and we may be looking at 2 implications if the exit polls are accurate of Donald Trump's strength with independents, with black young men, with Hispanic voters, with young people, which would.
New York Times now says 75% chance of likelihood of Donald Trump victory.
Would be he may have some coattails to bring in up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as many as 6 or 7 Republican senators winning Democratic held seats. And we may be talking about a Trump realignment, which is in some ways more profound than what he did in 2016. Because if he adds to the white working class realignment, young people, Hispanic voters, black voters, and independents, now we're talking about a realignment that's seriously profound. So let's just check in real quick on CNN, please.
Okay, New York Times needle up to 77% chance likelihood of a Donald Trump victory.
And listen to what they're talking about.
North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus vote lead. That is with 2/3, 66% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in from the battleground state of Georgia. We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to John King, actually, right now. John King, what can you tell us?
Well, Jake, you see the map, and again, as we get later in the night, this is where you start to see things change, especially if a candidate pulls out ahead in a state that not normally is in their lane, if you will. And by that, I'm going to refer to Iowa. Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa with the vice president ahead. Still competitive, but you see Iowa is now red. There was that late Iowa poll that showed the possibility of the vice president maybe being a little
Never
bit
doubt
ahead
my
of
friend
Trump.
Dan Seltzer. Never doubt
This is a
Dan.
competitive race at the moment, 36%. This would be a surprise, right? We said Virginia's a surprise at how close
So
it is.
Iowa has 5 or 6 electoral
surprise
votes.
at the moment. This is a surprise as well. Donald Trump just 38.
I mean, look, I have my C-SPAN map here.
Battleground
Let's
Iowa,
see.
a state he
Iowa
carried
has
quite comfortably.
6
9
electoral
points,
votes.
8 points.
So if she wins Iowa,
4 years ago. So you keep an eye on it.
It
You
may
watch
be
it,
that
and you see what happens there. But
you have to win Nevada then too,
or Pennsylvania or Michigan.
Or right.
But Arizona wouldn't be enough.
Start to move west. North Carolina and Georgia, the 2 battlegrounds we care most about, they are at the moment held by the former president of the United States. Again, this was his closest battleground win. In terms of Biden was the
So
closest
one
to
of the
him
signs, I'll
back
just
in
talk over John for a
2020,
second. One of the signs that
74,000
Democrats
votes,
are
just under 200,000
very worried, and
votes right
remember,
now.
everybody's
66.
sitting on that MSNBC set. You see Nicole Wass there. Everyone there knows what's in the exit poll. You can leave John's audio up. Everyone knows what's in the exit polls. And now we've had Jen Psaki and Lawrence O'Donnell both start to decry the existence of the Electoral College. And when that happens, you know, they know where this seems to be headed.
Doesn't mean it will continue to be that
All
way.
right, let's
You see
listen to John a
County,
little
that Charlotte, the suburbs, you see
New York Times now says 79% chance likelihood of a Donald Trump victory.
over here in the Raleigh-Durham area, Winston-Salem area, a little bit out of Nashville. So more votes to be counted out there, but Donald Trump at the moment with a pretty healthy lead.
One thing they're talking about, all right, you can mute that. One thing that they're talking about in Mar-a-Lago quite a bit is the Hispanic vote. And we talk all the time on two-way about the press bias against Republicans against Donald Trump. They treated the comedian's joke like it was going to end the Trump campaign, and certainly that it was going to sway Hispanics, particularly Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, against Donald Trump. According to the exit polls and according to the analytics of the Trump campaign, he's doing very well with Hispanics in Pennsylvania tonight. And if he wins the state and does well with Hispanics, they will feel that they get a little chuckle out of that. Megan, love to know what you would think about anything, but including this notion of Trump doing well with young people, Hispanics, blacks, and independents.
I mean, I can't help but really think about media bias. You know, we've all been around a long time on this call, Mark, Dan, and Trisha. And I just can't help but think, you know, there's no conservative woman who voted for Trump on any women's shows. There's no conservative people on anything but Fox. And, you know, it's 10 o'clock at night and my Democrat friends are really panicking and sending me very sad text messages. And, you know, I know it's not wrapped up, but it's certainly looking very bad for Harris. And I think just the obscene bias of, you know, people on the left. And look, I don't Trump is not my kind of candidate. He never has been. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for her either, but I didn't vote for him. But there has to be some kind of autopsy.
New York Times has now shifted Arizona to lean Trump. It was a toss-up
In our country about all the stuff that's being missed and that's not being talked about. And we can't call everybody trash who didn't vote for her. And I'm very sad and I'm very scared for tomorrow. I think people, as you have said many times, Mark, that there's going to be a very severe mental health crisis in the country coming up, no matter who wins, but particularly with him winning, because I was talking to a Democrat friend of mine earlier today who was saying she's so excited because she's hearing that Vice President Harris was going to win Arizona by 20 points. And this is someone like volunteering for the Harris campaign, like works in media. And
New York Times now estimates that Donald Trump will win the popular vote.
I said, that's just it's like me saying it, I'm going to grow a unicorn horn. It's just an absolute fantasy. It's ridiculous. And I just don't understand how there's this big of a disconnect. I think there's going to be a lot of shocked, sad Democrats tonight that are going to have a very hard time understanding how this happened, because I think you brought up earlier, Mark, they don't even know Republicans, and there's no media anywhere except on Fox telling them that they exist and Trump supporters exist. So that's my big takeaway right now. And one of my best friends in the entire world just keeps texting me, America hates women, and she knew Harris would never win because women are not going to be president in America. And that's a hard thing for me to even feel right now too. She's not a great candidate. And again, I know it's not over, but you guys are not looking good right now.
Yeah, I know. I wish every Democrat in America would watch the two young women who were on two-way this morning, two pro-choice, non-Republicans, both of whom, one in Santa Monica, one in Washington, D.C., both of whom were very eloquent in explaining why they were voting for Donald Trump. And I wrote a piece the other day about this. They're going to blame Trump. They're going to blame the Electoral College. They're going to blame Joe Biden. They're going to blame Kamala Harris's answer on The View. They're going to blame the garbage supporters of Donald Trump. They're not going to think about Donald Trump's appeal on issues that are not for the extreme MAGA base, but are for the independents, young people, Black voters, Hispanic voters, independents who apparently are going to put Donald Trump back in the White House. Tricia.
Yeah, I've said this before, and this might be, we can all look in the rearview mirror, and Donald Trump might still very well lose. But I think it was a mistake by the media and by the left to so focus on MSG and on that comedian's joke about Puerto Ricans, because I think that the American people are a lot smarter than maybe some of the media believes, and that we saw that it was a joke, and we also saw that it wasn't actually Donald Trump who said it. So I think first of all that that was a mistake. But looking at some of these exit polls, and again taking them with a huge grain of salt, and this might be an overgeneralization, but in Michigan, that very narrow lead between 18 to 29-year-olds in Michigan for Donald Trump, they are attributing that to young men. And I think that this could end up being the election of young men saying, I'm tired of being vilified. I'm tired of paying 20% more. And that's their response, is voting for Donald Trump. So I'm curious if this is Michigan specific, or if we're going to see more of young men really going out to the polls and being the decider in this race.
Yeah, I think we're going to see at least some of that. Dan.
Yeah, I think I go back to, Mark, not just the two women this morning who said, choice, they're pro-choice, but they're going to vote for Donald Trump. A few weeks ago, we had two young Black men who were asked about some of Trump's more controversial statements, who said, I'm voting for Trump because of the economy. And I go back to the focus groups that you did in April, where there were pro-choice women in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, who even back then were saying, yeah, it's a real issue for me, but so are pocketbook issues. And I think, we can talk about the MSG rally, but the bigger issue is the Harris campaign about 3 weeks ago made the decision to go all in on the negative Trump message. And we heard it on our platform almost daily. Nobody came on and said, that has moved me to get off the
all swing states now leading Trump, according to the New York Times.
Fence and be for Harris. What we kept hearing was, I'm frustrated on the cultural issues. I'm frustrated on the economy. I'm frustrated on inflation or Israel. And we were wondering, okay, maybe the Haley voters are being moved. But when you think about his performance with Black men, with Latinos, with all these groups, it's been plain as day for over a year. It's all about policy, not, racism or other things. And the fact that I think Ron Brownstein wrote it in February, the working class realignment going from the white working class in the 70s to people of color, it started in 2020 when Trump did better with Latinos than people thought he would. And some people waved it off to the riots around George Floyd and kind of a backlash. But it has just continued to grow and grow. And the Democratic Party kept telling itself it's not real. And it is.
Yep. All right.
So Trump moving ahead even more now, 1.9% projection from the New York Times, margin of victory in Pennsylvania.
Just give me a minute. I'm dealing with a lot of data here. Let's bring in our friend John Fedoritz. John, what's on your mind, sir?
Well, I think that we have what will likely be an epical.
Is it about to let me talk?
I think it's an epical event. If you think about it, if this goes the way it's going, Trump will have survived the loss of an election, the insurrection, a second impeachment, 91 indictments, convictions, findings of liability as a result of a sexual indiscretion, fraud in his business pursuits, a raid of his home, and the situation is going to be, this is would not just be the greatest political comeback in American history. He will have pulled off two of the greatest political triumphs in American political history, winning in 2016 and winning in 2024. This is like a once in a century political talent. And I'm not sure that we have reckoned with that, because
it's funny, John, I have said for many years that Donald Trump is the second most talented presidential candidate I've ever covered. And when the people who don't like him get angry at me for saying that, I say, the worse you think Trump is, the more horrible you think he is, the more horrible things you think he's done, the more you must agree with me, because only someone of extreme talent could overcome the things he's overcome.
That's right. But I think also, if we were, again, looking at this from the perspective of a victory on his part, which may not happen, but if we presume that there is one, part of the story of this election is that Joe Biden won a squeaker, gets into office, he ends up with a freak situation in which he wins the Senate because of Trump's bizarre behavior in Georgia. People come to him in March or April of 2021 and say, you can be FDR. Go for it. Go big. Go wide. Go long. Go be the world's greatest president ever. And he goes and he spends $6 trillion, creates an inflationary spiral. 6 months later, pulls out of Afghanistan in the most disastrous foreign policy decision of his presidency and of one of the presidencies of our time, and fatally injures himself. And then there was a moment, because of the Dobbs decision, when a kind of reckoning was postponed because the politics, something else intruded. But if he loses, because of, if she loses because of things that he did that created the conditions under which Trump was able to secure this victory. It's not that he secured it alone on his own. It's that he was as for the second time in his career, a response to bad Democratic candidates, positioning, and ideas that the American people rejected. And by the way, the other thing that's going on here, I don't know if you've noted this, but according to the New York Times Needle, if we're going to use these projections, he's very close to possibly winning the popular vote. So imagine a world.
I think that's a chance. I think there's a real chance of that. Yeah.
So imagine that he wins the Electoral College and the popular vote. So the only real blame that can be attached to his victory is not only to Biden and Harris, but to America itself.
Yeah.
That America was tested and found wanting because it decided that it was going with this rapist, authoritarian, fascist monster, and now America must pay. And that's my fear. My long-term fear is that liberals in the United States may be driven into a state of extreme emotion that what we saw in the early 1970s that led to some very horrible events domestically in the United States. So that's my dark vision. Like Megyn was talking about, how her friends are going to be brokenhearted and broken by what happened. The question is, after they break, what do they do then? Because they threw everything they could at Trump, and they got nothing, and they can't get him anymore because he can't run again.
Yeah. Mr. Simmons, Chris Simmons, who's a Harris supporter from Georgia, very skeptical that Donald Trump would do as well as he might be doing according to the exit polls with black voters. Chris, again, we're not presuming the result, but we see the direction it seems to be headed. What's your sense of what's happening? And if it is a big night for Trump, what does that mean to you?
Well, I'm saying tonight, I don't think those white suburban women.
I don't care what he has to say. Let's check out People's Pundit.
Hold on 1 second. Can you hang on 1 second?
Okay, let's check out Breaking Points.
Now in Michigan, that's sort of a surprise. Another data point that we're really happy with Florida, which obviously, caveat, Florida has changed a lot over the last several years and is not necessarily exactly what the rest of the country is going to do. They are feeling really
New York Times now says 80% chance likelihood of a Donald Trump victory.
Good about the numbers in Virginia. While they, despite the outcome there, they're feeling good about how close it has been. So what they're looking for, obviously, is turnout numbers, how many males vote. They have much better numbers than I think they anticipated among Black men. So that is a plus for them. And now I've also talked to the Harris campaign, and they're citing data, too. They say, we've seen long lines in some of these college campuses. They also they're feeling good about pulling out Virginia. So there's data points that both campaigns can point to at this time, but there's certainly more data points for Donald Trump's team.
Yeah. What do they think, if they do win it, like if they're feeling good, what do they think did it for them?
That's a good question.
So the decision desk has retracted their call of Virginia for Kamala Harris.
them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what it actually is.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that
The
Jesse...
needle.
Yeah,
No,
the needle, right.
Yeah.
So
it's at
we're really
80%.
sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up.
Okay, I do want to hear from Sean Hannity. Let's get back to
So
breaking
it
points.
depends on who you ask, really, but the most common answer I've gotten over the last few days is Donald Trump's focus on men. And that has been a big question mark, right? There have been some people in the campaign and outside of the campaign, Nikki Haley for one, who have questioned whether they've been leaning too much into that demographic. And they're also have focused.
Okay, let's go to Megyn Kelly here. Got Steve Bannon.
Brian, you're seeing this in Wayne County. She has to outperform right now on game day vote in Philadelphia, higher than Obama, higher than Hillary Clinton, higher than Joe Biden. I think 700,000 votes. I think that's a heavy lift. I think that's why you're seeing the long faces. Wayne County with Detroit, the same situation you see right there. He's getting 20% of the black vote. I also think when we
Okay, let's check out Halpern.
Doing well there. In fact, she may do worse than Biden did there. And that is going to be a depressing
percent of the vote if he can get to stop those.
Okay, here we go.
Put Kornacki back up, please. Or audio.
20. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the voting in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020 with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County.
All right, New York Times needle right now. Georgia, 93% chance Trump wins. North Carolina, 86% chance. Arizona, 75% chance. Michigan, 61% chance. Pennsylvania, 61% chance. Nevada, 59% chance. Wisconsin, 57% chance Trump wins.
Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be
Okay,
back with
Hammer,
you. We've got a
please.
few
Hammer,
projections.
please. So, Northern Virginia counties are, based on the returns right so far, are moving towards Trump. All right, so Iowa's being projected by NBC for Trump. So that doesn't mean Ann's poll was totally wrong because the numbers are close. But we can, if that projection's right, we can take that piece of complicated math off the table. But as I said, Northern Virginia counties moving towards Trump is again, it goes back to independence, it goes back to suburban women, it goes back to Trump's appeal in those areas, cultural issues, trans, etc. Some of the stuff Megan has talked about.
And by the way, that was Youngkin's playbook.
Yeah, exactly.
Very successfully.
Yeah.
Ran right through the same places with the same.
Same
little
issues.
kinder, gentler, but same message.
Now I'll tell you another thing that's come up. More Democrats contacting me saying they don't think they're going to win Georgia. Remember, one of the things that the vice president did was she made an appeal in the rural areas. She went to parts of Georgia the Democrats don't go. She didn't just go to Atlanta Metroplex. And the returns suggest to the person who contacted me, she's not doing well there. In fact, she may do worse than Biden did there.
Donald Trump, 82% chance of victory in the Electoral College, according to the New York Times needle right now.
And that is going to be a depressing thing to Democrats to say, we tried a rural play. We tried to show that we were trying to win the votes of all Georgians, and we did even worse. Okay. That'll be another part of the grappling that the Democrats will have to do with this question of what are the lessons? If they lose this, and if they lose it decisively in particular, what are some of the lessons to learn about how they might come back? And obviously, if they lose the popular vote, MSNBC will have to grapple with that. North Carolina, former Governor Pat McCrory. Governor, welcome in. Would love to hear your thoughts about the night, about your state, and about Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm more interested in hearing from Britt Hume here.
What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
It's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting, because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something? I just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Again,
the Morning
another
Register.
mention,
You know, I mean, another chip, right? The
poll that will not be named.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys, okay? 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now.
Looks like Bernie Moreno is going to win the Ohio Senate race over Sherrod Brown. Another shift of a seat towards the Republican majority in the United States Senate.
To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's for
ever.
sure, right?
I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
See, I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And it turned that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like, yes, he's a tough guy and he's
That's a great point.
energetic, but it could be because of that.
Overdone.
Well, and also,
Overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate
And we have more and more calls now for Georgia as a Donald Trump victory.
the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
Like, the Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
So, we shall see.
Yeah, so we may have this conversation several hours from now.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now. 7, 8, and 9.
What am I?
Avengers.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
guys. Great coverage.
Have fun.
Fantastic to have us together.
I don't think so.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was great.
Fun time.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Various trans issues, including the quadruple whammy of government funding for trans surgeries for people here illegally. The failure to grapple with that, to explain it, to either defend their position or repudiate it, rather than, as Vice President Harris said, I'll follow the law, is it's of a piece with the Democratic Party's failure to understand this basket of issues. Tricia, sorry, Governor, wait a second. Tricia, Columbus, Ohio. How would that issue play in Columbus, Ohio?
It really depends. I mean, in the suburban areas, that's starting to become more of a Loudoun County kind of situation where you're looking at parental rights, where you're looking at, people standing up for Title IX versus in the inner city. I mean, there's a lot of hate has no home here signs. I live in German Village, which is a very liberal pocket of Columbus. And I think, trans issues are kind of where the mainstream media is. And it's that you don't touch it, that you're a bigot if you complain about it. And I don't really want to talk about the issue of illegal immigrants getting taxpayer funded gender transition surgery, I should say.
Megan, you have so many friends who are connected to these issues, both out-of-touch liberals and suburban moms who feel so strongly about them. I'd love for you to just say how you think they played and what you think happens with the Democrats going forward on these things.
I think that Glenn Youngkin, who's my governor, and Tricia, your governor too, was a warning shot of how strong this was. Trump just won Loudoun County. There's a huge controversy in Loudoun County with the school district, with it's a very dark story about a trans person raping a girl in a girl's bathroom and the school covering it up, and the dad going into a meeting that is viral, went online, they kicked him out. He ended up suing the school and winning. And Glenn Youngkin went in and said, not here. I hear you. I hear moms. I hear parents. And he's a beloved, very popular governor. And I look forward to Winsome Sears, who is also committed to this issue, doing it again. I would like to also preface this that, like, I've been nominated for GLAAD Awards, and I have a Trevor Project Award. This is not about, our commitment to the LGBT community. It's about keeping women in spaces safe as well. I'm a big advocate for keeping biological men out of women's sports. I think Leah Thomas was a huge breaking point for a lot of people. Look, it's hard being a woman in America in general. And then if you have young daughters and you see spaces that is rightfully theirs being invaded, and I'm being told that my 4-year-old could possibly have to see a naked man in a room, and you're called transphobic, and you could have jobs taken away. You are, I mean, it's been a very dividing issue in my life that I was very scared to come out and speak out publicly, but I did. And I don't think Democrats understand just how sick women are of this. I do not ever want to be called a birthing person in my life. I don't want to be called a chest feeding person. Being a woman is magical and special, and our capacity to give birth is one of the most magical and special things about it. And I and millions of other women have felt like Democrats are trying to take that away from us. And I think when all this settles down, I'm telling you, this is like the wheelhouse of my life, just anecdotally and socially and politically, is going to make an impact. And if Democrats don't reroute on this, there is no future. And it's looking like potentially that Trump will win the popular vote and the Electoral College. I'm telling you, pissed off moms are part of this too. And Democrats thought it was going to be, angry abortion women, but Democrats never think that conservative women exist. We're like, we don't live, we don't vote, we don't do anything. I think it's a huge.
What Megan's saying is important in part because there's an issue here that is not ideological at all. It's actually commonsensical. It's like period commonsensical, which is to say, are men men or women women? Like, this is not something that anyone was ever asked to adjudicate as a matter of politics before the last 3 years in the United States. This is something, you were a man, you were a woman, genug, as my grandmother would say. That this has somehow become a political football was going, in my view, always to bite the Democrats or liberals in the ass, because you are going 50 steps further than any kind of rational consensus on how we understand what it means to be alive and human. It's a radical transformation in consciousness. Maybe people will make it. Maybe they'll make it in the next 2 generations or 3. I don't think they will. We have X chromosomes and XY chromosomes, and that's the nature of literally being alive and human, and in fact, a mammal on this earth. And so suddenly this has become a consensus view inside one of the 2 major political parties. And it was never subjected to any kind of a referendum treatment where Democrats got to say, yeah, this is what we all agree on, or, we should probably go this way because this is what a lot of people think. It was sort of top down. And
Governor, go ahead, Governor.
Well, I'll just say one other thing. What's changed dramatically in the 8 years where I was kind of caught in this 8 years ago and canceled, and so was my state canceled. Corporate America has.
Okay, here's a great point made on the Commentary Magazine podcast earlier today.
For that, so I'm just
right. Sure.
It's just like, no, I just mean like Vance was singing from a good hymnal for a while to soften his image. But I guess, the question is, who's the real J.D. Vance, if there is one? And is it the one who's like blessed voting for this year is a redefinition of what it means to be human. And Republicans don't want to do that and are therefore retrogressive and monstrous because this change is inevitable.
Right. This is an incredible point. Let me play it again.
We'll ever have, because the gut idea there, and it's a complicated thing that even Jamel Bouie kind of agrees with, is what we are voting for this year is a redefinition of what it means to be human. And Republicans don't want to do that and are therefore retrogressive and monstrous because this change is inevitable and it's good. It's liberationist. It is a radical redefinition of, and what's so great about humanity anyway? Look, we do all these terrible things, and what's so great about America anyway? We did this. We were founded in slavery. And all of that. And Musk represents in a strange way this like, no, this is not the world. You are moving us into a world I don't want to live in.
But it's not, I mean, I think I agree with you. I'm sure there's a deeply personal.
Yes, an incredible point there by John Podhoretz.
Component to his journey, as you described
Elon Musk.
But there's also, with Rogan, he shares a real allergy to the sort of authoritarian insistence on this utopian scheme. And in that, I mean, and that then plays out over how he's been treated by the federal government, his other businesses, SpaceX, the threats sort of veiled and not so veiled about, shutting down what he's trying to do as an entrepreneur. And that's where the gender stuff, I think that's absolutely correct what Abe said. If you're telling people that a man and a woman can't biologically exist, if you're telling people that watching a male boxer in the Olympics pummel a female boxer in the female boxing tournament and say, you cannot say this person is a man when they are biologically male, they have XY chromosomes. That is telling people not to believe what is right in front of them. That is a very common authoritarian technique. And then when you look at the complicity of the media in calling anyone who contradicts that narrative a transphobe or whatnot, I think that oppressiveness is something that he's very good at articulating.
Can I offer another explanation?
based on what I think is the most exemplary debate of the campaign season. It was neither of the presidential debates. It was a congressional debate that occurred just this week between Maggie Goodlander and Lily Tang Williams. Now, Maggie Goodlander is the wife.
Okay, I played that already. All right, back
has
to.
changed on this too. The liberals really pressured corporate America to go with this more liberal viewpoint, and corporate America has withdrawn from this issue, or remained silent in the last. Started with the Atlanta baseball thing, where Coca-Cola started getting paid back on certain woke issues, and then the Budweiser thing sealed it. So all of a sudden, the whole environment on that issue has changed, where people were more apt to speak out and not be afraid of being canceled as of 8 years ago, where it really started here in North Carolina. Sadly, I was canceled at the time, and now I haven't. And I think we've been also, as the Republicans, let derogatory on that issue and more common sense.
Yeah, Governor, hold on one second. Let's go to John King, please.
For the vice president to catch up. But do not underestimate these. Just do not underestimate these. This is Bedford County, excuse me. We're at 81%. Donald Trump's getting 83% of the vote. It's not a ton of votes, but he's getting 83% of the votes. Then you come over here. If you watch David Urban on our air, these are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania. This is Washington County, 72% of the vote in. Trump getting 60%. Let's compare it. Trump getting 61. He's 61%. So he's running about roughly what he did last time there. I guess you could argue whether or not he needs to improve on that or not. Beaver County, this is key Trump country out here, 66%. See about a 10,000 vote margin. This is a medium-sized rural county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes. This one here, you're doing some business. And again, in a state that's very close, you take 10,000 extra votes. Only 33% of the vote in here. Trump's at 66%. Almost more importantly, can she match Joe Biden? In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive? Can you at least pick up votes? She's at 33% in Beaver County. White, working class, blue-collar workers. Joe Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count. We're not done with the count there. That's 33% of the vote. There's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's campaign, and you had Senator Fetterman out there for you trying to help you. The vice president herself was out campaigning in the Pittsburgh area just the other day. You want to improve your standing there. You know Donald Trump's going to win those counties. You're just trying to cut into his margins in a close state. Bedrock of the Democrats will go west to east. Second largest county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 of them in all. Again, 74%. So more votes to count in Pittsburgh. Suburbs around it. Allegheny County used to be steel country. Much different, diversified economy now. 61% for the vice president at the moment. You come back here, 60% for the president. So a little under the president in some of these smaller rural counties, maybe a little over the president
let's
there. We'll
bring Colin Liddell onto the show. Colin, anything that you've seen or heard in the last few hours about the American election that has caught your attention?
Except that Trump seems to be edging towards victory. Not really, no. I mean, it's sort of people expected that Trump's rather low energy campaign would probably backfire on him a bit more than it did. And the women vote was supposed to be mobilized against him, and we haven't really seen too much of that. So it kind of looks like Trump is kind of squeezing over the line or limping over the line. And this is really because, the American deep state has been really quite deficient in its efforts to take him down. I think the American deep state has been proved to be kind of almost impotent, really, in the case of Trump's prospective second term.
And what were the thoughts in Japan? I have a sense that Japan and much of Europe and certainly Eastern Europe have expected a Trump victory for about a year now.
Well, that's because of Biden, because Biden was so senile and he was obviously so weak and he was hanging on so long. And of course, in Asia, they tend to respect the elderly. So they could understand why the Americans were apparently unable to shunt Biden aside until really much too late in the game. And so, yeah, they would that would be the because of Biden. They weren't really too sure what to make of Harris, but I think like most people, most intelligent, rational, unemotional people, they kind of suspected that she would be a rather weak candidate, which she's turned out to be, because Donald Trump is not particularly strong. There's a lot of weak points in the Trump campaign, in Trump's message, and in the way he's been behaving and performing. He was obviously a lot fresher and more exciting as a candidate in 2016. Even in 2020, he wasn't that bad. And it was a much simpler kind of anti-establishment message in those days. And so basically Trump shouldn't be winning, but because the Dems fucked up with keeping an extremely senile and elderly Biden in place for too long and then replaced him at the last moment with possibly the weakest candidate, that's probably why they're going to lose tonight if the New York Times and other reliable metrics are functioning properly.
And Japan had a surprising election result where the ruling, I think it's called Liberal National Party, was dealt a severe blow. What's the significance of the Japanese election? Was it 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. There was an election in Japan. It hasn't really overturned the board just yet. I mean, the Liberal Democratic Party lost its majority. It remains the biggest party. Nobody else can really form a government. And so they're probably going to have to bring in another party as a coalition partner, because they have a pre-existing coalition partner, some sort of nutty Buddhist party. And so they'll probably just expand their coalition and then resume government in some form or other, possibly with a change of leadership, but that's not really essential. Interestingly, in that election, I noticed the Communist Party, in whom I take a particular interest in Japan, they recently changed their leader. They actually installed a female leader, and I noticed their campaign was really focusing on women's equality a lot, and they were trying to, in the same way that I guess the Harris campaign was doing, they were trying to make the female gender into this kind of oppressed class that could rebel by voting, and that wasn't particularly successful. I think the communist vote went down slightly, so there's a sort of faint echo of the Harris campaign in that.
And what would it mean for the Japanese-American relationship?
I think actually Trump's probably good for Japan, not so good for Europe. I think if Harris was elected, you see a kind of steady state kind of foreign policy where America would, be a full partner in NATO, and that would probably reassure Europeans. Of course, the Democratic government, under Biden and Harris, they were pursuing a very cautious but conventional foreign policy, which wasn't really being very effective. I think with Trump in position, there's a lot of questions now about the Ukraine, about Europe. But I think Xi Jinping will probably be much more risk adverse, and he'll be a lot less likely to make a sudden move on Taiwan. So I think Trump makes Asia slightly more, or maybe quite a lot more secure, but it raises serious problems in Europe, possibly.
How worried are the Japanese, or at least Japanese elites, about a Middle East war that could, for example, double the price of oil?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think it all comes down to oil, and with American voters, oil is a major thing. I don't think Trump wants a Middle Eastern war because he knows that'll double the price of oil, and if that happens, whoever's in the White House is not going to be flavor of the month anymore.
What's going on with the Japan-South Korea relationship? That's always been a very sensitive one.
Oh, I don't think there's anything specific. It's usually the same old rubbish. They need each other, but they hate each other. That kind of thing.
And what kind of commitment does Japan have to Taiwan if Taiwan is invaded by China?
They do take that quite seriously, I feel. I think if that happened, I think Japan would kind of get sucked in. They have a lot of little islands quite close to Taiwan, and they'd be bound. There would be bound to be some sort of overspill, and the Japanese would then get very kind of worked up about that, I'm sure. And the Japanese have got quite a high-tech military. It can cause the Chinese quite a few problems, and there is a lot of kind of under the surface nationalism, I would say. There's quite a few kind of covert organizations which view the world in ways that people in the West would find quite shocking and surprising, and they're quite well connected to the various centers of power.
Could you tell me a little bit more about these covert organizations? That sounds fascinating.
Not really, not right now.
Okay. And can you tell us about the new leader of the British Tory party?
Well, she's this very charismatic and personable black lady. She's obviously a lot smarter than the black lady the Americans are trying to experiment with politically. Yeah, I mean, basically, she's an anchor baby. I think her parents were working over in the UK, and they decided to drop her here and get the British citizenship in the bag, and then they carted her off to Nigeria to be raised, and then she came over. I think when she was in her late teens, or I haven't really checked into the backstory in detail, but she came over quite late, and she seems to have been intelligent enough to assimilate to a certain degree. She married somebody with a Scottish name, and she managed to get she managed to benefit from the Tory party's attempt to woke wash itself, which started under David Cameron. David Cameron decided that the Tory party looked too stale, male, and pale, and he decided that the way forward was to better represent the demographic breakdown of Britain. And so he decided that he had to boost the number of female and ethnic candidates. The Tory voters, as you can well imagine, were not too keen on this electoral strategy. And so what they had to do, they had to parachute these kind of unpopular ethnic and female candidates into relatively safe conservative constituencies. And that meant that when the Conservative Party got booted out a few months ago, a lot of the people who survived in the Conservative Party, who survived the kind of nuclear winter, were these ethnic minority parachuted in candidates like Kemi Badenoch and James Cleverly, etc., who then went on to contest the leadership, and in Kemi's case, very successfully. Even the members seemed to be swayed, which I found a bit surprising. So I think, there's a lot of impetus behind Badenoch, which is not her real name, obviously. She has some unpronounceable Nigerian name, which I can't really be bothered to pronounce at this time. And so they, I think certain interests got behind her to sway the normal members in a kind of surprising direction. Because even though Jenrick wasn't a particularly attractive candidate, I thought the kind of inherent racism of the Conservative membership would push him over the line, but apparently not. And I think having Kemi Badenoch as Conservative Party leader really is a kind of major structural flaw in the Conservative Party, because the Conservative Party at this time, it's at a very low ebb. It lost an election. It's down to about 120 MPs. It's sort of, in a sense, tottering on the brink, and they need to basically finish off their main existential threat, and their main existential threat is the Reform Party. And by having a kind of black Nigerian woman as the leader, that's going to greatly bolster the chances of reform surviving. And Jenricks' whole strategy was to kind of wipe out the Reform Party by being a bit more right-wing than the Reform Party. And if he had managed to do that for a couple of years, the Reform Party would have probably disappeared up in a puff of Kremlin smoke. And now we have Kemi Badenoch in. She has certain talents and abilities, and in a certain sense, she might even be quite likable as a leader. But looked at structurally, this will be a hard sell for the Conservative Party, and it will ensure that Nigel Farage's reform project has a bit of shelf life. And if that is still around when the next general election comes around, then I think we'll see quite a similar result. You'll have the natural right-wing Conservative majority vote being split into two ineffectual pockets, and probably Labour getting in again.
Now, Keir Starmer ran as a centrist technocrat, but he's governing as a leftist. Is that a fair description?
I haven't really made my mind up on that yet, but I mean, Rishi Sunak was governing as a leftist. I mean, look at the amount of taxation that exists in the UK. Look at the amount of government spending. Look at how much of the economy is tied to public services. I mean, basically, it's a semi-socialist country, and anybody who isn't rolling that back is effectively a socialist. So, so Keir Starmer isn't really that much any different from what went before.
And the so-called right-wing riots have stopped, so he did appear to quash them. I expect, however, that they could return at any time, because Keir Starmer does not appear to have a strong popular hold on government. Right? He's not someone who is widely liked and respected.
Well, no. This is a ridiculously unpopular government that won a landslide, and it won a landslide because one theory I have is that the Russians effectively split the Conservative vote by creating Nigel Farage's astroturfed Reform UK party, fully supported by GB News, this fake news channel, which is an obvious successor to Russia Today. And the British deep state, like the American deep state, was quite puny and weak and unable to really do anything effective against it.
Anything going on in the Middle East that's caught your attention? Israel's had a stunning run of success over the past 3 months.
Yeah, kudos to the Israelis. They've shown people how it's done. They've used a lot of this kind of high-tech weaponry that they get from America to take out a lot of key targets and key personnel. So Hezbollah and Hamas, they look like complete idiots. I wouldn't underestimate Iran too much, though. I think Iran still have quite a few cards that they could play, and Israel can't really do too much against Iran, because if Israel goes ballistic on Iran, then that closes down the Gulf, and then that shoots up oil prices, and then that causes economic chaos. So, it's a kind of finely balanced geopolitical mechanism.
Yeah. Okay, Colin, great to talk to you. Anything else that you want to weigh in on before we say goodbye?
Well, just give me a quick update on the New York Times probability.
87% chance of Trump victory.
Wow, that sounds pretty much in the bag, doesn't it?
Yeah. You get $11 if you just put down $1 if you're betting on Kamala Harris.
I reckon what's going to happen is Joe Biden will refuse to leave the White House, It'll be January 6th in reverse.
Oh man, this should be so much fun. There should be so much wailing and gnashing of teeth among the elites, particularly in the news media, but throughout our Western institutions.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Luke. Speak to you
very
later.
much.
Bye.
Take care, man. Thanks, Colin. Great to talk to you. All right, that was a lot of fun. All right, we'll get a burst here from Halperin.
Bucks were only at 34%, so a lot of blue votes still to be counted. Montgomery at 34. 6%, still a lot of votes to be counted. Chester only at 11%, and Delaware only at 25. So in the suburbs, right around where Jake Tapper grew up.
Hey, Mark, by the way, you mentioned Harris is putting time in rural Georgia. She put a lot of time in rural Pennsylvania, too.
North Carolina.
Yep.
Okay, and
you're not seeing a
outside
return.
of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa.
Okay, and this is Halperin and Company from 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago.
That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251.
By the way, it looks like the Iowa
scenario,
poll that
if
we
he could get
discussed the other day
Pennsylvania,
was wrong.
that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Let's check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020
go ahead,
here.
Go ahead and turn audio
Again,
off.
2/3 of the
just
vote
to go to
here,
what
Trump
Chris
is
said,
taking.
it's true that if you just go off the exit poll, Trump's support from black voters is up from Biden's, but it's not above 15%. It's not huge. The Hispanic vote, though, is massive. He's going to break the Republican record for support from the Hispanic vote if the exit poll is correct, and that is obviously going to have huge implications given the rising nature of that group. David Bonson, welcome in. You're unmuted. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, Mark, I just thought a little market action may be interesting to people. The futures, you recall in 2016 when it looked like for the first time Trump was going to actually beat Hillary, that the futures dropped 1,000 points in overnight action for about an hour. Carl Icahn famously made a very large 2 bet on that trade, and then the next day the market was up 500 points. It had about a 1,500 point swing. Futures are right now up 625 points. This comes after a day today where the market was up over 400 points. And more interestingly, the bond market, the 10-year yield is up 15 basis points. What that means is the bond market is assuming a lot more growth, a lot more spending, and a combination of things that can be either good or bad. Bitcoin is at an all-time high. It's above 75,000. So financial markets, as I'm sitting here looking at about 5 screens, they seem to be way ahead of the rest of things in terms of calling a Trump night.
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome, David. Really interesting. So my general view of the New York Times needle is it's about as rigorous analytically as a broken Ouija board, but it's now at 87% Trump victory, and they basically just go with like whatever. So I think we don't want to be disrespectful to our members who are supporting Kamala Harris. We don't want to get ahead of the news, but we do want to be realistic about where this is almost certainly heading, and whether Trump wins 5 or 6 or 7 of the battlegrounds, whether he wins Minnesota or not, probably won't. The realignment issues and the failure of the Democratic Party to nominate someone who could beat Donald Trump is a massive political story. It's a massive story about the country. So let me just give you a little bit of preview of where we're headed here. We're going to go till just before 11, probably 10 of. We'll take a 10-minute break so we can do some reporting. I can trade out my peanut M&Ms for a Diet Coke or something. And then we're going to come back at 11, and we're going to watch what TV does at 11, because I think we'll get some projections from at 11. And remember, if you...
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on the return of Mark Halperin and company. Let's go to the Fox.
What exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now.
Hello, everybody. Mark is currently on a call, so yours truly is going to kick us off here. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast as we come back on here. And I was telling Mark prior to his getting on this call that in the last hour that we were on, including on Megyn Kelly, I did not get a single text message from any of my fellow Democrats saying, I see a path, I feel okay. It is either silence, they're opening a harder alcohol than they're currently drinking, or they're going to bed right now.
Sorry to interrupt you. Let's get the quad up, please, while Dan finishes. Quad up, please.
Just that there's not, it's not over till it's over, as Yogi Berra would say. but I am having trouble finding anyone who credibly says I still see a path at this point. At the same time, I just checked. I see some of these Senate races in the Midwest are turning. I don't think a Democrat. I think the Republican leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, at least when I just looked,
New York Times now says 89% chance Donald Trump wins the presidency.
A minute ago. And so you're beginning to see now the reality that this could be a 54, 55, or even 56 seat Republican Senate. And, what that means, it's obviously not 60 votes, but it sure moves some legislative ideas closer to the realm of possibility than they would be in a 51-49.
Yeah.
And according to the New York Times, all swing states are leaning Trump. Arizona lean Trump. Georgia, Trump's got that. Very likely Trump, says the New York Times. Michigan, lean Trump. North Carolina, very likely Trump. Pennsylvania, lean Trump. Wisconsin, lean Trump. The only one that's not categorized as lean Trump is Nevada, because you don't have many votes in.
And it doesn't give Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski a veto over what they can do. Let's go to CNN audio, please.
356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads, 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel
So let me tell you a few things that I've learned while I was gone. First of all, take it for what you think it's worth. The New York Times needle now gives Donald Trump an 87% chance of winning. My best data geek sources, some associated with the campaign, some independent, think that he'll win the 3 Midwestern states around 2% each. But they have very little doubt that he's going to win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and they think he'll win Michigan, although there's a little bit of a jumble there. I'm told Trump will speak tonight, regardless of whether they're projections. That Mar-a-Lago is kind of chafing at the notion that the media won't want to put Trump over the top tonight, so that even if there are projections for Georgia and North Carolina, which I'm told there will be soon, even if there are projections there, I think what's going to happen is Trump will speak this evening without there being projections in states that total 270 electoral votes. Okay, let's listen to Fox, please.
That she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning,
I'm sorry, take off of that. Let's go to Rachel Maddow, please, MSNBC.
North Carolina and Georgia. Again.
As a result of that bomb threat, again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries, state secretaries of state are commenting on the effect of these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they are investigating whether or not these may be of Russian origin. But again, our battleground recap, summing up, we've got two
done something incredible
North Carolina, Arizona,
resurrecting
Nevada.
it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. Regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away this is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We could still do those things. We bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years.
Okay, good night for the Republicans. Let's get back to Halpern.
It's too close to call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby, that was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that I tried to speak a little bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would eradicate, the threat of something drawn out. And that is, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not acceptable.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come in because they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report.
Sorry, I can't help it left. Go back to CNN, please.
We've got the swing states. We've got
reminds me of Joe Lieberman when he was in seventh place, but he tied for third. And
yeah. We're gonna have to watch a lot of MSNBC because I'm enjoying that. And now they're framing it. It's compelling. CNN, please.
We don't know who's
some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state, Donald Trump won twice. You start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016 and in 2020. It looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out how many votes are out, what percentage are we getting. But if looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United States right now. So then you bring up the Georgia map. And again, this one, I'll say this again, I'm a broken record. 2024 is not 2020.
There's not as many mail-in ballots. We won't have as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead by more than 200,000 votes at this point 4 years ago. So let's just be cautious for the sake of being cautious. And yet, at the same time, I just said that, I want to tell you he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where's the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where in the Harris campaign, you're just hoping that overnight these Democratic areas report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout exceeds your expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where the races are won or lost for Democrats. Atlanta and the suburbs.
We can take the quad away. So Dan and I are going to go over and do Megyn Kelly. Feel free to join us there. Okay. We'll be back at midnight. Urge you to come back. Okay. At midnight, we're going to have a lot more vote in. I'm virtually certain. I shouldn't say that. I'm relatively confident there'll be projections for North Carolina and Georgia. My sense of things, both on the campaign and return side, but also on the TV side and AP, is I bet you we don't have projections in any other states for a while. And there's various reasons for that, both substantive and political. So I think Donald Trump will come out, and maybe he'll come out in the midnight hour. Okay. I don't think Trump at this point is going to win Minnesota. I don't think he's going to win New Mexico. So he's going to win 6 or 7 probably of, and maybe 5 of 7, but at least 5 and maybe all 7 of the 7 battlegrounds. And again, the big story is going to be the demography and how he did it. And then obviously we need to see what happens with the Senate races. With the exception of Ohio, as far as I know, none of them been projected. And that'll be a big story. And I don't think we'll know about the House for a while. So what we're going to try to clean up at midnight, and then maybe in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to try to see if Trump speaks and see what he says. The pool has been called for the vice president. Perhaps she plans to speak as well. So we'll carry those live if those happen, and we'll talk about them. And then we'll try to figure out by 1, 2 in the morning Eastern time, where is Trump in terms of projected victories. But Dan and I are getting no more pushback at this point from Democrats, and a focus for some Democrats not associated with the Harris campaign is on the question of the Senate. So we will see you in 50 minutes at midnight Eastern time to run through all that. Come join us on Megyn Kelly if you want, and otherwise.
Okay, let's check out what else do we have here. All right, Megyn Kelly.
Get to be able to deconstruct this in the next couple of days. There's also a certain segment of the black male vote that just didn't vote. So this is what I think is killing her. The 54%, Megyn, of Hispanic men is literally a game changer. And I think we're seeing a new coalition come together, as you and I have talked about a couple of times, a new coalition coming together around these kind of populist, nationalist policies of President Trump.
Those numbers are incredible. Again, if they hold, wow. Steve Bannon, thank you. Thank you for everything. Great to see you. Back with me now, Henry Olsen, Senior Fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center and host of the Beyond the Polls podcast. All right, Henry, so it's been about 2 hours since we last spoke. What is jumping out at you as the most relevant couple of storylines?
The likely but not yet callable victory of Donald John Trump for the presidency of the United States.
Whoa, why?
Why? It's because as all of these places come in, what we see is stronger than expected Trump showings. The supposed election day swift movement towards Kamala Harris is not materializing. One of the patterns of the night, if you follow the New York Times needle, is that the more votes that come in, the more they move their estimate towards Trump, which means that they keep showing stronger and stronger returns than they had expected. You take a look, every exit poll, I do the math, the ones that have them within tenths of a point, the only one she's ahead in is Michigan. But you take a look like right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Wisconsin by 0.3 of a point. 70-something% of the vote in Madison County is in. There are counties that are going to vote for Donald Trump that haven't recorded a single vote. He's not losing votes in the suburbs of Milwaukee. He's picking up votes in the suburbs of Milwaukee. The 2 swing counties in the state, Sauk and Dorr, are voting for him. You don't call an election like this. It's way too many votes. But the things that we were told in the media today that were happening are not actually showing up in results. And that's happening in virtually every state I look at. And it's carrying through to the Senate, that they have not called the race for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is going to be the next senator. He's ahead by 8 points or so. There's still
Fox called it for him.
Okay, sorry. Has Fox called Bernie Moreno?
No, none of the other big Senate races has been called.
It has by now.
Yeah, okay. There's still votes out. Bernie Moreno is ahead by 5 points. Some Democratic areas are out. But you're just looking at this. And
Okay, let's go to breaking points.
A lot on low propensity voters. And there's a big question there on how many of
popular vote. You're going to say that's not a red wave? If he wins every single swing state,
because
it's a popular vote.
No, well, if he wins it by just a hair, that's not a wave.
Bro, come on.
That's a hair.
I mean, we're in an electoral college disadvantage as a candidate who
that electoral college disadvantage doesn't really exist
I call it
it's a red wave, man.
If Democrats win the House, though,
that's not a red wave.
That's
if you don't
not
win
a
the
red
House.
wave. I think
now
we're getting
chambers.
It's a Trump wave.
Okay, all right.
You got to win. You got to win.
Compromise.
Yeah. And you got to win more than just a chamber that's stacked in your favor.
So I'm going to jerry rig the needle backwards right here, right? Okay. So right now, Ruben Gallego is up by 6.7, and Trump is up by 0.1. So that's a 6.8 gap, right? The New York Times is currently projecting Donald Trump to win by 4.6. That's a 4.5 improvement. So that would put, if that's true, Gallego would end up winning by about 2.3 if those continue to line up.
And Decision Desk, I'm taking my mic off, so I don't know if you guys can hear me, but
I can repeat what you said.
has Gallego with a 78% win probability. So it does look like Carrie Lake, they still hate
Also,
Carrie.
Henry Cuellar under indictment is up.
Is winning?
Get out of here. Are you serious?
By 2,000 votes with 66% in. Wow. People love Henry Cuellar.
Listen, bro, South Texas, it's a different world.
Also for Henry Cuellar, it doesn't matter, who does the voting. It matters who counts the voting.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah. If you've ever read Lyndon Johnson biography, Means of Ascent, the way shit works down there, it's more akin to Juarez, Mexico,
He used to be a
than it is United States of America.
He used to be a sheriff, and his first race went to a recount.
Yeah.
And he won 100% of the votes in the recount. Like in this one particular thing.
Yeah, if for people who don't know, who wants the presidential history, Google Box 13 LBJ.
Yeah, we're not kidding around.
Yeah, we're not screwing around here. This is real stuff.
And this is very likely still going on.
Yeah, almost 100% still.
Yeah.
Well, this is a pretty good year
Who's
for...
going to tell Henry Cuellar not to do it?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Go ahead.
This is a pretty good year for indicted politicians, it looks like.
It is a great year for indicted politicians.
Bob Menendez must be furious.
How's Menendez's kid
why
doing?
did he should not have resigned? He would have won.
Well, he was only winning 3% of the Dem primary. Like, those voters were dumb.
He should have run as a Republican.
What district is his kid?
I don't know off the cuff.
Son?
Menendez Jr. He's in such a safe district, though.
Yeah.
His challenge was the primary, but once he got out of it, New Jersey 8, it's been called. He's winning by 20 points right now, 25 points.
A new Menendez.
David McCormick is winning by 1.6 percentage points against Bob Casey.
Let's see.
And Andy Kim will be the next senator from New Jersey.
Janelle Bynum might knock off a Republican in Oregon. That was a DMFI APAC-backed Democrat.
So you guys remember back in 2020, right? The GOP overperformed in the House, in part because they did a great job recruiting candidates. That's kind of what Dems have done to this degree with a lot of their races or their challengers. And Republicans haven't been able to recruit good challengers for a lot of these races, and there's just been a massive funding gap. So
Moreno takes the seat in Ohio, which is not one of the ones the Republicans were banking on. Those were in West Virginia and Montana.
No, but this was definitely a race that Republicans had their eye on because they knew Trump was going to perform well in the state, and there hasn't been a lot of ticket splitting at the national level over the last two cycles. And so, Sherrod Brown got a great reputation in the state, well known, all of that. But at the end of the day, you saw, I think the last four polls that were in our average had Bernie Moreno leading. He sort of surged through the tape at the end of this race as Republican voters came home to him, and so it was a tough environment for Sherrod Brown and one he just couldn't overcome.
I feel like your affect does not match the news. I mean, this is like
impressively.
The Republicans are. I just asked my team, have they called West Virginia? Like they called West Virginia, right? Okay. How about Montana? Has she officially?
Not yet, but
not yet.
That would be a shocker if you lost.
Okay, that's only because maybe the lateness of the hour because they're Mountain Time. But
and it's Nebraska, which is a weird one.
There's Nebraska, and what else? I'm forgetting one. Pennsylvania.
Well, and Wisconsin and Michigan.
Right. I mean, like this is getting a little crazy. Like
that's where you can look up those states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's where you run up the margin. So a month ago, Ohio seemed a little bit of a stretch. Doable, but a little bit of a stretch. But it's steadily come online in recent weeks and seemed more likely. So now they're at 50, 52, and they could go 53, 54, 55 if the blue wall's falling Trump's way, and with a margin big enough. So far, it's been looking as though the Senate candidates are underperforming Trump a little bit. So you need Trump to win by more than a hair in those places.
Charlie, what were you saying about why you think it's important to win the Senate by a lot?
Well, because I think that there's going to be a backlash against whoever wins this election, and there usually is anyway. But I think particularly given the two candidates, and I think if you want to get as many Senate seats as you can, have a 6-year time frame, so that if the country goes the other way in 4 years, then you create some stability.
You still have control of the Senate, even though maybe not by the same margin.
Right, or at least your losses aren't so great that you give the other side a mandate.
Okay.
I'm a huge Congress guy, as you know, Megan. I don't like executive power, so I like to see some sort of stability in Congress, and I like the filibuster. And
having come from England, it makes sense. Yeah. Rebel against your queen, your king. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here. Montana Senate here. Okay, yeah, they called West Virginia for the Republican as expected. Montana Senate, 6% of the vote in. Okay, so it's too early to call right now. Sheehy's 55.9, Tester's 42.
And we got various calls of North Carolina for Trump.
0.4. This will wind up going for Sheehy, we think, Sean. But let me ask you about your reaction to where we are so far. I mean, I don't know. I didn't expect to be quite this far along toward potential good news for Trump at 11:16 p.m. But are you seeing anything in the county-by-county analysis in the blue wall states that would give Kamala Harris some strong hope?
I think the best hope she has is that a lot of Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee are still outstanding. And so there's some very deep blue areas of those states, but there's also a lot of rurals. I mean, I got to be honest. That lady isn't singing, but she's warming up. This is starting to look really, really grim for Harris. And I think the reason that Tom had such a flat affect about Sherrod Brown likely losing is that we're to the point now where we're really talking about these other 3 Senate races, as you said, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I think
New York Times now has Trump at 90% chance of winning.
Democrats will be extremely lucky if they hold all 3 of those, and very well may lose all 3.
Wow. I mean, that would be just absolutely stunning. It's Nebraska. They're now reporting Axios' Alex Thompson as follows. Harris campaign manager sends an email to all staff, quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. I mean, it's not exactly a ringing endorsement of the results they've seen so far, Tom, but she's also not wrong. She or he, I'm not sure which one actually put that out, but they're not wrong that if somehow she can hold on to those 3 states, she's going to win. She will still win this night.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's technically still possible, but as Sean points out, it's getting more and more sort of looking like she needs an inside straight. I mean, she's down over 3 points in Pennsylvania with 76% of the vote in. So, you know, she's down in Wisconsin by, I think, over 2 points, 2.2 with almost 2/3 of the, with 2/3 of the vote in there. So it's getting to the point where it's looking less and less likely that she will get that inside straight. And then you see these numbers at the Senate level as well. Look, Republicans, we always kind of knew that despite both campaigns saying,
okay, who's breaking points? It's Sagar and that
would lean to Republicans now.
That woman. Right. This is breaking
his
points.
Unwillingness to read the writing on the wall and be self-aware enough, and he really did lead people to believe that he would be a one-term president.
Talking about
that's
Biden.
True. Remember that?
You know?
What did he say?
Democrats are up in Iowa 1 also.
Yeah.
With 81% in. So
That's
Iowa,
a flip, right?
which
that
one
would be
is
a flip.
What?
That's
you
Marion
want to pull that up,
Miller
Logan?
Meeks.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Megyn Kelly.
saying that they were poised to have a great night. This is how these elections go. Like one side gets the better of it, and they end up winning a lot of these close battleground states. They win a lot of the close House races. They win a lot of these close Senate races. These races don't split.
Whoops. Sorry, I didn't have the visual on. This is breaking points.
Going hard right
You know, if they win that one,
it's pretty brutal.
that was,
Are they?
you know, that race to me was one that came in as like as a potential pickup, but ones that they were underdogs in. So if they're able to actually reach and pick up Iowa 1, that's a really good sign for Dems. Winning those types of races is what would get
That
them
is
the majority.
interesting, but that would mean that Ann did get it right at the congressional level.
Well,
but
she saw
wrong at the,
heavy D in the congressional.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
okay,
she
fair
did.
enough.
She had a like D+16 or something
Okay.
crazy.
At the congressional level?
I mean, it's just very clear
I don't
how.
know.
I mean, it's just so wrong. Like, what
It's
is
in one of
Iowa
the
actually
districts,
at
in one
right
of the
now?
competitive
Trump up by 12 right now. Same as
Shit.
4 years
So-
ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so she was off.
No.
She was wrong in 15 points. in
4
one
years ago,
direction.
didn't he win by 9?
Is that right? I thought
I think he won by 8 or 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah, so
So you're probably wondering, how is Destiny handling this election? It sounds like he's not handling it too well.
Not counting them here? What's going on, Vadim? There you go. You should know this. Why isn't Philadelphia counting votes? Call him up. Call him. Do we have contact? Hello, if you're watching the stream right now and you work in Philadelphia, we'll put you on stream. I'll call you. I want to know what is going on. What the hell is going on right now? Send me pictures. I know you're out there. I know somebody's listening.
Pennsylvania?
I mean, they're still outstanding.
Okay, poor Destiny.
50-50. And that's what we're seeing. Republicans are having the better night. Trump is overperforming in a lot of the Sun Belt, and as a result, he's dragging a lot of these candidates, Republican candidates. He's giving them a lift, and they're winning a lot of these races, or at least they're in position to win a lot of these races. And as Sean mentions, you know, I think our final projection, our final Senate map, I should say, was at GOP +3. That's looking likely, and it could even be a higher number than that when all is said and done.
How about, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
This really has to do with 2016. So she may not lose the popular vote, but basically tie the popular vote. And where's that phrase inside straight from, right? That's what Trump did in 16. So she's going to have to do the same thing in the blue wall state, narrowly win each of them. And it may be, this may be too early to say this, but it may be that the race gets into a zombie state at some point here, where it seems like Trump is ahead and all the blue walls, the New York Times needles and others are giving the advantage, but the count slows down as the night goes on. And we're just sort of suspended animation where it looks very likely he's on the cusp, but we don't quite tip over.
Right, because there's still outstanding vote, mail
New York Times now up to 91% chance of a Trump victory.
ballots that they have to count, given what's, they will discard the mail ballot counting as unnecessary to make a projection if they can get the margin of victory for Trump or Kamala to the point where they're unnecessary. I mean, I've seen that happen many times at Fox. Hold on a second. NBC just reporting, in an ominous development for Democrats, the share of voters identifying with their party hit the lowest mark this century. Dems 32% down from 37 in 2020. Independents 34 up from 26% in 2020. Republicans 34% down from 36% in 2020. Look back to that in 1 second. Sean, did we lose Sean? Can you hear me? We lost him?
I'm here.
We lost him. No, he can hear me. Sean, what do we know about the House races? Because that was the body that the Democrats were most likely to take control of. How are they looking?
You know, it's kind of fascinating. They are looking.
And on Twitter, Ben Dreyfuss posts, "I'm glad we killed that squirrel when we had the chance."
very status quo right now. There haven't been many flips. I don't even know if there have been any so far. So I'd say the safest bet right now is a slight Republican majority, but there are a lot of House races that are very, very close. House races tend to lag for a variety of reasons. So that'll probably be the last one that we have a firm answer to.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you both so much. Great to see you, Sean. You as well, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
What do you make of that, guys? This an ominous development again from NBC. Share of voters identifying with their party hit the lowest mark this century. And to what do we owe that?
Well, so I said this on your show a few weeks ago. The phenomenon culturally that is Donald Trump and the media's dominance of the narrative have hidden the fact that the Democratic Party is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I offer many criticisms of the right week in, week out, but the Democratic Party is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And they have adopted crazy positions, not just on issues that conservatives such as myself would oppose, but that people, when they learn about them, just recoil from. For example, surgeries on children. Men in women's sports. There was a piece, I think it was in Semaphore, I can't remember where it was, but it said that Republican strategists had learned that they had to tone down the critiques that they made of Democrats in election cycles, because if they didn't, people didn't think they were true. Did you read that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In other words, the Democratic Party has become so crazy that the average voter who was primed to be persuadable just couldn't grasp that they weren't being lied to when they were told verbatim the positions.
Stand by, Charlie. Did this just end? The AP calls North Carolina for Trump. So that's an official call. North Carolina now officially in the Trump camp. I mean, it's happening. State after state, it is starting to happen. And we're not getting any callbacks, and we're not getting any competing data in her favor. We're not seeing the signs of slow down, this could change, that we've seen in the past. Stand by, guys. Back with me now, Mark Halperin and Dan Turrentine. I'll start with you on this one, Dan. Are we seeing any of the signs of, like, hold on, maybe not, blue wall?
Nope. People are starting to text they're going to bed. They are moving from wine to hard alcohol at this point. I mean, in all seriousness, there isn't. And I think now you're starting to see texts and messages about how big is the Senate majority for the GOP is going to be. I think one of your guests just said, perhaps 52, 53. I think it may even get to 55, and 56 is not out of the realm of possibility. And it's hard to see if the night turns out the way it looks like, which is Trump is going to have an extremely good night, win the popular vote. They pick up all these Senate seats. It is hard to see Democrats holding the House. Not impossible, but it's hard. And there's going to be a lot of soul searching in the party. And I think, as you guys were talking about, just a minute ago, one of the things the party's going to have to wrestle with is the animating principle of the last 5 years has been denying Trump office. It's why Joe Biden said he ran in 2020, he was disgusted with Trump. It was why he ran again, because he thought he was the only one who could beat him. And, Harris really settled the last 3 weeks on just why you should hate Trump. And that clearly didn't work. And Trump has grown stronger on policy appeal. And the party has to come to grips with it and figure out its own appeal to voters.
Well, that's a very interesting point. So does that mean, before I go to Mark, in your view, if Trump wins this with that kind of a Senate and possibly controlling the House, that the Democrats will stop with the lawfare and the constant attacking of him as this Hitler-esque figure, because they'll receive the message that the electorate doesn't want to hear that and doesn't buy that?
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely. I mean, just in the last few weeks on our own show, young women who are pro-choice coming on in groups, not just by chance, not because we had a plan that day. I'm for Trump because of other issues. Black men coming on. I am for Trump for other issues. It's this, like, let me scare the Jesus out of you over how awful, he's a racist, he's a misogynist, all of this. And yet people are attracted to Trump because of the economy or his views on immigration or his views on
But do you think, Dan, do you really think the Democrats can reel it in? I feel like it's too important to them to stop saying it.
If you want to win, you will. And look, there will be some, we are a big party, that will say we need to double down on that. And I think there will be others who will see, yes. And there will be others who will see that that is a just recipe.
Okay, Bad Hombre is a good Twitter follow. And he says, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz are having tough end-of-life conversations with advisors for expressing that a path forward is improbable and a concession scenario is likely. Harris is not expected to speak to her supporters tonight. A somber atmosphere is settled over the campaign watch party at Howard University, where attendees are beginning to disperse. The joy is gone. Please, give me a link to the campaign watch party at Howard University. I need to see that. I hope it doesn't cause me to lose my sobriety. Please, God.
Deeper disaster.
Okay, Mark, let me bring you in. Your reaction to what we're seeing so far.
Well, the Democratic Party will blame Joe Biden first and Kamala Harris second. And there's no reason to think they'll do any soul searching. There's almost no one in the party who's been the least bit outspoken about the dynamics that have led up to this. The attempts to eliminate Donald Trump rather than appeal to his supporters. The failure to stop the party from moving to the hard left. The failure to be honest about Joe Biden's mental capacities going back to 2017, the failures to find a way to effectively stop Kamala Harris from being the nominee without any fight. And I think most profoundly, the failure to see that the party is on so many issues out of step with the country, while they accuse Donald Trump of solely appealing to the quote-unquote extreme MAGA base, when immigration, inflation, the forever wars, some of the cultural issues are not about the extreme MAGA base. They're about 70% plus of the country.
What are we seeing?
So this is, I'm playing in the background the Kamala Harris watch party at Howard University.
So far about the reasons this is happening, Mark? Have you seen that? And do you believe what you read at this point in the exit polls? Because, you know, the voters will tell us why they're voting the way they are.
I don't like treating the exit polls like the Rosetta Stone because I used to work on the exit polls and I know that they're not that. But directionally, all the things that Donald Trump and his team said they would do: appeal to young voters, Hispanic voters, young black men.
Oh man, the chat is lit. Peanuts revenge. I can smell the funk. The liquor store closes at 12. Where's the joy for Peanut looking for a miracle? Why is the mood so sad? Why are some of them crying? Tampons in the boys' room. I vote for Harris Walls. All these baby exterminators got a lot to answer for. Everyone watching this is for Trump. Where is she? I'm a loser, baby. I was born in the middle class. Where's the social distancing? So many people facing backwards, they can't even watch it anymore. Man, this is the Kamala Harris watch party. Oh boy, let the tears flow. They didn't seem very happy.
Independent voters. I suspect eventually we'll see labor households. All that is part of why he won. And I think the transformation, the realignment of this election, if the exit polls are even close to correct, is much more profound than what happened in 2016 when he turned the Republican Party into the party of the white working class. Now it's the party of the white working class, black working class, Hispanic working class, young voters, independents. That's a big realignment. And there's no one in the Democratic Party who's close to the generational talent of Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, the two people who found a way to reimagine the Democratic Party to deal with the Republican strength. And if he does win the popular vote, and he may, it's going to be both symbolically and substantively significant in a way that, again, a talent like a Bill Clinton or Barack Obama could grapple with. I don't see its soul in the Democratic Party. And the first thing they'd have to do is stand up to the far left. And the far left calls the shots in the Democratic Party, which is a big reason why they found themselves where they are right now.
It'll also be the greatest political comeback of all time. The greatest political comeback of all time.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, everybody agrees on that.
Getting shot along the way.
Yeah, my God. Sean, to Mark's point, some of the exit poll data showing that men under 30, they're tied. They're tied. Harris and Trump, 48 and 47. So, but that's good. That's good for Trump because people under 30 tend to vote Democrat. But the fact that Trump's keeping it tied is to his credit. And she's crushing him with women under 30. She's got 62%. He's got 36%. But she's not doing much better than Biden did. They're about the same. So in other words, she pulled Biden's same margins with young women. And she is doing worse with young men than Biden was. Biden won this group by 11 points. She's tied with Trump. The men across the board did show up. That's what we're seeing. And the rise of the women, you know, the girl power they're running, it's not being reflected in these numbers.
Yeah, look, here's a couple things that I think are going to be interesting. In 2016, when we partnered, the RNC partnered with the Trump campaign, the media derided it and said, well, no one's ever operated like this before. This can't possibly work. We pulled out a winning coalition. This time, everyone said the Trump campaign outsourced its ground game. There's no way this can work. We're seeing, as you just pointed out, the key coalitions, the key constituencies showed up and turned out, right? Look at this. Just as a side note, I know you talked about this earlier in the show, but you're seeing this throughout. New Hampshire, she's at 51%. Rhode Island, 53. I talked about that earlier. Virginia, 50 to 48. She's underperforming everywhere. But I think you touched on this earlier, Megan. I just want people to understand where we've been misled. The Iowa poll came out the other day saying that Kamala Harris was up 3, and every left-wing legacy outlet put them on as if it was gospel truth and this massive trend. Do you know what Trump is up right now? 12 points. He's outperforming where he did in 2020. He was at +8 then. He's at +12 right now with 80% in Iowa.
Emerson got it.
The people who bought into that poll owe the American people an apology. The methodology didn't look good from the jump, but the
Hey, great news. Trump campaign pledges they will protect Social Security for retirees like Ann Seltzer.
media was so into hating Donald Trump that they were willing to buy anything. That was as much misinformation as we talk about. They love to talk about this being spread. We're going to be talking about this. I know there's a lot of stuff on the left that we can talk about where that campaign went wrong, but the media has another big need to look at itself and how it covers elections and how it covers the right. Because we're not just seeing Donald Trump,
and by the way,
I think a good-sized Senate majority.
By the way, Sean Davis of the Federalist, I think, he just tweeted out, Puerto Rico just elected a Republican governor. Everyone who told you a comedian's joke was going to tip the presidential election is a liar who thinks you're stupid. Bookmark every person who hyperventilated about that and vow to ignore them forever. It's funny. I mean, I said on the show, I thought the whole thing was too brotastic, which I stand by, but that I wasn't offended by that guy's joke. I do think, look, Trump did not behave perfectly over the last week. It wasn't his problem so much at that rally as it was those around him. But Trump was his normal self. However, what we're seeing, as with so much with Trump, is it didn't hurt him. People, their opinions of him are already baked.
Okay, here is a racial breakdown on the vote. White voters went 53-43 for Trump. In 2020, it was 55-43 Trump. Black voters went 81-15 for Harris, was 91-8 Biden in 2020. Hispanic voters went 56-40 for Harris. It was 63-35 Biden in 2020.
That cake's been in the oven, and it's already nice and tasty. So what's going to happen, Dan? If Trump wins this and the Republicans have 55 Senate seats and take the House, what does the left start saying? What are we going to hear on MSNBC?
Well, I think, and you've already heard a little bit of this in the last few weeks when Bernie Sanders went public, that he was a little upset that Harris was spending time with Liz Cheney. And he argued that what Harris needed to be doing was focusing on working class voters. And I think you're going to hear part of the left say that part of the Democratic base has left for Donald Trump. Mark alluded to it. This realignment, people of color in the working class are now, in Trump's camp, and that the party was not left enough. And you will have people like AOC and others who are thinking about the president who are going to come out and say that Harris has moved to the middle, her willingness to not take a stand, even on the trans rights issues and this issue of the surgeries. There were Democrats who were like, she needs to come out and proudly plant the flag, right? And she said kind of nothing, like, I'll just enforce the law. And she tried to kind of have it both ways. So I think the left, there will definitely be a segment that said that she was not proudly progressive enough. And that is why the base of the party has left for Trump. I don't agree with that.
Oh, I mean, yes, I mean, given the amount of.
All right. Here's what's going on at CNN.
Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020. And it looks like he's doing that again about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm.
Wow, this is just pretty much what I expected. I mean, the clarity that Trump was going to win was there at 6:30 p.m. West Coast time, but not official.
Of millions that Trump spent on those NFL ads. I mean, that he hurt her for sure. Those ads hurt her. And the great thing about those ads was they were 100% true. She did exactly what they said she did. Then she later said, "Oh, well, Trump did it too." I mean, we did a deep fact check on that. The readers know, the listeners know, I'm very, very on to the subject. But what happened was Barack Obama changed the prison policy to require that taxpayers pay for sex change operations and procedures. Trump got in there, and his administration said what, and tried to limit the existing policy while they challenged it in court. No one received such a surgery under Trump. One guy who murdered 2 people by tying them to an anchor and throwing them overboard of their boat, who was
Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks has left the show.
In California prison, awaiting the death penalty, I think, got the surgery after Trump left office. And she tried to say, he did it too. He did it too. Meanwhile, she actively worked to change the policy in California to provide these taxpayer-funded sex change operations. She did it. That's why she couldn't effectively deny it. And people can smell it. When you tell a lie, when you try to dodge, when you try to do a he did it too, without being straight, they can smell it. Guys from Two-Way, thank you all very much. So interesting. See you guys later. You guys stand by 1 second because we're going to bring in our legal panel to dive into what the next few months are.
Okay, what else we got going on here about Fox
The best is when he said, "I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis."
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over. But long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially.
Adrian Vermeulen, constitutional scholar, tweets, listening to CNN's talk of overnight counts, the coming days, and mail ballots reminds me of something. I can't quite place it.
You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know, and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times.
Look, they shouldn't have killed the squirrel. All right, that's all the introspection they need.
Followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax.
Okay, let's get back to the Megyn Kelly show.
You guys stand by 1 second because we're going to bring in our legal panel to dive into what the next few months are going to look like. You guys know these guys very well. Georgia's own Phil Holloway, host of Inside the Law, his YouTube show. Dave Ehrenberg, state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida, where Mar-a-Lago is located. And Mike Davis, founder and president of the Article 3 Project. What a night, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Can I just ask you before we get to the lawfare and what's going to happen next? Mike, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who's a bigger booster and more loyal to the president than you. What's your reaction to what we're seeing so far?
I would say that it's going to be a very good night for President Trump. I think he's going to win.
He's got the dark MAGA cap on, everybody. Go ahead.
I think President Trump's going to win pretty handily. He may sweep all the swing states. Where we've already won the Senate for Republicans. It's a very, very good night.
Dave, how are you feeling?
We're not feeling great right now, but I'm not willing to throw in the towel yet. There's still results coming in the cities where the Democrats really are counting on: Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia. So as long as the vote has not come in yet for those cities, then there's still the chance that the blue wall will hold. That has always been the main path to victory for the Democrats. That's the memo also from Jen Dillon, the chair for the Kamala Harris campaign, that is still holding on to the blue wall. We shall see.
It's very true.
But right
it's
now,
important to note. It's not one yet.
Yeah. Correct. And that's why there's still time. It's not over yet. We're not throwing in the towel. There's a lot of hand wringing and bedwetting, but that's what we Democrats do. So we'll see as the votes are counted.
Phil, while we were all focused on the electoral map, we got some news on our old pal Fani Willis. Seems the voters down in Atlanta are not done with her yet.
No, and look, this is Fulton County after all, and it looks like Trump only took about 27-ish% of the vote. And of course, she being a Democrat, it just makes common sense that she's going to sort of ride this blue wave that's forever and ever going to exist in Fulton County. I'm just glad that our state in Georgia appears to have not become a national embarrassment, because we had some questions about whether another metro Atlanta County and Gwinnett County might have some voting irregularities, or at least some issues with how those machines counted the ballots in Gwinnett County. But it looks like we've dodged perhaps a national embarrassment bullet on that one.
Okay, so let's talk about lawfare, guys, because I think we all know that really, regardless of who wins, there's going to be lawfare after the fact. Do we think that? I mean, I think we think that. Don't we think that?
Depends who wins.
Yeah.
Does it? I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Phil.
I do think, as far as Trump is concerned, that no matter what happens, he has that sentencing in New York on November, I think it's 17th, that's coming up. And that's going to be very interesting.
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to the criminal case against Trump in 1 second. I'm talking about the lawfare around this election. I feel like it's going to come either way. The reason I think that is I think if he wins, they're going to be calling him an insurrectionist again, trying to get him not installed, trying to get the vote not certified, maybe trying to push faithless electors. I think all of that's coming our way. Do you think Jamie Raskin is going to roll over and just accept Donald Trump's victory? Do you think that, Dave?
I do, actually. Yes. Democrats could grumble, but no, I don't think that they're going to try to do an insurrection or do alternate electors or any of the things that happened 4 years ago. No, Democrats, they can grumble, but they don't play the same game. So no, I don't think that's going to happen.
All right. How about you, Mike Davis? What do you think?
Well, it depends on how much President Trump wins by tonight, and it also depends on whether Republicans keep the House of Representatives. Look, they tried to bankrupt Trump. They tried to throw him in prison for the rest of his life for non-crimes. They're still trying to do that with that sentencing hearing in front of Judge Merchan in Manhattan on, I think it's November 26th. They've tried to take him off the ballot, and they underfunded his Secret Service protection. So they've tried to take off his head. That all didn't work. The American people, it looks like, have put President Trump back in the White House. And as you said, Megyn, that Jamie Raskin seems pretty determined to try to block that on January 6th.
I would not bet that guy is going to go quietly into the night if Trump wins this. I'd be shocked. I know that they have said we hate election deniers, we hate everything that Trump did, but they hate Trump more than the charge of hypocrisy. So that's what I think. I think they will fight. They'll fight legally. But now, if Kamala Harris manages to eke this out, and we do need to discuss this, if she does somehow manage to win these blue wall states, you guys, and it happens with the mail-in ballots late in the game, the way we saw in 2020, Mike, you tell me what's going to happen.
Look, I think that if you look at the way President Trump is trending with this election, I think he's going to win beyond that margin. I think he's going to win comfortably in these key swing states. He may win all 7 of these swing states. And I don't see a scenario where the Democrats are going to be able to send in these late mail ballots and take this election for Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm. If he wins, there will be the question either way, wins or loses, what happens to the lawfare against him? And I'll come to you in 1 second, Phil, and we'll talk about Atlanta. But let me start with Dave, who wanted to talk about the sentencing. Trump is scheduled at some point to go be sentenced for the conviction that was brought against him, that was achieved against him. But there is motion practice still pending on whether that trial needs to be redone because they introduced evidence against him in the course of it that involved his time in the Oval Office. And in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling that you can't introduce evidence like that against a president, a former president, they may be in a real pickle on whether they can proceed to sentencing. So Dave, what happens? Let's start with if he wins, what happens?
If he wins, he's going to have to still show up at the sentencing. That's going to be must-see TV. If only they had cameras in the courtroom in New York, they really should change that. And then he'll get sentenced by Judge Merchan. I don't know which way Judge Merchan's going to go. I know Mike and I had differed on that, which way they're going to go. I don't know, but I can tell you that if he wins, then he will not serve any sentence in New York. They'll postpone it. They'll stay it until after he's out of office, and then who knows what can happen 4 years later. So, and as far as the other cases, he will order his attorney general to drop the case in Washington, D.C., as well as the case that is in the 11th Circuit, the Mar-a-Lago documents case. And then you're left with the Fani Willis case in Phil's area. And that one, I think, is
Wait,
right now
before we get to that, Dave, will the DOJ comply if a newly reelected President Trump orders them to drop the 2 prosecutions?
Well, it'll be his own DOJ. He's going to appoint an attorney general, be like Cash Patel or someone, or Mike Davis. Mike Davis will be AG, and then drop everything.
I'm rooting for Mike Davis. I don't want to get ahead of myself in cabinet appointments.
Well, I'm hoping it's Mike Davis.
Yeah, see?
Well, because I'll stay out of Whitmo.
Yeah, as you guys all know, I'm too charming to get confirmed, and so I have 0% chance of ever being Trump's attorney general. But I will say this: look, President Trump's either going back to the White House or he's going to Rikers Island, and I think the American people are going to determine that tonight.
Okay, Phil. So Fani Willis has not given this whole thing up. We had the judge who refused to DQ her, and it's being appealed, and it's not yet resolved. So what's going to happen with the case in Atlanta?
Well, so next month in December, there's oral argument before the Georgia Court of Appeals on the very issue of whether or not Fani Willis, should be disqualified from further prosecution in this case. And look, the judges who are on that panel all come from pretty red areas of the state of Georgia. Not saying that politics creeps into the judicial system, but hey, sometimes it might. And I think, particularly that if he wins this election, and it looks like he will tonight, I think that the Court of Appeals in Georgia is just going to have all the more reason to go ahead and disqualify Willis. And if that happens, this becomes an indictment without a prosecutor, because the Georgia, they have a state agency called the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. They would be tasked with potentially assigning it to another prosecutor, and no other prosecutor in their right mind in the state of Georgia is going to want to pick up the mantle and try to carry this prosecution across the finish line. They would have to start over from the very beginning, probably anyway, to clean up the mess that's been by Willis. On the other hand, if I'm wrong and she's not recused from the case or dismissed from the case, I think that it's stayed pretty much indefinitely. I don't think the trial judge is going to want to proceed with any kind of active litigation against a potential sitting president of the United States. So one way or another, I am convinced that the Georgia case is dead in the water.
I'm convinced of that too. Dave, if he does lose, and the audience should be reminded, it is still possible. We don't have a call in one of those 3 blue wall states. And if she wins them all, she's going to be the next president. So if he loses, what happens with the New York case? That one did proceed to verdict. If the judge says, I'm not worried about that evidence we let in, I don't think that it would have affected the verdict, and I'm going to go ahead and proceed with sentencing.
Yeah, there's no chance that she's going to win. Let's check out breaking points here.
And we don't know Nevada yet, and Jackie Rosen could also lose.
Yeah, but you could. So you got West Virginia already. So that's a pickup. Montana's a pickup. Ohio was a pickup, and then so that's 3. And then Republicans might win Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania, which they're in the lead. No, sorry, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. They're in the lead of that right now, so that's 6. And then Nevada would be 7 if they picked Nevada up. But only 3 of those are.
How is Nevada Senate looking?
We don't have any data from Nevada. None.
Okay. What's going on in Nevada? They were supposed to post their results like almost immediately. Yeah, they had a whole thing about it.
I don't know. Maybe they're
a lot of these people
with their signature issues or whatever.
I will say a lot of these people timing-wise shit the bed because they made a lot of promises and that's not what's going to happen. in terms of people were like, oh, right at 7 o'clock, you're going to get 80% of the vote. And it's like 11:45 p.m. right now, and only 95% of the vote is from Georgia. And we don't even have a result there.
But if the Senate goes that hard, like that many pickups, it's going to be a long time before Democrats even have a chance.
Yeah, that's going to be years.
At retaking the majority.
Right. They need to scrape by on a bunch of these.
Yeah, because
they're going to be able to.
I mean, and that's the thing. Sorry, you made the point earlier about this is the end of the Senate Democrats that can buck the trend of a state that's increasingly moving.
Yes. Unless Sherrod Brown wins.
Yeah,
the special election.
The special. That's what they're holding out for that. Yeah. But by and large, it's all nationalized. Like you can't be a Sherrod Brown and win in Ohio as the state moves to the right. It just gets to be it's just gotten to be too much. And this happened in the House back in like 2010. Is kind of when that really happened in the House.
This is very much like a Tea Party moment in 2010.
Yeah,
That's
and it took longer because in the Senate, you are more of a known figure.
Totally.
Like a congressman is just kind of random. You don't really know who they are, and so it's harder to separate yourself from whatever the national sense is of your partisan affiliation. But in the Senate, you have more dollars behind you. You're more of a known figure, and so it's more possible for you to create some separation. But if Democrats just have to win in the map, given the way the Senate works and how many of these states are partisan-leaning Republicans, like that's very tough for them ultimately to be able to climb back into the Senate.
And Donald Trump now at 91% likelihood of winning, according to the New York Times Needle.
Majority.
Wow, you know that Latino figure you were talking about with Texas? I was just looking at this. Listen, Ted Cruz won Latino voters in the state of Texas by 6 points. He lost it by 29 Latino voters.
Wow.
In 2018.
Wow.
So that's a 35-point swing amongst Latinos in the state of Texas where I grew up. I remember when I think he got 40. In his gubernatorial election in 2000, and people were, or in 1996, they're like, who is this guy? He's a national figure. He got 40% of the Latinos in Texas to vote for him. Ted Cruz has got a majority of the Latino voters in Texas to vote for him. That is shocking. I mean, in terms of the consciousness of that state. And really, I mean, if anything, it solidifies hard right governance in the state now for a while. All these like blue Texas dreams are freaking dead.
Okay, how are the people at the Dispatch?
Okay, we're going to bring in Noah Rothman as.
You know, the difference I see in these two elections is that in 2020, you had pretty much half the state getting bluer and half the state getting redder. You had a lot of smaller counties where Trump performed a little bit worse than he did in 2016. And of course, you had the big counties like Dane and Milwaukee and the suburban counties like Waukesha, where Trump did considerably worse in 2020 than he did in 2016. But in this election, most of the state has gotten better for Trump. And I think Dane is kind of flat. I mean, it's not, it may get up to the level of 2020 when it's all said and done, but I don't think it's going to add to it. And we still don't know in the case of Milwaukee. And the Democrats did do a little bit better in Waukesha. But that trend kind of flattened out a little too, whereas Donald Trump has continued to make big inroads in rural Wisconsin.
Steve, you're on mute. I know you have a great question for Craig.
Sorry. As you look, Craig, at the numbers coming out of these various places, and you think back about your coverage of the state and the time that you spent just over the past couple of weeks in Wisconsin, going to rallies and things, are there issues that you think resonated more for Donald Trump, or are there sort of strategic decisions that the Trump campaign made, the Harris campaign made, that seem to be validated by the results that we're seeing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a little too soon for me to try to.
Okay, I like Britt Hume. He strikes me as a wise man. Let's see what he has
at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say, he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve.
Okay, we've got a good breakdown here from Chuck Todd of NBC News. He often
this is a
tries
miss
to
because
be
this looks
fairly
exactly the way Iowa looked.
4 years ago.
Even-handed?
We're in margin of error range there. So look, she thought she'd found something
This
with
is the pollster that we're talking about, yeah.
independent women looking like they were choosing. And certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have cleared. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group, whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat. And so there's been a lot of hand-wringing about this inside Democratic circles, a real split. It was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. Before, Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the same thing.
College educated or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning I don't, as a Democrat, it is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats weren't, but for the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African Americans.
Okay, let's get Elon Musk here talking to Tucker.
Well, X is, I think, the one place where you can find out the truth.
Yes.
And
the only place.
Yeah.
So how much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend. Nothing besides those things.
So you saw what?
Yeah.
So
well,
how happy does the 48th president of the United States, J.D. Vance, feel right now? As we look at the grim watch party at Howard University for Kamala Harris, we've got Mark Halperin live stream coming up any minute. Let's get Megyn Kelly here.
Just because we've been burned before. Want to share this. Brett Baer reporting that he spoke to 3 separate sources close to Harris and the campaign. One said, quote, "I think we're losing this," end quote. Other 2 admit path is very thin. Trump has more votes in counties in Pennsylvania where he should be losing by a bigger margin. I mean, that's exactly it. That's exactly how the decision desk will look at the outstanding vote to see, is he ahead by margins that could give him the padding he needs to win, or is there still enough outstanding vote that could go her way to swing the state? And it doesn't sound like they feel confident about it. Let me ask you something on your analysis, Buck. Do you think there's anything she could have done differently that would have changed the results we're seeing?
No, I actually don't. I think that I was one of the people who all along was insistent, and I was wrong, and unfortunately had to buy my good friend and co-host Clay the most expensive steak, I think, in the continental United States.
I saw that. It had firecrackers in it.
Firecrackers, a gold case, the whole thing. So Clay got his fancy steak. I thought that they would still run Biden, quite honestly, and it wasn't because I wasn't fully aware of the cognitive decline, as I think all of your guests, you, I mean, everyone, we're all aware of what's happened to Joe Biden in recent years. It was bad and continued to get worse as age-related decline does. But Kamala is a horrible candidate. I mean, truly, Democrats recognize this in 2020. She didn't become a different person because the circumstances of the election suddenly indicated that it would be more advantageous for them if they didn't have Joe Biden as the nominee. So Kamala Harris was rejected resoundingly by the Democrats in their own primary in 2020, right? It's one thing for Republicans to really dislike a candidate. I mean, I know so many people who will say, I hated Barack Obama. I thought he was terrible. Yeah, but he was really effective at winning the presidency, right? I mean, it was a once in a generation.
That's the one thing he was really good at.
Right.
Okay, we
Thank you
got
for joining us
Mark
midnight
Halperin.
Eastern time here on Two Way. If you're watching on the Two Way platform or on YouTube, we welcome you here. Presumption of grace for all and peace, love, and understanding. It'll be a very difficult time for folks on MSNBC and in Blue America. This is not just a sweeping Donald Trump victory in the Electoral College, but maybe winning the popular vote, winning with coattails, Senate majority, likely a House majority. And Megan, I know you'll receive this in the spirit in which I say, Carrie Lake may win the Senate seat tonight.
I know we're peace, love, and understanding and compassion for everybody. Can you give me that one to gloat?
I can. I give everybody 2 passes on the presumption of grace. You may choose your 2 exceptions, but
my exception for grace.
But for Meghan McCain and for Blue America, Carrie Lake becoming a United States Senator will be amongst the bitter pills that will need to be swallowed. It's extremely important to understand the dimensions of this and why it's so meaningful. And we're going to talk about that. The realignment of becoming not just turning the Republican Party of Trump, not just into the white working class party, but the black working class party, the Hispanic party, including the Hispanic working class, the young person's party, and the independent voter party is going to be a story that people like Tom Edsall of the New York Times and the people on MSNBC and all the reporters masquerading as journalists, but in fact have been part of the resistance. It's going to be very difficult. They did this 8 years ago, where they didn't see it coming. It came, and they pretended that it was about the extreme MAGA base, and now they get a do-over. More complicit in Trump's victory, and I'm trying not to talk about myself too much here, but more complicit in Trump's victory than they were 8 years ago. As I warned them for 8 years, I warned them, you are helping Donald Trump. You are helping with the coverage to allow the Democratic nominee to go out every day and say, he who says there'll be a bloodbath if he loses the election. He said he would be a dictator from day one. To never once say she's building her campaign around lies, just as Donald Trump does, but only calling out Donald Trump. And to cover the lawfare as if they were legitimate prosecutions, when in the view of tens of millions of Americans, all 4 of them were bull. To do all of that, and then to engage in a 4-year conspiracy to protect Joe Biden, whose obvious lack of mental acuity made him unfit to be president or run for re-election, pretend they had nothing to do with the cover-up. He spoke to a dead congresswoman, and they made it a one-day story. Their complicity means, once again, they're going to be tested. Do they finally come clean and say, whoa, something's going on in America that we've never covered, and something's going on in America that we facilitated? We've had people on this platform throughout its history who say, the press is causing me to vote for Donald Trump. I don't like to think of the press as being an actor in politics. We should be chroniclers and guardians of the public interest. But the press did this as much as anything else. People on this platform say it all the time. They see what's happening, and the degree of failure to appreciate what they've done, I think, will go forward. I know some of them will try to acknowledge it, but it's such a admission of complete professional irresponsibility, of malpractice, that it's difficult for people to concede that they've done that. So we'll see. So we don't know the final results everywhere. Not every state has been projected. But I think at this point in the evening, it's time to say that the Mar-a-Lago boiler room knows what it's doing, right? We have to give them the benefit of the doubt. So they believe they're going to win 6 of the 7 for sure. And they're a little bit divided on Michigan. They're kind of on the knife's edge about whether they win Michigan. Doesn't really matter. And we're seeing, besides the exit polls, which demonstrate, again, Trump's ability to expand his coalition, we're seeing in the results in Florida and elsewhere in certain counties, the demographic breadth of this. And we're seeing in New York, where he's already gotten more votes than he got last time, with a lot of the votes still to come in. Let's see how he does in California. But it's an historic achievement, not just the personal achievement of a guy who was written off as politically dead,
a guy who had dinner with a neo-Nazi at his home, a guy who went through all he went through. There's that. But what this says about the Democratic Party and its incompetence and its failure to understand things and how out of touch they are, that someone who they thought could never win has not only won, but won quite easily. We'll grapple with that this hour. We'll wait for Donald Trump to speak. I still believe he'll come out and speak. It's possible Kamala Harris will come out to speak. Again, we have to we don't know the final results, but we have to say the Mar-a-Lago boiler room knows what it's doing. And we have to honor the virtual silence. There's a memo from Wilmington. There's a memo from Jen O'Malley Dillon saying we've given up on anything but the one single path to 270 electoral votes, winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Our sources say they're not going to win 3 of those. They probably won't win more than 1 of those, but they certainly won't win all 3. And at this point, there's no other state that's going to fall. She's not going to win Iowa. Trump's not going to win New Hampshire or Minnesota or New Mexico or Virginia. So 7 states decided Trump will win either all of them or almost all of them, all but 1 of them, I believe, based on what I know. So, Megan, we're going to do a ton this hour, but I'd love for you to just talk about how you see things now in terms of the results and the implications. And just ask Paul and Audra to put up the quad so we can dip in and out of stuff whenever you get a chance.
Well, first, I just want to say to Dan and all our liberal friends on here that everything's going to be okay. And I really appreciate and respect all the people who voted for her and are upset right now. I think my feeling and my main takeaway is that there's just got to be like deep autopsy work on the Democratic Party, because all the things that I've sort of been grappling with and talking about for the past 4 years, I thought that I was not in a minority, but I was in like a conservative minority, like in my like sort of culture bubble. And it turns out that no, like vast majority of the country actually agrees with what I'm saying and what, women and so many people are frustrated with. And I think that James Carville said a while ago that it was damn wokeism that was killing his party. I honestly think it's that simple, and it's the economy. And I think being told when your grocery prices are 25% more this year than they were 4 years ago, and telling people that it's fine because the jobs report is great. Like, I don't know where the party of I feel your pain is, but I will say Trump supporters and conservatives should not get out over their skis. They should.
Okay, let's just leave it there. Big night for Donald Trump and the Republicans. I'll